Chapter 3190. Of course Xiao Jian recognized this item. Wasn't it the stone that was chiseled off from Xiao Hua's body when he discovered him? However, what Xiao Jian didn't understand was how this item ended up in Jing Mao's hands and even caused him to come to the Jiangchao temple. Of course I recognize this item. Isn't it just a stone? Xiao Jian said perfunctorily. Jing Mao glanced at Yuanya, who was on guard, and said, Taoist Xiao, I came here today with great sincerity. This vitality stone. To tell you the truth, someone got it from your Jiangchao temple. He didn't know what this item was, but it looked like a gem. That was why he brought it to my pawnshop to sell some copper coins. Sigh. When Xiao Jian heard, he already understood. There was no need for Zheng Mao to say more. It must have been the villagers from the General Ridge who pried open the box in his east room and took some out. As for who took it, it wasn't important anymore. Since Taoist Xiao is from the Tao sect, you naturally know the use of this vitality stone. Jing Mao said without hiding anything. Furthermore, I also know how many vitality stones you have here. How about it? Is Taoist Xiao willing to do this business with me? Sure. Xiao Jian looked at the black-clothed men behind Jing Mao and said with a smile, this poor Taoist obtained this item by accident. Since gang leader Jing knows what it is, then I'll sell it to gang leader Jing. There's nothing to say about it. Alright, Taoist Xiao is indeed straightforward. Jing Mao waved his hand and said, you made me think a lot earlier. I wonder how much silver does sect leader Zheng intend to use to exchange for this vitality stone? Xiao Jian opened his hand and looked at the stone that was the size of a duck egg. He smiled and asked, I didn't bring any silver today, nor did I bring any Qingkuan bag. Jing Mao laughed. Xiao Jian was shocked. Don't worry, Taoist Xiao. Jing Mao smiled and said, to tell you the truth, I'm afraid you and I don't know how much this vitality stone is worth. However, this item is just a pile of stones in Taoist Zhao's Jiangchao temple. But in the hands of my cloak gang, it's money. Today I have personally come to the Jiangchao temple to discuss with you. I will take these primordial stones first, and after exchanging them for silver at the auction, you and I will split the profits evenly. How about it? How is this possible? When Xiao Jian heard this, his face fell and he said indifferently, let's not talk about this for now. The source stones belong to my Jiangchao temple and it has nothing to do with the cloak gang. The idea of a 50-50 split was complete nonsense. I will not agree. What's more, gang leader Zheng said that he would take the primordial stones away. No one would agree to that, right? Taoist Xiao. If the ratio is not suitable, it won't be too late to discuss it later. Jing Mao smiled and said, but Taoist Xiao, you have to think about it. If you didn't have my cloak gang, where would you exchange your primordial stones for silver? I'm the only one who can help you find the exchange location, right? As for the second condition, I'm a man of my word in Longevity Town. Isn't my cloak gang a guarantor? Gang leader Zheng. Xiao Jian already knew that Jing Mao was trying to gain something without risking anything. He even had the intention to forcefully swallow these primordial stones. He sneered and said, country of Shi naturally doesn't have any place to exchange primordial stones. But what about the capital of Copper Pillar country? There's an auction there. I can just bring these primordial stones there. What's so difficult about it? Jing Mao laughed loudly. If I knew about it before, it wouldn't be a problem. But now that I know, there's a big problem. Do you think I brought so many brothers here just to see the night scene? Do you think the incense in the Jiangchao temple is flourishing these few days? How dare you? Xiao Jian's furious roar was extremely frightening. Even Jing Mao was dumbfounded and felt a sense of fear. This is my Taoist sect, Taoist Xiao, Taoist sect, Taoist sect. You dare to come here and disturb a Taoist? Do you not want to live anymore? Xiao Jian's following words made Jing Mao laugh again. He threw away his previous fear and pointed at the Jiangchao temple and said, what kind of place is this Jiangchao temple? I believe I know better than all of you, right? 40 years before Taoist Master Xiao came to you, I had lived in this Jiangchao temple for several years. The coldness of the winter night, the loneliness of the summer night, how could I not know? At that time I made a wish to this bullshit Lord Sea God. As long as I don't feel cold, as long as I can eat my fill, I will definitely reconstruct his golden body. Unfortunately, my words were blown away by the night wind 40 years ago. My heart was also broken at that time. I know, there are no gods in this world. It's just that when there are many people who believe in them, they are gods. I also know that only by relying on one's own ability can one eat their fill and live in a big house that doesn't feel cold. Taoist Xiao has been in Longevity Town for so many years, but I have never caused you any trouble. Of course, it's because Taoist Xiao also doesn't have enough to eat. More importantly, it's because you stayed in Jianghu Temple and I didn't want to disturb you. But today, Zheng Mao looked left and right. I brought my brothers here just to have a good discussion with Taoist Xiao. If it was before, how could I say so much to you? How could I give you 50% of the benefits for free? Headmaster Zheng? Taoist Xiao took a deep breath and said, perhaps it is because of your obsession in front of Taoist Xiao that you have achieved what you have today. Headmaster, what you need to do now is not to force a deal, but in front of Taoist Xiao's statue. Bullshit. Zheng Mao sneered and interrupted Taoist Xiao's pretense. He said loudly, when I left Jianghu Temple, I should have killed the Buddha in my heart. Shaojin Temple's Buddha was like that, and so is Taoist Jianghu Temple. There's no need to talk about the secular people in Longevity Town. They only know how to work at sunrise and rest at sunrise. They only put their lives on the illusory hope. Reconstructing the golden body for Taoist sea god of Jianghu Temple is just their hope for the future. The illness of the little girl in General Ridge and the injury of the beggar under the East Pass Bridge is just the power of your Taoist elixir. Xiaojin, you can fool others, but can you fool me? You. Taoist Xiao secretly complained in his heart, but he still forced himself to be calm and said angrily, Headmaster Zheng, you're blaspheming Taoist Xiao. I'm not just blaspheming. If you don't hand over the vitality stones, I'll kill you too. This Jianghu Temple has no need to exist anymore. Zheng Mao sneered. I know. Taoist Xiao raised his eyebrows and shouted, You've accepted the benefits from the monk of Shaojin Temple. You can think whatever you want. Zheng Mao let out a long breath and looked deeply at the Jianghu Temple behind Taoist Xiao. What he said just now was for Taoist Xiao, but more importantly, Zheng Mao wanted to say it to himself. At this moment he was already a little disinterested. He waved his hand and said, Xiaojin, you're just a wandering Taoist. Since you're pretending to be confused, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. Call out the Taoist cultivator behind you. Yeah. Taoist Xiao saw this and took a few steps back. He waved his hand and shouted, now that you've got a suitable weapon in your hands, I know you don't understand the meaning of this weapon. I'll tell you now that your master is testing you. If you can control this weapon and defeat these useless cloak gang disciples, you'll be able to enter your master's eyes. Oh, really? Master. Hearing this, Yuanya was really ecstatic. He couldn't believe it and asked back. It's up to you to believe it or not. Taoist Xiao snorted, anyway, this is also a way for you and me to escape with our lives. It'll be best if your master can see it. Give me your life. Yuanya couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared and waved his magic wand towards Zheng Mao. Come out. Zheng Mao didn't advance but retreated. The four disciples on his left stretched out their hands and took out their weapons to meet Yuanya. Zheng Mao himself sneered and shouted towards a dark place on the left side of the Jianghu Ridge. Following Zheng Mao's words, two old men jumped out from the mountain ridge. They were the two people Xiao Hua saw playing chess under the tree at the foot of the Jianghu Ridge. Huh. Xiao Jin saw two strangers and couldn't help but be stunned. You two have followed me up the mountain and have been watching from the side for a long time. I don't know where you're from. I'm an honest person who doesn't do underhanded things. I didn't say anything before. Now that I can't do business with you two, it's time for you to come out. Zheng Mao saw that the two people were very agile and wasn't surprised. He asked indifferently, friend or foe, please make your choice. Ah. Zheng Mao is really like what people say, he's an ambitious and ruthless person. One of the old men laughed. To be able to see such a talent in the Longevity Town is really beyond this old man's expectations. When Zheng Mao heard this, he frowned and looked at the four people who were already fighting with Yuanya. It was obvious that the cloak gang was well prepared. Although Yuanya was powerful and the magic wand in his hand was heavy, under the siege of four experts, he was already somewhat powerless. Seeing that the situation didn't deviate from his plan, Zheng Mao turned his gaze back and said coldly, if the two old men are here to see me, please wait here. After I'm done with my business, I'll invite the two of you to my cloak gang's headquarters for a chat. Haha, with the two of us here, how can we let you disturb the peace of the Jianghu Temple? I'll let you have a taste of this old monk's methods. The other old man had no intention of revealing his name. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out a Buddhist staff that was 8 feet long. Immediately after, he chanted Sanskrit and formed a Buddhist seal with his hands. The Buddhist staff emitted a faint Buddhist light. Like a huge python, it pounced toward Zheng Mao and the others. A sharp blade-like sound of wind was produced, covering an area of 10 feet around Zheng Mao. Chapter 3191. When the other old man saw this, he didn't dare to be negligent. His body actually flew up and waved his hand. That seemingly ordinary hand suddenly became bigger. One by one, golden palms appeared along with the old man's Buddhist seal and smashed toward the other cloak gang disciples who were wearing black clothes. These two old men were actually Buddhist disciples. Moreover, these two Buddhist disciples were actually here to protect the Jianghu temple. They were here to protect Taoist Xiao Jian. Ah? Jing Mao was obviously surprised. He said in surprise, "You guys are monks from the small gold temple? Could it be that you guys are also drooling over the vitality stones?" Unfortunately, the two Buddhist elders didn't answer. The power of the Buddhist staff and the palm shadows were already very close to Jing Mao and the others. Naturally, other than Jing Mao, who stood there steadily with his hands slightly clenched and didn't move, the other cloak gang disciples had already moved. They took out their weapons and fled in all directions. Quick, seeing that the two Buddhist elders didn't have any intention to answer, Jing Mao hurriedly spread out his hand. A small green sword that was 1 inch long appeared in his hand. As Zheng Mao chanted the sword art, he breathed on the small sword. The small sword flew into the air with a swoosh sound and expanded into a 3 feet long green sword. With a king sound, it hit the Buddhist staff. Zheng Mao's flying sword was obviously no match for the Buddhist staff. It was immediately sent flying. However, the attack of the Buddhist staff was also blocked. Zheng Mao and the others took the opportunity to escape from the attack range of the Buddhist staff. The old man's Buddhist seal changed again. The Buddhist staff let out a wung-wung sound and was raised again. The other old man's palm fell. Other than one of the black-cloaked men who dodged, the palm landed on the mountain rock and raised a cloud of dust. A 1 foot long and 3 inches deep palm print was clearly left on the mountain rock. The other 4 black-cloaked men were hit by the palm. Although they tried their best to raise their weapons to block, their weapons were all sent flying. They all spat out blood and rolled on the mountain ridge. "Junior brother, don't leave him alive," the old man controlling the Buddhist staff warned when he saw this. He once again controlled the Buddhist staff to attack Zheng Mao. Zheng Mao's small sword's brilliance had dimmed. He had been seriously injured just now. The situation in front of the Jianghu temple was completely under the control of the two Buddhist elders who had suddenly appeared. However, there was no trace of joy on Xiao Jian's face. Instead, there was a strong sense of fear and anger. He was probably muttering in his heart about his fate after the cloak gang's disciples were killed. Clang. At this moment, a strong sword cry rushed out from under the Jianghu ridge and a cold voice shouted, "Where did this wild bald donkey come from? How dare you kill someone in front of me?" A green sword light streaked across the sky like a waterfall. The dense brilliance illuminated half of the Jianghu ridge. An old man dressed in Confucian robes wielded a flying sword and stabbed at the two elders from the Buddhist sect. See third-level origin power. As the sword light approached, a snow-like coldness involuntarily emerged from the hearts of the two Buddhist elders. The two of them exclaimed in unison and looked at each other. They abandoned the attacking cloak gang disciples and activated their Buddhist seals. The Buddhist staff and palm print rushed to meet the flying sword. Boom! A violent collision sound was heard. Brilliance splashed everywhere, followed by two miserable screams. The Buddhist staff that had sent Zheng Mao's flying sword flying was now split in half by the Confucian elder's flying sword. One of the elders' hands was also chopped off by the flying sword. The two of them flew back and fell on the foothills. Roar! After the miserable screams, Yuanya, who was fighting with the 4 black-cloaked men, also roared and jumped out of the crowd. His arms were stained with blood. Although he had broken the weapons of the 2 black-cloaked men, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. His arms were seriously injured and he could not hold on. Thank you, Western Ridge Scholar. Zheng Mao was not surprised by this outcome. He bowed to the descending Confucian elder. No need to be so polite. The elder waved his hand and the 3-foot-long flying sword in his hand spat out sword energy again. He coldly said, "This old man will kill these 2 bald donkeys. You kill these 2 bastards. This old man doesn't believe that bastard won't come out." "Yes, this junior understands." Zheng Mao agreed and waved his hand. "Quickly kill these 2. Fellow immortal." One of the 2 Buddhist sect elders who had fallen to the ground hurriedly took some medicine to stop his injuries, while the other hurriedly took out a jade token and shouted, "We are the state preceptors of the Single Liang Kingdom in the Liang province. This is a token issued by the king of the Single Liang Kingdom. We are here on the king's orders to protect Taoist Xiao. You must not touch Taoist Xiao. Otherwise, it will cause a war between the country of Xi and my Single Liang country. Single Yang country? The Confucian elder with the bright moon Western Ridge scholar was startled. He grabbed the jade token and it landed in his hand. This jade token was 3 inches long and was sparkling and translucent. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. On the front of the jade token were the 2 words, Single Yang, and on the back was the word Shao. You are indeed the state teacher of Single Yang country. Western Ridge scholar frowned. He looked at the 2 Buddhist elders and asked curiously, "Why did you come all the way here to protect a Taoist bastard?" "Fellow immortal, this is an order from our king." The elder did not explain. Clearly he did not want to say more. "Fellow immortal, you can take whatever primeval stones you want as long as you don't hurt Taoist Shao. We will treat it as if nothing happened today." Western Ridge scholar was clearly moved. He did not want to go against an order from a king even though Single Yang country was not close to the country of Shi. "Scholar, not far away," Zheng Mao smiled and said, "They have already heard of your name and you even heavily injured them. It's not like you don't know how petty Buddhist disciples can be. If I let them go, how can I still take the primeval stones from the Tidal River Temple? Even if I don't take the primeval stones, my cloak gang still wants to survive in Longevity Town for a few more years. You don't need to be chased to the ends of the earth by others, right?" "That's right." Western Ridge scholar looked at the Tidal River Temple which was still motionless and grinned. "I have offended Buddhist disciples before and was even chased by an old bald donkey with 2nd grade essence energy. If I let them go today I will have to run away again. Even if I get the primeval stones I can't cultivate properly." Rumble. Just as Western Ridge scholar made his decision, a green light flashed in the sky above the Tidal River Temple. Then there was the sound of thunder. After the thunder, thick dark clouds gathered from all directions. The clear night sky now looked like it was about to change. The thunder naturally attracted everyone's attention. However, when they looked at the sky, the dark clouds and the mountain wind, there was nothing out of the ordinary except for the strange thunder. When they looked at the motionless Tidal River Temple, they didn't pay much attention to it. However, just as West Ridge scholar was about to activate his flying sword again and the 2 Buddhist elders turned pale, countless bolts of lightning appeared above everyone's heads and rained down on West Ridge scholar and the cloak gang. The lightning moved quickly and Western Ridge scholar hurriedly used his flying sword to block it. However, under the powerful lightning, the flying sword was instantly shattered. Western Ridge scholar was struck by 3 bolts of lightning and died with a scream. As for Zheng Mao and the others, they were even worse off. They couldn't resist at all and had several large holes in their bodies. They died on the spot. Rumble. More than 10 lives were lost in an instant, but the remaining heavenly lightning continued to strike. Thunder and lightning continued to roar above the foot of the mountain. After a while, the foot of the mountain regained its tranquility. Other than the 4 people who were dumbfounded, there were only the mountain rocks and the mountain path that had been charred black. However, the charred area was covered by the night sky. Apart from the rising smoke, it couldn't be seen. The tranquility only lasted for a few breaths. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds above the lightning, hitting the faces of the dumbfounded people, the corpses that were killed by the lightning and even the Jianghu Ridge. After the time it took to finish a meal, the thick clouds gradually moved away, revealing the half-moon in the sky. The raindrops also gradually thinned out. Xiao Jin seemed to have woken up from a dream and said coldly to the 2 Buddhist elders, "Both of you scram back to the country of Danliang and tell that Xiao Jun. This old man has the protection of my Taoist god. I don't need his hypocritical kindness. Also, pass on this old man's words to him. When this old man is tired of living in the hidden immortal continent, I'll return to the country of Danliang and take back the throne that belongs to this old man." The 2 Buddhist sect elders looked in horror at Western Ridge Lei and the others who had been struck to death by the heavenly lightning. Then they looked at the charred ground. Finally they looked at themselves, who were unharmed, and the slightly muddy mountain. They exchanged glances and bowed deeply to Xiao Jian. Then they rushed down the mountain path in a sorry state and gradually disappeared. "Master." Yuanya finally dared to speak. He said with an incredulous tone, "Disciple. Disciple isn't dreaming, right?" "Yeah." Xiao Daoist still dragged his voice and called out, "Yes, master." Yuanya replied absent-mindedly, "Come here." "Yes, master." "Use all your strength and pull this old man's arm." Xiao Daoist's words floated like a gust of wind. "Yes, master." "Ah." Xiao Daoist's miserable scream was comparable to a pig being slaughtered. "Damn it, this old man told you to use all your strength, not to torture this old man to death. Yes, master. Yuan Ye's voice didn't carry any shock. Instead, there was a hint of confusion. This disciple didn't use much strength. Damn it, looks like this isn't a dream. Xiao Daoist looked at the bruise on his arm and sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a trace of excitement in his mouth. Is this master's divine ability? Yuan Ye moaned and stuttered in a low voice. Master? Is he human? Chapter 3192. Xiao Daoist sneered. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said, "This old man's luck is good. The gods and Buddhas in the sky are protecting this old man. Heavenly thunder bombardment is not something an ordinary cultivator can use. Although Senior Xiao is powerful, if he could cultivate to this level, it would be impossible even in 1,000 years." At this moment, Xiao Daoist seemed to have thought of something. He coldly looked at the dark clouds in the sky and the darkness that was like a fierce beast. He didn't think that the inconceivable ability of summoning heavenly thunder was done by Xiao Hua, whose meridians were completely blocked. Instead, he thought of the Xiao Jun. That's right, Xiao Jin had always thought that Xiao Jun had sent people to monitor him and prevent him from retaliating. However, he didn't expect that the situation was the complete opposite of what he thought. These people monitoring him were actually protecting him. How could he remain calm? This old man is already like this. What do you want to do? Are you pitying this old man? Damn it, this old man doesn't care. Suddenly, Xiao Jian couldn't help but roar at the night sky like a hungry wolf. Master? Yuan Ye didn't understand these things and looked at Xiao Jian strangely. Forget it. You go see what Senior Xiao is doing. Xiao Daoist dejectedly lowered his head and waved his hand. Yes, master. Yuan Ye's unchanging answer quickly rushed into the Jianghu temple. In the west room there was a huge wooden bucket. It was the one that Yuan Ye used to clean his dog. At this moment the girl called Xiao Yun was soaking in it. Unexpectedly, a string of bubbles appeared in the clear water. Not only did it make a goo 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 sound, it even showed signs of boiling. As for Lu Yi, his starry eyes stared at Xiao Yun's tightly closed eyes and her slightly reddened face. The anxiety on his face lessened. What? Xiao Hua saw Yuan Ye rush into the west room. He didn't raise his head and asked indifferently, "Is it raining outside? Was there thunder just now?" Yes. Yuan Ye faced Xiao Hua. It was as if the word master had disappeared and he was used to answering. Oh, that's good. Spring rain is as precious as oil. Right now is the planting season. More rain is good for the crops. Right, if it rains, don't forget to put away the clothes. Xiao Hua's answer was really out of Yuan Ye's expectations. He didn't understand what it meant by spring rain is as precious as oil. Also, did someone find trouble with your master? Do you need this old man to take action? Speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua seemed to have suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked with concern. Facing Xiao Hua's sincere smile, Yuan Ye felt guilty for no reason. He waved his hand and said, "No need. Master has already sent those people away." That's great. Xiao Hua raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. If Daoist Xiao can handle it yourself, then that would be for the best. This old man will take a good look at this little girl. As he spoke, Xiao Hua once again stretched out his hand. His index finger and middle finger were placed together, precisely at the location of Xiao Yun's wrist where her pulse was. However, Xiao Hua's brows were tightly knitted together, a rare kind of doubt appearing on his face. Senior? Yuan Ye opened his mouth wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say, so he simply stopped asking and turned away. Immortal Elder. After Yuan Ye left, Louis couldn't help but ask, "How is Xiao Yun?" Strange. It's really strange. Xiao Hua answered almost without hesitation. At the same time, the Dharma eye in between his brows slowly opened. The torrential rain at the Jianghu temple was very strange. Naturally, compared to the torrential rain, the falling thunder was even more worrying. That was the heavenly thunder that directly killed more than 10 people out of thin air. Xiao Jian didn't have the guts to hide this matter. He didn't even wait for Dawn to personally come to the Longevity Town's government office to report it. He didn't dare to let Yuan Ye handle this kind of matter. Yuan Ye would only make things worse. The Longevity Town's government office naturally belonged to the country of Shi's king, and also had its own set of rules. When the government office received the report, it was also as if they were struck by lightning. The Cloak Gang was able to run rampant in Longevity Town for so many years, so how could the official not know? When he received Xiao Jian's report, he almost wanted to smash Xiao Jian into prison at the first moment. Fortunately, the Jianghu temple was no longer the same as before. The official didn't know, but the advisor and others who knew Longevity Town like the back of their hand immediately dissuaded him. The person was already dead who would care about the benefits he gave when he was alive. Thus, the official brought his entourage and also didn't wait for dawn to arrive at the Jianghu temple. They investigated the entire Jianghu ridge from top to bottom. They even checked the place where Jing Mao and the others died more than 10 times. Even when the advisor and others were suspicious, they even invited Longevity Academy's principal Zhu Junfeng to investigate the Jianghu temple at dawn. However, the situation of the falling thunder killing more than 10 people was indeed strange, but the torrential rain that followed was also normal. Although Zhu Junfeng was extremely suspicious of Jing Mao's death, he really didn't think that this kind of power that was close to the 5th level of essence power, and this kind of power that surpassed the 5th level was something that the 3 Taoist cultivators of the Jianghu temple could do. Of course, this conclusion was also reached after he used the eye-clearing technique to see Xiaohua's cultivation. Moreover, he didn't even think that in the entire country of Shi, other than those elders in the sects who had long disappeared, no one else could have this kind of cultivation. The only possibility was that Jing Mao and the others were really unlucky. It was really because they were full of evil that they died under the heavenly thunder strike. Since the Jianghu town's officials believed that Jing Mao was killed by the heavenly thunder strike, and even Longevity Town's principal Zhu didn't nod his head and tacitly agreed, then the one who benefited the most was none other than Taoist Xiao Jianxiao. Although he didn't say that Jing Mao of the Cloak Gang came to find trouble with him, but in the night, that rainbow-like sword light was still seen by the lonely and idle people at night. What did this mean? As long as they made a little contact, they would immediately get the same explanation as Jing Mao's words. The Jianghu temple was favored by Taoist Xiao, the god of the sea. Ordinary people couldn't possibly hurt Taoist Xiao, who was a loner of the Taoist lineage. Not to mention that there was such concrete evidence, even if there were some vague rumors before, it would attract many kind men and women to burn incense. Now that the Jianghu temple was in an uproar, there was no reason for the incense to not flourish. Early in the morning of the 7th day from the beginning, there were a few men and women probing. Until late in the morning, groups of men and women swarmed into the Jianghu temple. Taoist Xiao Jianxiao didn't even want to set up a divination stall in the Longevity Town, let alone set up a divination stall in the Jianghu temple. It was so noisy for more than 3 days. Until the evening of the 9th day, Xiao Jin suddenly received a sealed letter from Yuanya. That letter was red, and there was a small goose feather pasted on the outside. When Xiao Jin saw the letter, he frowned because he knew that if there was a goose feather pasted on the letter, it meant that it was extremely urgent. He wanted to open the letter as soon as he saw it. But what was in the Longevity Town that made Taoist Xiao Jianxiao so anxious? This was simply impossible. Therefore, Taoist Xiao didn't care at all. After all, tomorrow was the day of the competition between the Jianghu temple and the Shaojin temple. That was the day of the immortal Buddha ceremony. It was also a big matter for the Shaojin temple and the Jianghu temple. After that day there could only be one temple in the entire Jianghu town. Of course, Taoist Xiao was sure that the Shaojin temple would definitely be destroyed under his plan. Compared to the big matter of the next day, this goose feather letter was obviously insignificant. Taoist Xiao could even see the perverted smile of the Shaojin temple's bald head in the goose feather letter. The goose feather letter had been thrown in the corner for 2 hours already. Xiao Jin didn't even ask Yuanya how he received the goose feather letter. After Xiao Jin sent off the last batch of worshippers and said that there was an even more important challenge the next day, the last batch of worshippers left resentfully with some copper coins. Even if Xiao Jin was willing to fulfill their wishes, Taoist Xiao wouldn't be happy. To make the descendants of worshippers who didn't have any children be comparable to the sand on the beach. Even if Xiao Hua was given 100 times more power, he still wouldn't be satisfied. Xiao Jin, who was lying on the bed, stretched his body. He tossed and turned but couldn't get up. Maybe it was because of the competition the next day, or maybe it was because he was still worried about something, but he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. When he saw the goose feather letter in the corner, he simply lit the oil lamp and sat up. As the saying goes, if you don't find it strange, you will be defeated. Taoist Xiao had already made up his mind to not believe anything, so he opened the goose feather letter. However, when he finished reading the words inside, Xiao Jin immediately jumped up from the bed. Because this goose feather letter only had a few words written on it. My daughter is sick. Taoist Xiao, please have mercy. Signed off, Hao Jianzhong. Although the name written on the goose feather letter was Hao Jianzhong, Xiao Jin's gaze didn't stop on these 3 words for a moment. His mind immediately appeared in Changxing town. Under the scorching afternoon sun, sitting in a small sedan chair, the kind Hao family's young miss who wanted to give him copper coins. With this thought, how could Xiao Jian still stay in the East Room? Those few copper coins in the afternoon, those few meat buns when he was hungry, it was no different from sending charcoal in the snow. Amidst the cold words and disdainful gazes of the bystanders, the Hao family's young miss' clear gaze, that faint smile, and that questioning that didn't contain any meaning of charity, immediately drove away Xiao Jian's tiredness. The Hao family's young miss was in trouble. How could Xiao Jian just stand by and watch? Moreover, he had also told Xiao Hua that if there was any difficulty, he should go and find the Hao family's young miss. Now that Squire Hao's letter for help was in front of him, how could he not go? But just as he took the things and valiantly rushed out of the east wing, the cold wind in front of him blew away his impulse. Yes, the goose feather letter mentioned Daoist Xiao. It must be that Squire Hao knew about the miracle of Jiangchao Temple and Daoist Xiao's magical ability, so he thought of me in this crisis. But am I Daoist Xiao? I'm afraid that if I don't bring Yuanya, I won't dare to go to Jiangchao Temple, right? The Hao family's young miss is sick. If it was an ordinary illness, only the doctor in the medical hall would be able to deal with it. Squire Hao might not think of Jiangchao Temple. But since he mentioned Daoist Xiao, it must be a thorny matter. I'm afraid this old man will have to discuss it with Senior Xiao. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Jian secretly walked to the west room. The west room didn't change much from a few days ago. The water in the big wooden barrel was still steaming. Xiao Yun was still lying inside and hadn't woken up. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua couldn't think of a good way to wake her up. In a corner of the west room, Lu Yi had already curled up his small body and fallen asleep. This child was mentally and physically exhausted, and his body was also deeply damaged by the cloak gang. Now that he was in front of Xiao Hua, he didn't have to worry about anything. How could he endure? In a day he was only awake for 4 to 6 hours. The rest of the time he was sleeping soundly. Chapter 3193. Master. Yuanya appeared behind Xiao Jian like a ghost. What's the matter? Xiao Jian scolded unhappily. What does this old man have to tell you? Yes, master. Yuanya left even more quietly than before. Xiao Jian actually didn't notice Yuanya's figure leaving. Damn it. Xiao Jian couldn't help but curse. Who's master? Fellow Xiao, what's the matter? Xiao Hua, who had his eyes closed, had no choice but to open them. In the past few days there had been too many people in the Jiangchao Temple. There were devout people, but there were even more opportunistic people. There were even a few villains suppressed by the cloak gang in Longevity Town who came to the Jiangchao Temple to sound out the situation. This made Xiao Hua very impatient. He originally had many methods to kill Zheng Mao and the others, but he chose to use Heavenly Thunder. Afterwards, wasn't he just trying to hide in peace? Today he saw Xiao Jian, who had been too busy to come to the West Wing, come here at night. He knew that there was something troublesome and had to ask. Senior, please take a look. Xiao Jian gave the goose feather letter to Xiao Hua and told him his thoughts. Oh, it's that little girl. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He didn't like Xiao Jian's unscrupulous and lies, but he still approved of Xiao Jian's gratitude. Now that he saw the goose feather letter, he thought of the sedan chair that day and asked, "It's already late. What do you think?" This letter was sent in the afternoon close to dusk. Xiao Jian said honestly. As for who it was, disciple already doesn't know, master. Yuanya, who had just disappeared, appeared again and said in a low voice, it was a white-haired old man. He looked very anxious and hurried. He gave this strange letter to disciple and left in a hurry. That old man is probably a servant of the Hao family. Xiao Jian looked at Yuanya and then looked at the night outside. Although it's already late, disciple has no choice but to go. That day, disciple clearly told senior that if I ran out of copper coins, I would have to go to the Hao family's young miss to eat. Now that the Hao family's young miss is in trouble, disciple naturally has to help. What else did that old man say? Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Jian and turned to look at Yuanya and asked again. That old man asked me to tell master that no matter how late it is, as long as master is free, he can go. Yuanya also answered honestly, but master was very busy at that time. He didn't wait for me to say this before asking me to leave. Haha, since that's the case, then just go. Why have you come to this old man's place? Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jian and asked curiously. Since Squire Hao said that he was asking Daoist Xiao for help, it must be a great disaster. If it weren't for Daoist Xiao, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Xiao Jian smiled and said, "Disciple knows his own limits. It's difficult to save the Hao family's eldest miss from this abyss of suffering. Senior, please help me." Xiao Hua didn't know much about Longevity Town. That Hao family's eldest young miss was one of the most unique people in the beautiful scenery. Thinking of that afternoon's calm and respect, Xiao Hua could only stand up, look at Xiao Yun in the wooden barrel and say with a bitter smile, "This trouble hasn't been solved yet and now another trouble has come. There are so many troubles in this world." This girl? Xiao Jin had never asked before, but he could not help but feel curious. "You don't understand. It's pointless to talk to you." Xiao Hua was not polite at all. He waved his hand and said, "This old man will go with you to the Hao family." "Thank you, senior." Xiao Jin laughed and hurriedly called out to Yuan Ya, "Yeah. Quick, you run fast. Quickly go down the mountain and find an ox cart." "Why find an ox cart?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xiao Jin smiled and said, "It's already late at night. If I wait until we reach Squire Hao's house, wouldn't it be daybreak?" Xiao Hua frowned and said, "Can't we just fly over?" "Senior." Xiao Jin was a bit surprised. "You can fly?" "Ah," Xiao Hua laughed. "That's right, if it was 10 days ago, let alone fly, he wouldn't even be able to stand steadily. Let's go." Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out a flying talisman. Using what little magic power he had left, he placed it on his own body. He then grabbed Xiao Jian's neck and said, "Don't be afraid. Just point out the location of Squire Hao's house to this old man." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiao Jian didn't feel awkward being grabbed by Xiao Hua's neck at all. Instead, he felt that Xiao Hua was even more mysterious. Xiao Hua activated the flying talisman and flew out of the Taoist temple with Xiao Jian. They flew into the dark night. Yuan Ye jumped onto the banyan tree and stared at Xiao Hua's back. His eyes were filled with envy and fanaticism. Even after Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, he was still unwilling to leave. That night, Yuan Ye didn't play his mournful musical instrument, which was a rare occurrence. Under Xiao Jian's guidance, Xiao Hua quickly found the location of Squire Hao's house among the tens of thousands of lights. He saw that it was a manor that was several mu in size. The manor was brightly lit and it looked very lively. Xiao Hua only used his divine sense to scan the manor and roughly knew what was going on inside. Thus, he brought Xiao Jian to a place not far from the manor. He looked at the door of Squire Hao's house that was also hung with a few lanterns and said to Xiao Jian, "Taoist Xiao, in front of others, this Xiao is your follower. You should do whatever you need to do. If you encounter anything abnormal, the Xiao will naturally act. Do you understand?" "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiao Jian nodded. He smiled and pointed at his cloth bag and the peachwood sword in it and said, "Otherwise, this disciple wouldn't have taken these things." And Xiao Hua nodded. Then Xiao Jian cupped his hands towards Xiao Hua and walked towards the door of Squire Hao's house. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and put his hands in the sleeves of his Taoist robe and slowly followed behind Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua wasn't familiar with Longevity Town and was even more unfamiliar with Squire Hao's house. Although he had seen a bit, he was still confused. Since it was like this, why not let Xiao Jian take the lead and make things clear? If it was really worth Xiao Hua taking action, then it wouldn't be too late for Xiao Hua to take action. "Io? Taoist Xiao. Taoist Xiao." Outside the door of Squire Hao's house, there was a white-haired old man. That old man had been looking in another direction, but when he heard the footsteps behind him and turned around to see Xiao Jian's figure, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly rushed out of the house and said with a smile, "You really came. This old man has been waiting here for you for more than 2 hours. I thought you wouldn't come." "Who knew?" As he spoke, the old man looked behind Xiao Jian with some confusion and asked curiously, "It seems like it's not easy to come here from Squire Jiangchao Temple?" He. Although Xiao Jian liked the old man's respect, his expression didn't change at all. He cupped his hands and said, "When this Xiao received your house's goose feather letter, I knew that there was a great secret inside, and it was also a big matter. However, in the past few days, there were indeed too many people coming to my Squire Jiangchao Temple. Many things were urgent, so I had no choice but to deal with those even more urgent matters. When I had to deal with the matters that I had to deal with personally, then I handed over some matters that could be avoided to my disciple. I brought this Taoist friend to your house. I wonder who this old man is." "Oh, this old man is Squire Hao Yulong of Squire Hao Mansion." The old man hurriedly smiled and said, "This afternoon, this old man brought Squire Hao's goose feather letter to Squire Jiangchao Temple to meet Taoist Xiao." Seeing that Xiao Jian didn't answer his question, Hao Yulong didn't dare to ask any more and hurriedly said, It's just that there are too many good people in Squire Jiangchao Temple. This old man saw that Taoist Xiao couldn't find the time, so I gave the goose feather letter to your disciple and, at this point Hao Yulong hurriedly stopped and said with a smile, however, this old man told your disciple that no matter how late it was, as long as Taoist Xiao was free, he had to come. This old man knew that Taoist Xiao would definitely keep his promise, so I've been waiting here. Come, my squire has been eagerly waiting for Taoist Xiao's arrival. As he spoke, Hao Yulong hurriedly asked Xiao Jian to come forward. At the same time he also very politely nodded to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't mind. He grinned and closed his eyes again. Following Hao Yulong to the entrance of the Hao mansion, Xiao Jian felt a bit emotional as he looked at the entrance of the cave. He understood in his heart that for a big family like Squire Hao in Longevity Town, the entrance wouldn't be open very often. Unless it was an important guest, they would have to go through the side entrance. He had also been to Squire Lu's house before, but every time he entered through the side entrance, he had never received such courtesy. Now that Squire Hao had opened the entrance, Xiao Jian had already received a courtesy that he had never received before. Quick, inform the squire that Taoist Xiao from Squire Jiangchao Temple has arrived. Hao Yulong immediately shouted towards the entrance as soon as he reached the entrance. There was a similar response from inside and the sound of footsteps hurriedly went away. Squire Hao, seeing how respectful the Hao mansion was, Xiao Jian's heart couldn't help but become nervous again. He glanced at Xiao Hua who seemed to be asleep behind him and whispered to Hao Yulong, "What illness does Miss Hao have? Why is there such a big lineup? If possible, I would like to ask Squire Hao to reveal a thing or two in advance. If it's an ordinary illness, there's naturally no need to invite Taoist Xiao." Hao Yulong seemed to have something that he couldn't say, so he only sighed and said, "This matter is hard to explain in a few words. I'll have to ask Taoist Xiao to move your toes. Once you enter my mansion you'll naturally know." Oh. Seeing that Hao Yulong didn't say anything, Xiao Jian could only nod his head, but the doubts in his heart grew even stronger. After entering the Hao mansion's entrance, a few servants wearing green clothes and small hats immediately came up to greet them. These servants had respectful expressions on their faces, as well as the green bricks, green tiles, carved beams, and painted pillars along the way, and even the strange flowers and plants in the night didn't attract Xiao Jian's attention. He had always been wondering what exactly happened to Miss Hao. After passing through a fragrant garden, he was met with a white wall that was as tall as two people. On the wall there were strange windows that looked like fans, flags, fishes, and birds. A fat old man was standing in front of the only moon gate on the wall. He was wearing a bright official's robe. Chapter 3194. Squire Hao. Xiao Jian seemed to have seen this old man before. Without waiting for the old man to speak, he quickly walked forward and shouted. Squire Hao's expression was somewhat dispirited. Although there was a kind of expectation in his eyes, it was extinguished in the darkness of the night. However, after hearing Xiao Jian's shout, Squire Hao raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. He walked out of the moon gate and cupped his hands. Taoist Master Xiao. I have heard of Taoist Master Zhao's reputation, but I have never had the chance to meet you. Now that I have seen you today, it is just as I thought. You have the demeanor of an immortal. I don't dare. Xiao Jian cupped his hands and said, I am only one of the thousands of cultivators in my Taoist sect. Because of the favor of the sea god, the Jiangchao Temple was able to bring Taoist Master Zhao's favor to the people of Longevity Town. I'm only standing in. Xiao Jian's routine of modesty. However, before he could finish speaking, dang. From the moon gate came the sound of a wooden fish, which made Xiao Jian frown. Xiao Jian's words were immediately interrupted. He looked at the shadow behind Squire Hao with a puzzled expression. Taoist Master Xiao. Squire Hao's face was slightly embarrassed. He said in a low voice, I have sent the goose feather letter to the Jiangchao Temple, but I haven't seen Taoist Master Xiao for a long time. I know that the Jiangchao Temple is very popular now, so Taoist Master Xiao doesn't have much time. Therefore, I thought of the monks of the small gold temple. Of course, the small gold temple can't be compared to the Jiangchao Temple, but it is better than nothing, right? Therefore, I took the liberty to invite the monks of the small gold temple. Of course, since Taoist Master Xiao is here, I will drive these monks away. After saying that, Squire Hao pretended to turn around. Xiao Jian's heart was as clear as a mirror. Hao Yulong, his name was changed, must have sent the goose feather letter to him and immediately left for the small gold temple without waiting for his reply. Since Squire Hao had invited the monks of the small gold temple and the Jiangchao Temple, How could he drive them away? What he said just now was just polite words. If he had followed his words, he would have been the one to be driven away. Therefore, Xiao Jian quickly pulled Squire Hao's sleeve and said, "Squire Hao's words." "What do you mean, Daoist Xiao?" Squire Hao wasn't surprised that Xiao Jian stopped him, but he still asked. Shaojin Temple is a branch of Buddhism. Naturally, it has its own unique side. Xiao Jian said with a smile, "Since they have come, let them make the first move. It wouldn't be too late for little Taoist to make his move when they were helpless. Otherwise, wouldn't the official lose face?" Hee, that's true, that's true. Squire Hao slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. "I invited them here. If I drive them away now, wouldn't it seem like I'm disrespecting Buddha?" The Taoist priest's reminder was the best. "Even if they can't, we can't not give them a chance." Exactly, exactly. Xiao Jian nodded with a smile. "This Taoist is." Squire Hao looked at Xiao Hua behind Xiao Jian and asked in a low voice after finishing his polite greeting. "Oh, this is also a fellow Taoist from the Taoist school. He is passing by the Longevity Town." Xiao Jian said hurriedly, "He heard that there will be an immortal Buddhist ceremony tomorrow, and my Jiangchao temple will accept the challenge of Shaojin Temple. Therefore he stayed to help little Taoist. However, he is not good with words. I hope Squire Hao can understand." "I see." Squire Hao nodded. It seemed that he didn't care about the challenge. He said, "Then please come in." "Squire Hao, please." Xiao Jian raised his hand and gestured. Squire Hao didn't stand on ceremony. He turned around and entered the moon gate. When he turned his head, an indescribable gloom appeared in his eyes. It was more obvious than the shadow between the light and the darkness. Xiao Jian glanced at the silent Xiao Hua and the butler Hao Yulong, who was frowning beside Xiao Hua. His heart felt heavy. Generally speaking, Squire Hao should have told him what happened to the Hao family. Then he would have thought about how to deal with the moon gate. However, Squire Hao's abnormality made Xiao Jian's heart skip a beat. Squire Hao must have encountered something very difficult or even something very embarrassing. That was why he couldn't speak. Xiao Jian was afraid that he could only adapt according to the situation. After passing through the moon gate, what came into view was an extremely tall and lush osmanthus tree. Under the osmanthus tree, there was a two-story embroidered building which was brightly lit. Around the embroidered building, there were several bald monks sitting cross-legged. Each of them had a wooden fish in their hands and they were tapping it merrily. The murmuring of sutras flowed out from their mouths. In front of the monks was a 3-foot-high Zen platform. Another monk wearing a yellow kasaya was sitting cross-legged on it. He held a Zen staff in his hand and wore a monk's crown on his head. He was also chanting something with his eyes closed. Although this monk's back was facing Xiao Jian, and it was night time, Xiao Jian could recognize at a glance that this monk was Ming Fa of Shaojin Temple. Strange, Xiao Jian was surprised. What's wrong with Shaojin Temple today? Why didn't the old monk Ming Yu come? Why did they only send Ming Fa? Damn it, this old man's reputation has fallen. Thinking of this, Xiao Jian looked around again. Behind these monks were some vulgar housewives. They were standing with their sleeves pulled up. Their gazes passed over the monks' bald heads and fell on the lights of the embroidered building. Looking at the surroundings of the embroidered building, at the edge of the flowers and trees, there were burly men holding swords and other weapons in their hands. They were guarding there very vigilantly. Ah, bitter? Seeing the Hao clan's formation, Xiao Jian first felt regret in his heart. Damn it, why did I open the goose feather letter for no reason? Leaving it there. Even if Minister Hao blames me, I can just say that I didn't see it. Now I've received a hot potato. Last time when Minister Lu invited me over, it wasn't like this. I just don't know if Senior Xiao can. Thinking of this, Xiao Jian couldn't help but slightly turn his head and glance at Xiao Hua from the corner of his eyes. Xiao Hua still had the same expression. He narrowed his eyes and no expression could be seen. On the contrary, when Hao Yulong saw Xiao Jian turn his head, he hurriedly walked over and whispered, "Taoist Xiao." The place in front of the embroidered building was originally reserved for Taoist Xiao. However, when Taoist Xiao didn't come, Master Ming Fa of the small gold temple came and had no choice but to give it to them. It doesn't matter. Xiao Jian saw that Minister Hao was already sitting on a brocade chair not far away. His gaze once again returned to the embroidered building. How could he still care about this matter? He asked again, "Now that things have come to this, can the housekeeper tell me the reason for this matter?" "Yes, Taoist Xiao, this way please." Hao Yulong nodded in agreement and extended his hand to lead Xiao Jian to walk under the cassia tree. Just as the three of them walked past the cassia tree, there was a loud rustling sound. The cassia tree shook violently for no reason, and leaves fell from the cassia tree, scattering all over Xiao Jian and the others. Not only was Xiao Jian startled, but it also attracted the attention of the monks of the small gold temple. Their gazes, sharper than swords, instantly clashed with Xiao Jian's gaze several times. On the contrary, Hao Yulong didn't have any abnormalities. It was as if he had already experienced this. Seeing that Hao Yulong didn't panic and Xiao Hua still had that deadpan expression, Xiao Jian's heart calmed down. There was even a trace of a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. The back of the embroidered building was also brightly lit. However, there weren't any of the Hao family's housewives. Instead, there was a lonely offering table. There were also a few maids gathered around it. Everyone's face was filled with panic. They were originally whispering, but when they saw Hao Yulong coming over, they hurriedly shut up. On the offering table, there were a pair of candles, several pieces of yellow paper, and some miscellaneous things. It seemed that the Hao family had already prepared everything. Daoist Xiao. Hao Yulong pointed at the things on the offering table and said in a low voice, "These were all prepared by this old man. What else do you need?" "No need." Xiao Jian answered very satisfactorily, "These things are enough. However, housekeeper Hao still needs to clearly explain to me what happened here. Otherwise, I won't be able to subdue the demon." It's hard to explain in a few words. Hao Yulong sighed and explained the matter in a low voice. Although Hao Yulong's voice was soft, Xiao Hua, who was at the side, heard it clearly. It turned out that this embroidered building was where the Hao family's young miss lived. This Hao family's young miss was usually kind. When she encountered injured or homeless small animals that no one wanted to adopt, she would bring them back home. The empty space near the embroidered building was usually occupied by those small animals. Moreover, after these small animals recovered, the Hao family's young miss was reluctant to give them away. Thus, the entire courtyard was in a bit of a mess. If the Hao family was poor, the Hao family's young miss naturally wouldn't be so kind. The family also wouldn't allow this kind of indulgence. However, the Hao family didn't care about money. They only wanted the Hao family's young miss to be happy. Not only did the Hao family's young miss's maids take care of these small animals, even the other family servants often came to help. After a long time, there would naturally be mistakes. Once, after the young miss of the Hao family saved an unknown little beast, the first thing that the little beast did after waking up was to bite off the arm of a housekeeper. Then it swallowed most of the animals in the small courtyard. Only then did it calmly escape under the vigilance of the Hao family's guards, who were on guard against a great enemy. Fortunately, the Hao family's young miss wasn't in the embroidered building at this time and thus escaped disaster. Ever since that danger, Squire Hao no longer allowed the Hao family's young miss to take in small animals. However, the Hao family's young miss was after all kind-hearted. When she saw unattended kittens and puppies, she couldn't help but take care of them behind Squire Hao's back. Squire Hao couldn't do anything about it. He could only tell the Hao family's young miss's maids that they were only allowed to take care of and take in common animals. Moreover, once these animals recovered, they had to be released or given away. They absolutely weren't allowed to appear near the embroidered building. Chapter 3195. Another few years passed and nothing unusual happened. Young Miss Hao's good name was well known in Longevity Town. However, a few days ago, on the third day after Miss Hao met Daoist Xiao, Miss Hao's mood suddenly changed. First, she panicked and asked her maidservant to call Squire Hao over and said some strange things. Then, after Squire Hao left, she seemed to have gone mad. Not only did she cry bitterly, but she also screamed hysterically. In particular, yesterday Miss Hao no longer ate, nor did she allow anyone to enter the embroidery tower. Not to mention that the food that had been sent in was thrown out. Even the ordinary guards who tried to force their way in were knocked unconscious by some inexplicable thing on the embroidery tower and thrown out. Squire Hao walked around the embroidery building for a day and a night. He couldn't enter the building no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't even see his daughter, so he had to think of another way. At this time, miracles appeared one after another in the Jianghu temple. Squire Hao immediately sent Hao Yulong to the Jianghu temple to ask Xiao Jian to come and subdue the demon. However, because he had to care about his face and Miss Hao's reputation, he didn't dare to make a big fuss. After hearing Hao Yulong's words, Xiao Jian felt a little strange. He looked at the lights of the embroidery tower and then looked at Hao Yulong. He said in a low voice, "Housekeeper Hao, what you said really makes me confused. Kindness is a good thing. Even Daoist Xiao and the sea god have to protect you. But what does the adoption of small animals have to do with Miss Hao's embroidery building and Miss Hao's strange behavior?" Could it be that there are small animals in the embroidery building again? If you don't explain it clearly, how can I subdue the demon? Unexpectedly, Hao Yulong really didn't say anything. He pointed at the offering table in front of him with a wry smile and said, Taoist Xiao, don't you know better than me if there are any strange things? Besides, you can't always listen to me, right? If you want to subdue the demon, you have to do it first, right? The monks in the Shaojin temple have been practicing for a long time. When Xiao Jin heard this, he knew that if he did not show his true ability, housekeeper Hao might not say anything. Therefore he nodded his head and walked a few steps to the altar. He took down the cloth bag from his shoulder and carefully placed it beside the altar. Then he took out a pen, a bell, and the peachwood sword that he often held. After finishing his preparations, Xiao Jin turned his head and said to Xiao Hua, Fellow Taoist, please come and protect this poor Taoist. And Xiao Hua responded. He looked at the things on the altar and was somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand what kind of magic power these things had. However, Xiao Hua still walked to Xiao Jin's side. After waiting for Xiao Hua to stand still, Xiao Jin turned towards the embroidery building and stretched out his hand. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. Then he raised his head and lightly reprimanded like spring thunder. Then he slapped his hand on the altar and very skillfully caught the brush that was slapped. Shwa. The brush streaked across the air and accurately touched the ink that had been ground beforehand. When the tip of the brush was full of ink, rise. Xiao Jin waved his hand again. His left hand landed on a piece of yellow paper on the altar like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Another few crisp sounds of paper. Several pieces of yellow paper were grasped in Xiao Jin's hands. Boundless Tao Lord. Xiao Jin chanted a Tao name. The brush streaked through the air and several drops of ink danced in the air. Xiao Hua watched as the brush landed on the yellow paper in Xiao Jin's left hand. Between the dancing of dragons and dancing of phoenixes, rune-like words appeared on the yellow paper. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were continuous light sounds. One after another, realistic yellow runes appeared in Xiao Jin's brush. Then Xiao Jin threw them one after another in the air and they slowly floated down. Xiao Hua's heart also shattered along with these yellow runes. Damn this. This is the hidden immortal continent's yellow runes? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. He was somewhat unable to understand. Could it be that the hidden immortal continent's Taoist yellow runes are so easy to refine? Xiao Hua did not believe that Xiao Jin could refine yellow runes so easily. However, he also could not believe it. If Xiao Jin could not, how could he use it in such an important occasion? Moreover, looking at Xiao Jin's familiar appearance, it was far from the first or second time he used it. While Xiao Hua was flabbergasted, Xiao Jin continuously drew many yellow runes and these yellow runes scattered all over the ground. Even Hao Yulong's face was filled with respect and piety at this moment. Quick, at the end Xiao Jin threw a handful of yellow runes into the air. Then, with sharp eyes and nimble hands, he threw the brush in his hand onto the sacrificial table. His right hand reached out and grabbed the peachwood sword. His left hand even grabbed and the bell also fell into his hand. Following Xiao Jin's so-called incantation, the bell rang incessantly. Following the ringing of the bell, Xiao Jin stepped on the Big Dipper in front of the sacrificial table and the peachwood sword in his hand began to dance. In particular, Xiao Jin's mouth was chanting an indescribable incantation again. At the beginning Xiao Hua's brows were tightly knitted. He was very puzzled. However, after a moment, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth once again carried a smile. Because within Xiao Jin's dance, not only was there no magic power fluctuation, even the sword moves were sloppy and full of flaws. Xiao Hua was confident that he did not need to use any strength. As long as he attacked with one move, he would definitely heavily injure Xiao Jin. However, just as Xiao Hua was feeling disdainful, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared on the peachwood sword. At this moment he heard Xiao Jin's loud roar, "Tao Sovereign, help me!" Following Xiao Jin's angry roar, the peachwood sword in his hand suddenly became extremely methodical. It was as if it was a type of brilliant sword technique. With a wave of the peachwood sword, it hit the dozen or so yellow runes scattered in front of the sacrificial table. Boom boom. A few faint explosions sounded. The dozen or so yellow runes were all ignited. The sudden appearance of the flames frightened housekeeper Hao. Seeing the flickering flames, Xiao Jin became even more spirited. He actually jumped up from his original spot. His movements were very vigorous and his sword technique was even more wondrous. In just a short moment, the yellow runes that were scattered earlier all flew up. Moreover, they were all pierced and ignited by him one by one. Go, Xiao Jian's figure landed on top of the sacrificial table. The bell in his hand rang loudly and his Taoist robe fluttered. The peachwood sword even pierced the embroidered tower. All the yellow runes turned into fireballs and rushed towards the embroidered tower. Unfortunately, it was unknown whether Xiao Jian's magic power was insufficient or whether the demon within the embroidered tower was too powerful. Those fireballs only flew a few feet and were annihilated before they even touched the embroidered tower. They turned into ashes and scattered in the air. Evil creature. Xiao Jian's body slightly swayed on top of the sacrificial table. As if his magic power was insufficient, he actually jumped down from the sacrificial table. Immortal Elder. Xiao Hua naturally reached out his hand to support Xiao Jian, who landed on the ground. Hao Yulong also hurriedly went forward and shouted with some worry. Alas, the demon within the embroidered tower is somewhat strange. Xiao Jian sighed. This old man's magic power is limited. If housekeeper doesn't explain in detail, this old man won't have a detailed countermeasure. I'm afraid that I won't be able to subdue the demon. Hao Yulong was still hesitant. However, he turned his head and looked into the distance. Xiao Jian's movement just now had already attracted the attention of Squire Hao. However, seeing that Xiao Jian's method was ineffective, Squire Hao sat down again. Squire Hao had already seen Hao Yulong's gaze. He seemed to think for a moment and slightly nodded his head. Alas! After receiving Squire Hao's approval, Hao Yulong sighed. He looked at the embroidered tower and said, "Poor young lady. This matter involves young lady's innocence. Taoist Xiao, you have to swear that you won't speak of this matter to anyone else. This old man can only speak to you." Of course. Xiao Jian naturally also saw Squire Hao nod his head. He patted his own chest and said, "I don't dare to boast about other things, but I'm famous for being tight-lipped in Longevity Town. Since housekeeper Hao invited I here, I swear that I won't speak of this matter to anyone else." What about this Taoist? Hao Yulong turned his head and pointed at Xiao Hua. It seemed that because Xiao Hua was here, Hao Yulong didn't finish his words. Xiao Hua unhappily opened his eyes and coldly said, "Isn't it just a little white rabbit? What's the fuss about? You even want this old man to swear? Do you think it's worth it?" Hao Yulong's face was full of shock when he heard this. Even his hands were trembling. You actually know." Unfortunately, Xiao Hua closed his eyes again and ignored him. Housekeeper Hao. Xiao Jian's heart was clear. He laughed and said, "Since that's the case in I's opinion, there's no need to swear, right?" And then, Hao Yulong looked at Xiao Hua suspiciously and then at the embroidered tower. He really didn't know how Xiao Hua knew that there was a white rabbit in the embroidered tower. He could only nod and say, "It wasn't until after the incident that Master flew into a rage and interrogated young lady's maidservants one by one. Only then did he know that last summer, young lady saved an injured little white rabbit. Young lady was reluctant to give this rabbit away. She even loved it and kept it by her side every day and night. When the incident happened, only that rabbit was by young lady's side. So it's like that." Hao Yulong didn't say much and Xiao Jian didn't ask too much. However, Xiao Jian already knew that this rabbit was definitely not ordinary. Young lady Hao had been with this rabbit for so long that the word, innocence, had long been lost along with the river water of Liao River. This was the most important thing that Squire Hao was worried about. This was also the reason why Squire Hao didn't dare to make it public. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at his wit's end, Squire Hao definitely wouldn't have invited Shaojin Temple, Jiangchao Temple, and Buddhist sect to his home. As for Changxing Academy, Xiao Jian naturally knew that although the academy also had methods to subdue demons, there were many students in the academy. These young students were different from the monks of Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple. Not only did they come from all over Changxing Town, but they also had close ties with the young people of Changxing Town. If they subdued the demon, young lady Hao's matter would inevitably be exposed. Then, young lady Hao's future marriage and other matters would inevitably be troublesome. Xiao Jian laughed for no reason. Not to mention that he had the senior Xiao Hua behind him, it seemed that subduing any rabbit wouldn't be a problem. Even if he failed today, Squire Hao's hush money wouldn't be small, right? This kind of money thing that Xiao Jian liked the most. Chapter 3196. Taoist Priest. Seeing the smile on Xiao Jian's face, Hao Renjia's heart relaxed. He hurriedly said, "If it's possible, could you please cast the spell again? This little one will go and report to the master right away. Don't be anxious." Xiao Jin pulled Hao Renjie back and said with a smile, "Steward Hao, the matter of subduing the demon should be left to I. Furthermore, you have seen that the demon in the embroidered building is very powerful. Even if I cast the spell again, I don't know how effective it will be. If you report it now, I won't be able to subdue the demon. Wouldn't that make Steward Hao happy for nothing?" "Alright." Seeing that it wasn't Xiao Hua who was casting the spell, Hao Renjie frowned and said, "Then, please hurry up." Before Hao Renjie could finish his words, a few extremely high-pitched noises came from the embroidered building. As soon as the noises entered Xiao Jian's ears, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a kind of pain. At the same time, the osmanthus tree in front of the embroidered building shook violently. "Go, why are you all standing there stupidly? You only know how to watch from the sidelines. Quickly go and save the young miss." Steward Hao seemed to have endured for a long time and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't have the nerve to scold the monks of the Shaojin temple, so he could only vent his anger on his own family's soldiers. "Yes, yes." A man behind Steward Hao answered. He turned his head and pointed at a few of his family's soldiers. He shouted, "You all hurry up." "And you?" Steward Hao suddenly jumped up from his chair and kicked that man's leg. "Why would I raise you? Hurry up." "Yes, master." That family soldier didn't dare to be negligent. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a padao from his waist. When the other family soldiers behind him came to his side, he whispered a few orders. 4 or 5 people roared from all directions of the embroidered building and actually jumped into the air, rushing toward the tightly shut window at the bottom floor of the embroidered building. Bam bam. With a few crisp sounds, the window was smashed open by several people. The 5 of them fell into the embroidered building at almost the same time. However, before they could stabilize themselves, a faint brilliance flashed, and another black shadow flashed in front of everyone's eyes. "Ah!" With a few screams, the 5 of them flew out of the window at the entrance of the building. Their faces were all covered in blood, and their chests were all stained with fresh blood. "Useless things. Why would I hire you?" Steward Hao's face was ashen. He didn't care about the monks of the Shaojin temple who had forgotten to knock the wooden fish. "Master, I've tried my best." The guard who fell down tried his best to get up and shouted, "The people inside are not ordinary people." Amitabha, at this moment, Ming Fa stood up from the Zen platform and chanted Buddha's name. "Steward Hao, don't worry. Watch this poor monk subdue the demon." "Thank you, master." Steward Hao suppressed his anger and forced a smile. He cupped his hands and said, "These bald donkeys have been whispering here for a long time, right?" Xiao Jin immediately fanned the flames and asked Steward Hao. "Yes, I sent the goose feather letter to the Shaojin temple. I thought Zen Master Ming Yu would come in person. But only Zen Master Ming Fa came before the sky turned dark. Master didn't like it at first, but he brought a lot of monks with him. He also said that an expert came to the temple and Abbot Ming Yu had to stay in the temple to welcome him. Zen Master Ming Fa also said that an expert came to our longevity town. No matter what happened, the Shaojin temple would be able to solve it. That's why Master was happy. However, they knocked here for a long time." The wooden fish was about to break, but they didn't seem to have any effect. Humph, the Buddhist sect's dharma is naturally incomparable. But this Shaojin temple is only a wild fox Zen. I won't hide it from Steward Hao. I have been fighting with Shaojin Temple's Zen Master Ming Yu for a long time. If you don't believe me, you can go to Steward Lu's house and ask. Last time these bald donkeys were defeated by I. Xiao Jin immediately said. "This Ming Fa is a monk. How can he be a Zen master? I'm afraid that he doesn't have any tricks up his sleeves. When he can no longer pretend, he will have no choice but to come down and let I show off my skills." Cough cough. Steward Hao didn't know how to answer. He could only cough twice and say with a smile, "Let's see Shaojin Temple's methods." "Yes, this old man will wait and see." Xiao Hua, who was behind Xiao Jian, said proudly. Buzz buzz. Just as Xiao Jian was slandering the little gold temple, Ming Fa, who was on the Zen platform, reached out his hand and took out an alms bowl. The alms bowl was purple gold in color and looked very simple. Ming Fa then began to chant. At the same time, the dozen or so monks below the Zen platform also stopped knocking the wooden fish. They began to chant along with Ming Fa's Zen voice. Following the rhythm of yin and yang, strands of Buddhist light gradually gathered around the alms bowl. Rise. After a moment, Ming Fa raised his hand and formed a Buddhist seal. His slightly weak magic power rushed into the alms bowl. The alms bowl flashed with a faint Buddhist light and slowly flew into the sky. Ming Fa actually has this move. Xiao Jian couldn't help but cry out in surprise. As he spoke, Xiao Jian didn't forget to look at Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, he felt relieved. Seeing that the alms bowl was getting higher and the Buddhist light on it was getting stronger and stronger, Steward Hao couldn't help but feel a new hope in his heart. The alms bowl flew over the embroidered building and stopped in the air. Looking at Ming Fa, who was casting the spell, his forehead was already covered in sweat. It was clear that controlling such a Buddhist weapon was beyond his ability. Withdraw. Looking at the alms bowl, Ming Fa clenched his teeth and the Buddhist seal in his hand changed again. Wong wing. The alms bowl began to tremble. The Buddhist light on the alms bowl trembled and overflowed. It was like a lotus flower was gradually blooming layer by layer. When the lotus flower was extremely bright, a suction force came from the alms bowl. The suction force formed a pillar of light that covered the inside of the embroidered building. Wong wong. There was another strong hissing sound. Boom boom. Along with the hissing sound, there were another series of loud noises. The previously closed windows of the embroidered building were completely shaken open by the hissing sound. Even a few of the window frames were knocked out of the air. At the same time, the Buddhist light on the alms bowl was also fiercely flickering. A string of sparks came out from the edge of the pillar of light, creating a sizzling sound. Hiss. All of a sudden, a shadow of 10 feet in size suddenly appeared above the embroidered tower. The light above the embroidered tower flickered with a whoosh sound. The shadow actually ignored the embroidered tower and rushed straight into the night sky. It directly hit the end of the light beam, the shaking alms bowl. Boom. There was a loud sound. The Buddhist light on the alms bowl disappeared and it immediately fell from the sky. Puff puff. All of the chanting monks spat out blood and curled up. Even Ming Fa, who was on the meditation platform, was also dispirited and listless. He powerlessly watched the alms bowl fall to the ground with a clang sound. It rolled a few times and no longer made any sound. When he looked at the embroidered building again, he didn't know when the shadow had disappeared. The entire embroidered building was once again exposed to light. However, the windows were all wide open and not tightly shut like before. Father? On the embroidered building, a mournful voice called out, "You old man, don't do useless things here. It's better to quickly pack up and evacuate all of my Hao clan's 100+ people from Longevity Town. If we're late, no one will be able to leave Longevity Town alive." Daughter. When Minister Hao heard this, he couldn't help but cry. What's wrong with you? How can you still be so stubborn? How in the world are you so fascinated by that rabbit? Daughter, although your mother left early, father and you relied on each other for survival. Father has been kind to others all his life. Daughter, you're also kind to others. How can the heavens bear to treat my Hao clan like this? Father, if you don't leave now, I'll die in front of you today. Following a mournful cry, a face full of tears appeared in front of the broken window. Wasn't this the Hao clan's young miss that Xiao Hua saw on the streets of Longevity Town that day? However, the Hao clan's young miss was still sitting in a wooden wheelchair, her body just barely reaching the window. This Hao clan's young miss is actually unable to walk? Xiao Hua immediately understood. What a pity. Daughter. Can you not force father? Minister Hao cried out with a heart-wrenching voice. It's fine if you stay with it. Father would rather not ask about it, but this old man can't not see you. If you insist on leaving the Hao clan with it and leaving Longevity Town, how will you survive? What will you eat? What will you drink? You can't eat radishes and cabbages, right? Father? Hao clan's young Mrs. face was ashen. Why won't you listen to your daughter's words? How is your daughter as unbearable as you say? Your daughter only wants to tell father that Longevity Town is facing a great disaster. Other people's daughters might not be able to persuade you, but our Hao clan's daughter must say it. Even if father sees your daughter as a lunatic, your daughter must tell father. These few days, I'm afraid it's the final deadline. If father still doesn't agree, your daughter can only let it kidnap father. Daughter. Don't say any more. Minister Hao sighed. Father knows you've been charmed by that Uncle Rabbit. You only listen to its words. You only want to leave Longevity Town, that's why you made up such a lie. Don't be afraid. Shaojin Temple's monks and Jiangchao Temple's Taoist priests are useless. Father will go beg Longevity Academy's principal Zhu right now. Father will sacrifice his face. I'll save you from this Uncle Rabbit's hands. Father. You must not go. Hao clan's young miss was very anxious. She used her hand to push against the window and shouted, If you leave even half a step, your daughter will jump down from upstairs. Chirp chirp. Several horrifying screeches rang out. The previously broken window frames and other objects were suddenly broken and thrown high into the air. Several housewives and servant girls covered their ears in pain and squatted on the ground, paralyzed like mud. Those family guards also threw their weapons on the ground, doing their best to cover their ears. Aside from Xiao Hua, the others all showed pain on their faces, their bodies trembling. Chapter 3197. A white rabbit suddenly appeared on the windowsill where Hao family's young miss was. This rabbit was over 2 feet long and its entire body was snow white. The rabbit's fur all over its body stood up like sharp swords and its 2 ears were pointed straight at the night sky. Even its 2 scarlet-red eyes were currently as ferocious as blood. Yuh! Hao family's young miss saw this and hastily shouted. Squeak squeak. The rabbit suddenly stood up, and its 2 feet long body suddenly expanded as if it was being inflated. Hoo! A stream of black gas was blown out from the rabbit's mouth. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed towards the monk of the small golden temple who had just taken out the alms bowl. As the black gas rushed out, the rabbit's body shrank once again. It was even smaller than before and the rabbit's erect fur slowly became docile. Seeing that the black gas rushed towards the monks' heads, it immediately turned into a ball and slowly fell towards them. Ming Fa and the others knew that this black gas was powerful. However, they were already injured earlier and had no strength left from the rabbit's scream. Even if they wanted to escape now, they were unable to do so. Seeing the black gas fall, all the monks were entangled by the black gas. In a moment, their bodies tilted and they no longer moved. Damn it! Xiao Jian forcibly resisted the rabbit's sharp cry. Seeing that the monks were no longer moving, the rabbit turned its head and seemed to be looking at him. He couldn't help but cry out and his body retreated a few steps. However, what caused Xiao Jian to be greatly shocked was that the moment he retreated, the rabbit that had already relaxed immediately stood up with a whoosh sound. The rabbit's fur stood up again, and the whiskers at the corners of its mouth rapidly trembled up and down, as if it was facing a great enemy. Don't panic, Xiao Hua's calm voice sounded in Xiao Jian's ears again. Isn't this the time for the Temple of Tidal River to become famous? This old man has 2 little things here that can restrain this rabbit. Ah, Xiao Jian's heart trembled as he immediately remembered Xiao Hua's power. After he calmed down a little, he immediately saw that a black and a yellow object had appeared on the table in front of him at an unknown time. One was a black dog and the other was a yellow sable. You only need to give orders to these 2 little things. However, remember not to take this rabbit's life. Xiao Hua instructed again. Go! Xiao Jian was the best at taking advantage of the situation. Hearing Xiao Huaji's order, he didn't hesitate at all. He waved his Taoist robe and took out the 2 spiritual beasts as if he was the one who took them out. He shouted, Take down this rabbit. Woof! That black dog was Xiao He. Xiao He barked and the entire building became silent. Then Xiao He jumped into the air and flew towards the building. Following Blackie's lead, Goldie followed suit with a flick of its tail. Looking at the 2 little things that hadn't changed much in the past 100 years, Xiao Hua felt a trace of happiness in his heart. It was impossible to say that 100 years of quiet cultivation wasn't boring, especially for Xiao Hua's state of mind. After experiencing the abandonment of the Imperial Thunder sect, the coldness of Fairy Hong Xia, and the helpless death of Xue Xuehe, his heart had reached the lowest point in his life. Although Xue Xuehe and helplessness had a great opportunity after their deaths, they were still dead. When Xiao Hua was cultivating, fretting, and being invaded by his inner demons, he would enter the dark side of the space to explore. Moreover, the stone statue of Zhang Xiaohua that accompanied Xue Xuehe's soul also represented Xiao Hua, but in the end, it still hurt Xiao Hua's heart. In this extremely low point, Xiao Hua's only hope was Xiao Huang and Xiao He. The attachment of the 2 little guys, that kind of unwillingness to leave, made Xiao Hua feel warmth. At the same time, Xiao Hua's love for them also made Xiao Hua pass through the danger when he first entered seclusion. It could be said that Xiao Hua, Xiao Huang, and Xiao He were the pitiful grandfather and grandmother who depended on each other for survival. At the same time, it was this rare warmth that didn't cause any changes in Xiao Hua's heart due to the upheaval. The heart of that kind and simple country youth still existed in the rising perfected Xiao. Naturally, after 100 years of cultivation, Xiao Hua benefited a lot. Xiao Huang, Xiao He, and even Little Silver had also undergone indescribable changes. At the moment, Xiao He and Xiao Huang still looked so cute, but a change was already brewing in their bodies. This change was something Xiaohua didn't know about and couldn't predict. What Xiaohua knew was that this change needed to be accumulated and induced. If he simply stayed in the space, he was afraid that he would never be able to change. Therefore, Xiaohua was really ashamed to make a move on a rabbit that had just entered the market, but these two little things were just right. Chirp chirp. Just as Xiaohua was sighing with emotion, the rabbit had already moved. There was a strong neigh, like a powerful storm, with the embroidered building as the center, blowing in all directions. Dozens of family guards approached the embroidered building and cried out in unison. They curled up on the ground, blood starting to flow out of their ears. The leaves on the osmanthus tree fluttered down and scattered all over the open space in front of the embroidered building. Woof woof. Xiaohei was furious and barked wildly. That sound was very strange and it cancelled out the rabbit's neigh. Squire Hao and the others, who were already scared witless, weren't hurt by the rabbit. Xiaoyu. Seeing the rabbit flip out, Miss Hao's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, the rabbit's eyes were already red at that moment. Seeing that its neigh wasn't effective, it immediately kicked off with both legs and pounced at Xiao Huang. Its two front teeth, which were usually used to bite carrots, were now shining frighteningly brightly. Sure enough, a rabbit would bite when cornered. It really wasn't wrong. The rabbit was very strong. Even from far away, Xiao Hua could hear the sound of the wind. Furthermore, the rabbit was also very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had pounced in front of Xiao Huang. Hee, this rabbit actually knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Xiao Hua laughed. Ever since it had shown up, Xiao Huang had been putting on airs and disdaining to fight with the rabbit. It had always been Xiaohei charging in front. Seeing that Xiaohei was very powerful, the rabbit didn't dare to bite Xiaohei, and only then did it charge at Xiao Huang. What the rabbit didn't expect was that Xiao Huang's speed was even faster. Just as the rabbit stretched out its fangs and was about to bite, Xiao Huang swung its large tail and swept past like the wind. Its small claws even left a trace of blood on the rabbit's body. Woof! Moreover, without waiting for the rabbit to neigh, Xiaohei's figure was even faster. Like a black lightning bolt, it streaked across the rabbit's back, and where its claws passed, it also left behind a few strands of rabbit fur. GG. The rabbit's neigh was filled with grief. Its figure turned around in midair and turned towards the osmanthus tree. Xiao Hua saw clearly from the side that the rabbit couldn't fly, but its figure was strong and healthy. The osmanthus tree was now bare. When the rabbit landed on the tree, drops of blood slid down its back and dripped onto the tree trunk. The rabbit's figure was constantly trembling, and it wasn't clear whether it was because of fear or because it was trembling. Xiaoyu. Miss Hao screamed in distress. Quickly go and save Miss. Only now did Squire Hao come to his senses and hastily shouted. However, in front of the embroidery building, the dozen or so monks were already dead, and the dozens of guards were also paralyzed. Who could still move? Seeing that Xiao Jian's legs were somewhat soft, Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, I will go and ask Miss Hao to come down. Fellow Taoist, please? Xiao Jian raised his leg. His legs were indeed somewhat weak, but he wasn't particularly afraid. This was precisely the power of the rabbit's neigh, and Xiao Jian's body was unable to resist it. Immortal Elder, many thanks. Housekeeper Hao was almost crying tears of joy at the side. Seeing Xiao Hua step into the embroidery building and steadily walk up the stairs, the rabbit became anxious. It rushed out from the osmanthus tree, wanting to rush into the embroidery building. However, with Xiao Huang and Xiaohei blocking it, how could the rabbit succeed? However, the rabbit's body once again appeared with blood several times, and the rabbit didn't even leave the osmanthus tree by 1 foot. Xiao Hua went up the embroidery building. This was a very clean room. The reason why it was clean was not because it was clean, but because there were very few things. A few potted plants were placed around the room, a dressing table, a few chairs, and a boudoir that was blocked by a curtain. Apart from these, there was only Miss Hao sitting on the chair. The chair was very big and Miss Hao could only reveal half of her head. On both sides of the chair, there were 2 wheels that were much bigger than ordinary wheels, blocking Miss Hao's 2 arms. Xiao Hua casually glanced a few times and warmly said, Miss Hao, Big Brother Taoist, Big Brother Taoist? Miss Hao was only concerned about the rabbit on the osmanthus tree and didn't notice Xiao Hua's arrival. When she heard Xiao Hua's voice, she looked back with difficulty and immediately shouted, This servant knows that you are Taoist Zhao's new disciple. This servant begs you, Xiao, you won't harm anyone. It is usually very obedient, but Taoist Xiao and the monks of Shaojin Temple forced it. GG. At this moment, the rabbit screeched again. This time, apart from the sound of pain, it was also frantic. Miss Hao no longer cared to talk to Xiaohua and quickly turned her head. On top of the osmanthus tree, the rabbit that had just shriveled up was now swollen again, and its body was even bigger, more than 3 feet. You see, Xiaohua still warmly said, a rabbit is a rabbit, a monster is a monster. They will never be human. You said that it won't hurt people, but what about the monks of Shaojin Temple? I'm afraid that they have no breath now, right? More than 10 lives. They are gone just like that. Yes, Xiaoyu is a monster. It is not human. But it has more feelings than humans. It knows what I am thinking better than humans. Miss Hao saw the rabbit situation and her tears flowed down. She almost hysterically shouted, I lost my mother when I was young and my father didn't like me when I was young. At first, I didn't know what was going on, but when I grew up, I finally understood. It was because I was naughty when I was young, running around on the street. In order to save me from the carriage, my mother used her body to block the horse's hooves. And I was also run over by the carriage and my legs couldn't move anymore. After I knew the truth, I didn't dare to be naughty anymore and wholeheartedly tried to please my father, but no matter what I did, my father would not be happy. He always forced me to do things that I didn't like. And he never treated me as a human. Look at me. Chapter 3198. How Family's young miss hammered her own legs and shouted. He was afraid of losing face, so he didn't let me show my face in public since I was young. He never let others know that I don't know how to walk on my own. In the past, I had a girl who, in order to make me happy, secretly took me out of the house. I was so happy I finally had a few people to talk to me. However, when father found out about this, he actually beat Hong-er to death. Do you know? When I heard Hong-er's miserable screams, I really wanted to throw myself down from this building. I was the one who caused Hong-er's death, poor child. From then on, I didn't dare to casually talk to the girls in the house. They also avoided me. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't come here, they definitely wouldn't get close to me. As for me, I could only raise some small animals and let them accompany me. But even if it was these pitiful little animals, father didn't let them go. He also beat them to death. The more How Family's young miss spoke, the more excited she became. Her voice spread far and wide. The rabbit on the osmanthus tree was still accumulating power, as if it didn't have the confidence to deal with Xiao Huang and Xiao He. Do you know the feeling of no one talking to you? Do you know the loneliness of everyone avoiding you? Do you know the feeling of looking out the window in the dark and seeing the insects chirping softly because of you? This? Xiaohua touched his nose. He really didn't think that this seemingly gentle and quiet girl would have so much pain in her heart. Do you know? If I didn't know the cause of my mother's death, I would have long secretly vowed to live for my mother. I definitely wouldn't let down the life my mother gave up for me. I would have left this world long ago, I would have left Longevity Town long ago. I really hate everything here, I hate the lifeless lives here. How Family's young miss face was covered in tears. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart was also indescribably sour. There is never a lack of love in this world, it can be seen everywhere. It's like this in Xiaoyu continent, it's also like this in Hidden Immortal continent. There is love among cultivators, there is also love in the secular world. How Family's young miss shed tears and looked at the rabbit outside the window. She said again, when my life was incomparably bleak, I met Xiaoyu. At that time, I only treated it as a pitiful little white rabbit. I helped it bandage and heal its wounds just like all the other little animals in the past. But Xiaoyu was different from other small animals. It seemed to understand what I was talking about and what I was thinking. Although it didn't talk to me at first, I already liked it. I can't live without it. I kept Xiaoyu behind my father's back until one day I suddenly seemed to understand its words. Do you know? The surprise at that time was definitely the only surprise in my life. The sunlight on that day was definitely the most brilliant day of my life. I saw hope in Xiaoyu and from that day onwards, I had a new life. GG. The rabbit on the osmanthus tree suddenly erupted. A dense black demonic aura was spat out from its mouth. It was like a fist that struck towards Blackie. Woof. The demonic aura seemed to be several times stronger than before. It was the rabbit's full power attack. However, when Blackie barked, the black aura suddenly dissipated as if it had encountered a gale. Goldie swung its large tail and instantly arrived next to the rabbit. At the same time, it swung its tail again. Boom. It hit the rabbit's back. The rabbit spat out the black aura. It had already shrunk a lot and was unable to deal with Goldie's attack. The rabbit's body was sent flying from the osmanthus tree. Pung. It landed on the altar where Xiao Jian was drawing the talisman earlier. The rabbit seemed to be extremely weak. It actually laid on the altar and spasmed a few times. It struggled to get up but was unable to do so. The rabbit used all its strength to twist its neck and did its best to look at the embroidery building. Its crimson eyes actually had tears. Goldie and Blackie quickly descended and ferociously pounced on the rabbit. It was like a yellow wind and black lightning. The stunned Xiao Jian on the side suddenly woke up and hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill it, don't kill it." The two little things seemed to have heard something. They both landed on top of the altar and one of them rolled in the air. One stuck out its tongue and spun around the altar. The other used its large tail to sweep its fur as if it was tidying up the mess it made when it was bitten. "Xiao Yu?" Miss Hao's heart ached. She reached out and leaned against the window to look. She really wanted to cry. Woof woof. Blackie stopped spinning and growled at the rabbit. The rabbit's gaze shifted back from Miss Hao and also growled in a low voice. "I beg you, brother Taoist." Miss Hao begged again. "Even though Xiao Yu is a demonic creature like you said, it really doesn't have the heart to harm people. All right?" Miss Hao seemed to have thought of something. She said as if she was grasping at straws, "Xiao Yu left Immortality Town a few days ago. When it came back, it told me to leave Immortality Town as soon as possible. It said that Immortality Town is in big trouble. In a few days Immortality Town will be wiped out and there will be no one left." I didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly told Father about this. But Father didn't believe me and even said that I was crazy. He wanted to take Xiao Yu away from me. If Father didn't send people over to endanger Xiao Yu's life, how could Xiao Yu be so crazy? I don't understand. Xiao Yu was so kind to pass the news back. Why didn't Father believe it? Why did he think that bringing Xiao Yu with me was a disgrace to the Hao family? Why did he think that I wanted to leave this family? I did want to leave, I wanted to do so many years ago. But for Mother I wanted to stay at home. I didn't want those second and third mothers to make the house a mess and not see Mother's shadow. You're right. Xiao Hua looked at this pitiful child and said in a low voice, "You've already suffered a lot, and you carry a lot of expectations. You're not only living for yourself, you're also living for the mother who died for you. That's why you should live a better life than others, a life more exciting than others. But your life isn't just your life, it's also your father's life. You're the eldest miss of the Hao family, so you have to bear the Hao family's reputation. Your father doesn't let you show your face in public and doesn't let others know that you can't move your legs. It's not just because of your Hao family's reputation, it's also your own reputation, your future, your happiness. You can't just look at your father's actions from your own point of view. You have to look at his actions from your father's point of view." Xiao Hua still said warmly, "The animals you raised weren't wrong. Your father didn't care about you at first, right? He was probably very indulgent, right? But didn't something happen later on? Didn't a servant get hurt? If it wasn't because your father was afraid that you'd get hurt, why would he kill all those animals? Now it's been a few years and you've started raising animals again. Your father didn't seem to ask much, right? Also, don't tell me that you've never sat in the sedan chair to relax, and that no students have ever brought gifts to see you?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked again. Hearing this, Hao family's young miss got angry again and said angrily, "Every time I went out, my father strictly instructed me not to leave the sedan chair. And every time a student came, my father also made me sit in the chair and not move. I understand that he wants to marry me off earlier, and those shifty-eyed students, which one of them didn't come from my father's family property? You'd better come down with me." Xiao Hua looked at the rabbit on the altar and said in a low voice, "Your Xiao Yu's life isn't in danger. Taoist Zhao's spirit beast knows its limits." Really? Hao family's young miss was almost crying tears of joy. Can I walk out of Longevity Town? Hao family's young miss was immediately dejected. Everything is possible. Xiao Hua smiled, pushed the wooden wheelchair, and slowly walked out of the embroidery building. The window of the embroidery building was like paper, and as Xiao Hua walked down step by step from the air, Hao family's young miss was like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. And Xiao Hua, who was pushing her from behind, had a kind of holy luster on his compassionate face. Hao family's young miss almost couldn't believe that she flew down from the embroidery building. That Minister Hao and the others who still had some sanity were almost shocked. When Xiao Hua pushed Hao family's young miss in front of Minister Hao didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Minister Hao," Xiao Hua said with a smile, "you heard your daughter's words just now, do you have anything to say?" Daughter. Seeing his daughter appear alive in front of him, Minister Hao couldn't help but cry. Ignoring the filth on his body, he rushed over and hugged Hao family's young miss in his arms. Father is sorry. Father only cared about his own face, only wanted to give you the best, only wanted to arrange your future life, only wanted to let you live the good life that your mother wanted you to live. He never thought about what you thought. Do you know why I didn't let you go out? The most important thing isn't my face, it's your marriage. If other people knew that you couldn't move, who would marry you? If they coveted our family's property, even if you married into our family when father gets old, wouldn't you still be bullied? You see, father didn't even dare to invite Changxing Academy's principal Zhu over today. That's because father already asked him to find a good match for you in the academy. This rabbit's matter definitely can't be known by others. Moreover, that girl you said was beaten to death by father, you only saw her bring you out, only saw her treat you well, but what you didn't know was that she relied on your love for her to point fingers in front of other girls, and even said that you couldn't move inside and outside the mansion. Even, father only beat her to death because father found out that she wanted to collude with evil thieves to kidnap you. Father had no other choice. Chapter 3199. Although there are a lot of ugly things in this world, there are also a lot of beautiful things. Xiaohua smiled. You only stayed in Hao family and didn't go out, only relying on your own thoughts. You don't even know your father's true thoughts. How could you know about Longevity Town? Outside of Longevity Town, there is still Shi Country. Outside of Shi Country, there is still hidden Immortal Continent. There are a lot of beautiful things. They will make you intoxicated. They will make you feel that being alive is truly a happy thing. They will also let you know that the gift your mother gave you is something that others can't hope for. Father. Hearing her father take the initiative to apologize to her and say so many difficulties, all for her sake, Hao family's young miss couldn't hold it in anymore. Knowing that she had too many misunderstandings, too many mistakes, she immediately burst into tears. Seeing the two hugging and crying, Xiaohua smiled. He walked over to Ming Fa and the other monks, lowered his head and looked at them a few times, then clapped his hands and stood up. After that, he looked at the people lying on the ground near Embroidery House, then walked to Xiao Jian's side. The two of them whispered a few words and the conversation between Little Black and the rabbit on the offering table ended. How was it? Xiaohua asked in his heart. Father? Little Black said in a simple and honest manner, this fellow has honestly confessed. Sweat. Little Black's words almost made Xiaohua's forehead sweat. What did this have to do with anything? However, Little Black still said, it's called Little You, it's an honest rabbit. It has never harmed anyone. A few years ago it was jealous of a rabbit hedgehog. Stop. Xiaohua really didn't expect Little Black to say so many unknown words and hurriedly asked, Little Black, this honest confession, this jealous of a girl, where did you learn it from? What's wrong? Father, did the rabbit say it itself? Little Black replied very strangely, is this guy right? Do you want the boy to teach it a lesson again? No need. Xiaohua helplessly smiled bitterly. These words were probably said by that glib-tongued rabbit, right? No wonder Hao family's young miss liked this rabbit so much. Yes, father. Little Black continued, the rabbit was injured by a group of hedgehogs, that's why it met Coachman? Okuz is the one with the limp. The rabbit's leg was broken by someone, but it slowly recovered under the care of this coachman. It felt that this coachman was quite good, so it stayed by her side. Get to the point. Xiaohua was a bit impatient. He wasn't interested in Hao family's young miss and the rabbit's complex. The main point? What's the main point? Blackie was confused. What did Rabbit mean when he said that Longevity Town would be flooded with blood? Xiaohua asked patiently. Blackie immediately understood and said, that was the rabbit's own guess. This guy had left Longevity Town a few days ago. He seemed to have gone to visit a friend, but that friend and the people around him were gone. He searched for a long time and finally found someone who was preparing to move. People? Xiaohua stared blankly at first, then immediately came to a realization. The people that Xiaohei spoke of were probably those monsters, right? That person told Rabbit that they had received a message. Recently, a group of monsters would come to Longevity Town. These monsters usually eat humans and meat, so they didn't dare to stay in Longevity Town. They had to quickly go somewhere else. Blackie continued to explain. Rabbit knew about this and hurriedly told Cuz. He wanted Cuz to leave Longevity Town to hide. But before the coachman could take it away, the building was surrounded by people. Cuz was in a very bad mood and cried every day. Rabbit didn't know why, but he could only accompany Cuz here and not let anyone in. After listening to Xiao Hei's glib tongue, Xiao Hua immediately determined that there was a mistake in this information. He was afraid that this rabbit was a bit exaggerated, and the Hao family's young miss named Xiaoxi didn't understand, so she told landlord Hao that there was a mistake, causing a huge misunderstanding. But thinking about how this rabbit actually chose to stay in Embroidery House in Longevity Town for Hao family's young miss, Xiao Hua had a whole new level of respect for the rabbit. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of an even more important question and hurriedly asked, "Right, is this rabbit male or female?" "Male or female? What do you mean, father?" Blackie was stunned. "Blackie." Xiao Hua looked at Blackie with disdain. He had lived for almost 200 years, but he didn't even know the difference between male and female. Blackie wagged his big tail and methodically replied, "Mother, what is male and female? Boy doesn't know either." "All right." Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Is this rabbit the same as that big white bird you saw before?" "Of course it's not the same." Blackie replied without hesitation. "Damn it, this is bad." Xiao Hua already had a bad plan in his heart, but at this moment his heart couldn't help but thump. Thinking about the rabbit's glib tongue, Hao family's young miss innocence. A big white goose is a big white goose, a rabbit is a rabbit. "Mother, don't tell me you don't even know this?" Blackie said to Xiao Hua with some disdain. "Moreover, that big white goose is very powerful, this rabbit is far from it." "Big white goose? How do you know about big white goose?" Xiao Hua almost laughed out loud. Looking at Blackie's proud expression, he suddenly asked again. "In the past there was one by the river in our home." Blackie said very simply. I forgot." Xiao Hua smiled and said to Blackie, "Go ask the rabbit, is it male or female?" "Let Blackie go ask." Blackie wagged his tail. Talking to this rabbit is really embarrassing. Xiao Hua was really angry. Just as he was about to scold Blackie, Blackie immediately rushed to the rabbit and cried out a few times. After the rabbit weakly cried out a few times, Blackie hurriedly shouted, "Father, father," the rabbit said, "Your servant is naturally female." "Why do you think it's female?" "Ah, good." Xiao Hua's heart immediately calmed down and said with a smile, "You wait here, no need to pay attention to it." "Yes, father." Little Black immediately flew up from the altar and landed on Xiao Hua's left shoulder. Little Yellow naturally wouldn't show any weakness and quickly landed on Xiao Hua's right shoulder. That big tail was still swaying on the back of Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua raised his hands and stroked the two little guys. That kind of smile always flowed in his heart. Xiao Hua's gaze naturally fell on the rabbit on the sacrificial table, as well as Hao family's young miss who was sitting on a wooden wheelchair not far away. Xiao Hua also understood the affection between Hao family's young miss and this rabbit. How could he break them apart? Damn it. This Xiao Hua, what is his cultivation level? Seeing the two spirit beasts beating the rabbit into a pulp and being so intimate with Xiao Hua, Xiao Jin's heart was also uncertain. Xiao Hua was like an iceberg in the sea, revealing more and more magical abilities that he didn't know about. Minister Hao, take care of these family soldiers and monks, as well as some fainted servants. Xiao Hua brought the two little guys to Minister Hao's side. Xiao Jin naturally also accompanied them. Xiao Jin looked at the monks with a face full of disdain and said, "These monks are not dead, but they were confused by the demon aura. As for whether they can wake up or not, it will depend on Xiao Jin Temple's methods." Yes. At this time Minister Hao didn't dare to treat Xiao Jin lightly. He wiped his face with his sleeve and endured the numbness on his body. He hurriedly called the servants who could move outside to call the other servants to clean up the mess near the embroidery building. The Hao family's young miss was naturally thinking about the rabbit on the table. After leaving her father's embrace, she immediately looked at the table. The rabbit there was also looking at the Hao family's young miss pitifully. Taoist. The Hao family's young miss looked at Xiao Hua, wanting to say something but hesitated. Go. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This guy has been taught a lesson today. In the future he will learn to restrain himself." Seeing the gloomy expression on Minister Hao's face, Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "This is a female rabbit. It has nothing to do with the young Mrs. Innocence." Oh. Hearing this, Minister Hao patted his forehead with a very regretful expression. It seemed that he had already neglected the fact that the rabbit was male and female. It was only because of his concern and anxiety that he thought the worst of things. Seeing the Hao family's young miss struggling to turn the wooden wheelchair towards the table, Minister Hao couldn't help but walk over and push his daughter. When the Hao family's young miss turned her head and saw that it was actually her father, the smile on her face was like a lily in the night. The Hao family's young miss reached out to hug the rabbit, but unfortunately the rabbit was too far away from her and she couldn't reach it. Minister Hao bit his lips and held back his fear. He carefully pulled the rabbit from the table and handed it to the Hao family's young miss. Seeing her father's fear, the Hao family's young miss's heart suddenly softened. It was as if she had returned to her childhood, to that night when she looked at the full moon in the sky and cheerfully asked her father to bring the full moon to her. Her father answered her without hesitation that as long as she grew up, he would definitely pluck the full moon from the sky and give it to her. As she grew up, she knew that her father was just being perfunctory. But now, seeing her father bring the rabbit to her eyes, wasn't it the same as plucking the full moon from the sky? The full moon didn't belong to the rabbit or the full moon. It was her father's love and care for her. Father? The Hao family's young miss's tears flowed down again and dripped onto the rabbit. The rabbit endured the pain and leaned its head against the Hao family's young miss's chest like a spoiled child. It's okay, it's okay. Minister Hao wiped away the Hao family's young miss's tears with heartache and forced a smile. Tomorrow morning I'll take you out of the city and we'll go to the manor in the countryside. If you don't want to, we won't take the sedan chair. Let me push you and we'll walk through the town. I won't go. The Hao family's young miss said with a smile. I'm still waiting for Brother Daoist to treat my illness. When I can walk, I'll accompany you to the manor in the countryside. What? The Daoist priest can cure your leg? Minister Hao almost couldn't believe his ears. Chapter 3200. Hao family's miss smiled sweetly. Yes, just now Brother Daoist told me personally. Immortal Elder. Squire Hao almost immediately ran in front of Xiaohua and knelt on the ground, seemingly disregarding his identity as a squire. He cried out, Immortal Elder, please have mercy and save my daughter. Get up. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and pulled Squire Hao up. He said, Since I have spoken, I will naturally keep my promise. Change your clothes, I will wait for some peace and quiet before we talk. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua looked at the sky. Or I can forget about today, you wait for tomorrow? Oh no, the day after tomorrow. Come to Jianghu Temple, I will take a look at Miss. Immortal Elder, don't go. Hearing that Xiaohua had the intention to leave, Squire Hao hurriedly pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and said anxiously, I will go change my clothes now. Immortal Elder, please wait a moment. My poor daughter has been paralyzed in a chair for so many years, whether it is me or my daughter, we can't wait any longer. Fine. Xiaohua also didn't like to delay today's matter until tomorrow, so he nodded and said, I will wait here, you go change your clothes. Yes. Squire Hao hurriedly turned to Hao family's miss and said, Daughter, you accompany Immortal Elder, father will be back soon. Okay, father. Hao family's miss naturally didn't want to wait until the day after tomorrow. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. She was really afraid. Also, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out a thumb-sized pill and handed it to Squire Hao. He said, Dissolve this pill in water, feed each monk a mouthful and they will wake up. In addition, if possible, please give them some money so that they won't leak this matter. Yes. Squire Hao happily took the pill and said with a smile, I am also worried about this matter. If I send these monks back for no reason, Shaojin Temple's Zen Master Ming Yu will definitely not let this matter go, he might even chase after us. Immortal Elder, by doing this, you have eliminated future troubles for me. Many thanks to Senior Immortal. Looking at Xiaohua handing over the pills to Landlord Hao, Xiao Jian's face was filled with hidden bitterness. He originally wanted to watch the Shaojin Temple's monks get into trouble, but who would have thought that Xiaohua would raise his hand and save these monks? His plan was in vain. However, Xiaohua was now someone he could only look up to. He didn't dare to obstruct anything and could only watch helplessly. Open your mouth. Xiaohua looked at the rabbit in Miss Hao's arms again. He touched it with his hand and took out a scarlet pill that was smaller than a soybean. He said, You were scratched by Little Yellow and your body has been poisoned. If you don't want to die, take this pill. That rabbit was originally lying weakly in the arms of Hao family's young miss, but when it heard Xiaohua's words, it immediately became spirited. It hastily straightened its rabbit head, clasped its two paws in front of its chest, and bowed up and down. Why do these things look like street ruffians? How can it be a female? Xiaohua looked at the rabbit's behavior and felt both angry and amused. However, he also knew that the rabbit would never dare to lie to Xiaohe. Thus, with a flick of his hand, the antidote pill flew up. The rabbit very sensitively opened its three-petal-like mouth and deftly caught it. Then, in an instant, it lost all its strength and collapsed in Miss Hao's arms as if its spine had been pulled out. Miss Hao lovingly stroked the rabbit's slightly knotted fur. Ai, this rabbit. Xiao Hua was speechless. Beside him, Xiao Jian also shook his head. Two immortals. Housekeeper Hao Yulong didn't dare to leave. However, he was still extremely afraid of the rabbit and didn't dare to approach. At this moment, he mustered up his courage and said, "Please follow me to the living room to serve tea. My family's master will accompany the immortals in a moment after changing his clothes." No need to go to the living room. Xiao Hua looked at the embroidery building and said, "You all quickly clean up the embroidery building. I will help the young miss treat her injuries." Yes. That housekeeper had watched Miss Hao grow up. At this moment he was so happy that tears flowed down his face. He hastily called a dozen maids and rushed to the embroidery building. It didn't take long for them to finish cleaning up. At this moment, Squire Hao had changed into a new set of clothes and rushed over to accompany Xiao Hua to the embroidery building. After the maid placed Hao family's young miss on the bed, Xiao Hua carried a chair and sat in front of the bed. He smiled and said to Hao family's young miss, "Little girl, this old man didn't correct you just now. You have to remember that this old man isn't some Taoist brother. This old man is much older than your father. I'm more than enough to be your grandfather. Moreover, I'm also a doctor now. As the saying goes, a doctor has the heart of a parent. It won't affect your chastity." Immortal elder, you're really that old? Miss Hao blushed and couldn't help but ask. Gigi, the rabbit at the side naturally made a sound, seemingly agreeing with Xiao Hua's words. "I can't help it." Xiao Hua shrugged. Time forgives no man. In the blink of an eye, I'm already so old. If I didn't have to treat your leg today, I wouldn't be willing to reveal my true age to a little girl. Immortal elder is really interesting. Miss Hao couldn't help but laugh. Immortal elder. Squire Hao at the side smiled and said, "I'll accompany you here. You're the savior of my Hao family. What you're worried about doesn't exist." "That's right, senior, please do it." Xiao Jian knew that there was no need to hide anything at this time. He said in a low voice, "I'll wait outside the embroidery building." Yes, Yulong, accompany Taoist Xiao to eat in the front hall. Squire Hao seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Taoist Xiao has been busy all night and hasn't eaten a single grain of rice. My Hao estate really doesn't have any etiquette." "Yes, I understand." Hao Yulong woke up and hurriedly asked Xiao Jian to follow him downstairs. "Immortal elder, please." Squire Hao smiled and said, "Once Immortal elder is done, I'll accompany Immortal elder to eat." "There's no need." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "I've already abstained from eating. You just need to accompany Taoist Xiao well." "Yes, I understand." Minister Hao's face was filled with admiration. Xiao Hua looked at Hao family's young miss and said with a serious expression, "Young Miss Hao, this old man wants to take a look at your legs. Are you willing?" "I'm willing." Although Miss Hao knew that what Xiao Hua said was true, she still couldn't help but blush when faced with an 18-year-old youth's face. Xiao Hua heard Miss Hao's answer and didn't hold back. He waved his hand and said to the servant girl beside him, "Take Miss Hao's clothes." At this point, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He looked to the left and said, "Forget it, you can all leave. Only Squire Hao can stay." Immortal elder. Miss Hao naturally knew what Xiao Hua was thinking. She said shyly, "I'm not good at walking. My daily bathing is done by Huan." "So it's like that." Xiao Hua scratched his head. He didn't do anything for Miss and young master, so he really didn't know about this. He thought for a moment and nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble Huan. Rabbit, you can go out with them. Come back in a while." Hearing Xiao Hua's instructions, Rabbit obediently followed Little Yellow and Little Black out of the embroidery building. Seeing Xiao Hua so attentive, although it was a bit inappropriate, Squire Hao was already convinced in his heart. The confidence in his heart increased by a bit. "All right, Huan, roll up Miss Hao's clothes to the injured area," Xiao Hua ordered. "Yes." That servant girl was the one who accompanied Miss Hao to talk to Yuanya in town that day. At this moment she very deftly rolled up Miss Hao's underwear, revealing the pure white skin inside. Xiao Hua looked at the pure white jade-like legs in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Although Miss Hao's legs had extremely good skin, they were still thin and small. They couldn't even compare to a 10-year-old child. An ordinary person could easily grab this thigh. Moreover, the muscles near the thigh had long withered and shrunk inwards. It looked very frightening. "My daughter's legs were crushed by a carriage when she was young." Squire Hao's eyes were red as he explained, "That carriage was carrying heavy goods. My daughter's leg bones were completely shattered. This one looked everywhere for doctors, but they were helpless. Later on, I asked someone to secretly visit Changxing Academy. The teachers in the academy also didn't have any good methods. However, they said that although the academy couldn't do it, their sect should have pills that could treat it. However, at that time, this one didn't have such a large family property and couldn't take out the primordial stones they wanted. Later on, this one worked hard to earn money and obtain such a large property. However, my daughter had already grown up and missed the best time to treat her. The immortal masters of Chongyun's sect only heard this one time and didn't see my daughter at all. They only said that they didn't have a shred of certainty. Therefore this one gave up on this idea. Ai, father, forgive your daughter for being unfilial. Only now do I know what father has done for me. Miss Hao also sighed. You are still young, I'm afraid you don't remember these things. It's fine. In the eyes of parents, how could a child be at fault? Squire Hao immediately found an excuse for Miss Hao. I have a way. Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and pressed on Miss Hao's leg a few times. He then stretched out a few fingers and pinched a few times. He nodded and said, but. Squire Hao and Miss Hao's expressions were first overjoyed and then anxious when they heard Xiao Hua's words. They cried out, but what? Immortal Senior, please speak. Miss Hao. Xiao Hua said solemnly, your father has done enough for you, but because of your willfulness, it has caused so many misunderstandings. Although your father doesn't care, you have to bear the responsibility for all these mistakes. I can treat your legs, but you have to bear the pain with a clear mind. You must know that your stubbornness has brought much more pain to your father than all of this pain. You have to experience your father's pain. Thank you, Immortal Senior, for your help. Miss Hao clenched her teeth and said, this one has long had this intention. Immortal Senior. Squire Hao said anxiously, my daughter is weak and sickly, I'm afraid she can't bear too much pain. This one is willing to bear it for her. An unpolished jade can't be made into anything, Xiao Hua said indifferently. Miss Hao's willfulness and narrow-mindedness are all related to you. This is a good opportunity to let her know. Chapter 3201. Okay. Squire Hao looked at his daughter with heartache. And with I here, you don't have to worry about life and death. Xiao Hua calmly said, I know what I'm doing. Immortal Elder, please. Miss Hao couldn't bear to see her father's affection and urged. Okay. Xiao Hua agreed and waved his hand. A dozen silver needles appeared in his hand. Then, like lightning, they pierced Miss Hao's face and head one by one. Although Squire Hao didn't know why Xiao Hua pierced Miss Hao's head with these silver needles, he didn't dare to say a word. After Miss Hao's head was pierced with the silver needles, Xiao Hua pierced them into the various acupuncture points on her legs. Finally, he rubbed his hands and said indifferently, Are you ready? Yes. Miss Hao nodded, and the maid Huan Air obediently took out a handkerchief and put it between Miss Hao's teeth. Kachacha Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to stretch out his hand and grab Miss Hao's thigh. With a bit of force, the broken bones that had already grown together were completely crushed into powder by him. Ah! Miss Hao screamed. Her eyes turned white and she almost fainted from the pain. The handkerchief that was bitten by her teeth was bleeding, and the sweat on her forehead was even bigger than soybeans rolling down. Xiaoxi! Squire Hao couldn't help but call out Miss Hao's nickname. His distressed expression was even more painful than his own broken bones. Unfortunately, Miss Hao was in so much pain that she couldn't answer. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, she groaned and said hoarsely, Immortal Elder. Is there another time? Yes, there is another time. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed as he replied. Immortal Elder, Immortal Elder. I beg you. Squire Hao couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer. He pulled Xiao Hua's robe and collapsed on the ground. He cried and said, Take everything from this lowly one's house. As long as this lowly one can afford it, please don't let Xiaoxi suffer any more. This lowly one can't take it anymore. Fine. Xiao Hua picked up Squire Hao and looked at Miss Hao. Xiaoxi? I also call you by your nickname. You are a kind-hearted child, and I can see clearly why you gave the copper coins to Taoist Xiao. I also know that you have the heart to raise injured animals and seek justice for the girl who was beaten to death. This is the bright side of your heart. However, you haven't been able to be as happy as ordinary people since you were young, and you have too much resentment in your heart. You also have too many misunderstandings about your father. Although I've already made things clear today, there's no guarantee that you won't think differently in the future. Today's pain is to let you know your position in your father's heart. It is also to let this pain that you will never experience in your entire life leave a deep impression on you. In this world there are no parents who don't love their children. Immortal Elder, I understand. Miss Hao replied weakly. Then, go to sleep. When you wake up you'll have a new life. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the silver needles on Miss Hao's head were collected into his bosom. Miss Hao's face immediately turned pale again. Xiao Hua then reached out and pressed her sleeping acupuncture point, and Miss Hao immediately fell asleep. Kacha kacha. Xiao Hua then reached out and crushed her other thigh bone. Then he took out 2 medicinal pills and melted them with his magic power before applying them on Miss Hao's thigh. When the medicinal pills completely melted into her bones, Xiao Hua then fed her another medicinal pill. Finally he took out another jade bottle and gave it to Squire Hao, saying, Miss Hao won't wake up or move for the next 27 days. Feed her a medicinal pill every 9 days. During this period don't move Miss Hao at all. On the evening of the 27th day, ask a doctor to come and take a look. If Miss Hao's leg bones are completely healed, then don't worry about it. If Miss Hao's leg bones aren't healed, then let the doctor fix it so that when Miss Hao wakes up, it won't affect the healing of her leg bones. It's that simple? Squire Hao asked in disbelief, but he immediately regretted it and hurriedly said, I didn't suspect Immortal Elder. It's that simple. Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at Miss Hao, who had fallen asleep, and said, the bones in her legs have been crushed since she was a child, which is a tricky thing. Later she hasn't been treated for so many years. These crushed bones are either growing randomly in one place or they are already necrotic. Therefore it is impossible to treat her now. I'll shatter her bones again and use my Taoist immortal pills to fuse these bones back together in 27 days, just like how they grew back in the past. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days for bones to heal. I'm not some immortal. Being able to heal her bones within 30 days is already the best I can do. Yes, I understand. When Squire Hao heard Xiao Hua's profound explanation, he was really ecstatic. The trace of disbelief from before also disappeared. I thank Immortal Elder for your miraculous skill. Don't worry. Xiao Hua said again, after 30 days Miss Hao's bones will be healed. However, the muscles in her legs haven't been used for more than 10 years. They can't be used anymore. I still need to let Miss Hao move more and use her legs more. According to within 3 to 5 years, Miss Hao will be able to walk freely. Of course, after this treatment the doctors in Longevity Town will be more experienced than I. Moreover, with Hao family's financial resources, they will definitely be able to support it. It's already very good. Although Xiao Hua wasn't able to make Miss Hao stand up in a few days, which wasn't a miraculous skill, this kind of time that Squire Hao could accept made Squire Hao feel more at ease. I'll wait for you to leave. Xiao Hua looked around and said, I have already done what I can do. The rest will depend on Miss Hao's recovery. Please, Immortal Elder, please. Squire Hao hurriedly asked Xiao Hua to leave the embroidery building. He ordered Huaner to carefully look after Miss Hao and accompanied Xiao Hua to the front hall. Walking on the road, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, Squire Hao, Miss Hao's condition is like this. I won't say any more. I want to talk about another matter. Immortal Elder, please speak. Squire Hao said very respectfully with a smile. Just now, I only scolded Miss Hao and didn't say anything about Squire Hao. But this doesn't mean that Squire Hao didn't do anything wrong. Xiao Hua wasn't polite and said with a very serious tone, although I can't control this matter as an outsider, I still want to say a few more words to Squire Hao. Immortal Elder, please speak. Squire Hao's face showed melancholy. Since this lowly one has accumulated this family business, no one has said anything straightforward. Actually, Miss Hao's legs are secondary. The most important thing is her heart disease. Xiao Hua also sighed. For so many years she thought too much and did too little. Others also didn't care enough about her. She can only communicate with small animals. In particular, she is no longer good at talking to people and doesn't trust people. These problems should all be blamed on you. A person's face is indeed important. For the sake of the child's future, you should arrange some means. But remember, the child belongs to you, but the child isn't you. Your thoughts aren't the child's thoughts, and your actions can't replace the child's actions. If you blindly force your thoughts on the child, it will only make her feel suffocated and powerless. Actually, if you let the child come into contact with outsiders when she was injured, she would be able to accept her condition with peace of mind. Now, even if her legs can't be cured, her heart won't have any problems. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua said seriously, at least, she won't be obsessed with a rabbit. She won't make things difficult for you. Right, I still want to say something. You should believe her. At least from today's matter, the child didn't do anything wrong. She still thought about this family and told you a dangerous matter in advance. It's just that you didn't choose to believe her and caused such a big misunderstanding. Yes, this lowly one will change a lot in the future. Squire How nodded and said hesitantly, then, should this lowly one listen to the child and hide in the countryside first? Or legs? Others might hesitate about this matter, but for you it's necessary. Regardless of whether there will be danger or not. This is the first step for you to gain the child's trust. Xiao Hua said without hesitation. As for her legs, as long as she doesn't move them, it'll be fine. You can just move the entire bed away, right? Yes, many thanks for the immortal's guidance. Squire How nodded like a little chick. He didn't expect that a Taoist immortal would understand the thoughts of these children so well. While talking, they arrived at the front hall. A banquet was set up in the front hall. Xiao Jian was accompanied by Hao Yulong, drinking wine to his heart's content. Seeing Xiao Hua come in, the two hurriedly got up. Xiao Jian even used his Taoist robe to wipe the oil on his mouth and respectfully asked, Senior Miss Hao, it's already fine. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said carelessly, have you eaten and drunk well? Xiao Jian was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, Senior knows that this disciple has eaten his fill. Since you've eaten well, you and I should hurry back. In a few hours we will be preparing to go to the Shaojin temple. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Jian now only followed Xiao Hua's lead. He hurriedly left his seat and said respectfully, Immortal Senior, don't be anxious. Squire Hao hurriedly pulled Xiao Hua's Taoist robe and said anxiously, Immortal Senior has worked so hard to save my daughter from the fire and water. This lowly one has to give Immortal Senior 3 times the respect. Seeing that Squire Hao was very sincere, Xiao Hua said with a smile, I don't like drinking wine, let Taoist Xiao drink it on my behalf. Very good. Squire Hao hurriedly gave Hao Yulong a look and raised the pot to toast Xiao Jian 3 times. At this time, Hao Yulong also came in with a plate full of more than 10 small gold ingots. Chapter 3202. Immortal Elder. Squire Hao respectfully said, This is a small token of gratitude. This small one knows that thousands of taels of silver are not enough to repay Immortal Elder's gift. This is only a small token of my appreciation. Your Jianghu temple is really shabby, so I ask Immortal Elder to accept it. When the Jianghu temple is repaired, this small one will put in even more effort. Xiao Hua naturally had no use for these treasures. He glanced at Xiao Jian. What made him feel strange was that Xiao Jian, who previously would have dropped a copper coin, didn't have much of a reaction to the shiny gold today. However, Xiao Hua still said, Taoist Xiao, this is Squire Hao's token of appreciation. What do you think? Very good, very good. Xiao Jian also smiled and said, Disciple thanks Squire Hao on behalf of Taoist Xiao and Sea God Darren. As he spoke, he unceremoniously took the tray, picked up his cloth bag from the table, and casually poured the gold into it. From the looks of it, it was no different from pouring a dozen copper coins. Let's go. Seeing this, Xiao Hua didn't say much and brought Xiao Jian out of the front hall. Under the guidance of Squire Hao and Xiao Jian, they left the Hao residence. However, just as they walked out of the front hall, Xiao Huang and Xiao He flew in from the air. Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and naturally put them back into the space. That glib-tongued rabbit didn't appear. Clearly, it returned to the side of the Hao family's young miss. Outside the Hao residence, a carriage was already prepared. Xiao Hua glanced at the night sky. It was the darkness before dawn. He didn't say much and lifted his foot to get on the carriage. Looking at the coachman driving the carriage away from the Hao residence, Squire Hao and Hao Yulong bowed to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. The carriage was very stable. Xiao Jian sat for a moment and a wave of unbearable sleepiness came over him. He didn't dare to rest and forced his eyes open. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged, and asked, Senior, disciple has a question. I have always wanted to ask. Is it possible? But Xiao Hua didn't open his eyes and said indifferently, If you want to ask about my origin, then you should just shut up. I don't dare. Senior's origin has nothing to do with disciple. Disciple definitely won't ask too much. Xiao Jian yawned and said, Disciple just feels a bit strange. Senior's cultivation is so profound, why don't you like to reveal it? When this disciple first met Senior, perhaps Senior had some restrictions that prevented him from revealing his cultivation. But later on it was obvious that Senior's cultivation had recovered, so why did he keep hiding it? especially when I came to the Hao residence tonight. Actually, this disciple needs to rely on Senior, but why does Senior have to pretend to be this disciple's follower? In the end, wasn't it Senior who took action to deal with that rabbit? Moreover, Senior's cultivation has also been exposed. Since that's the case, why must Senior hide behind me? Xiao Jian's words were originally unintentional, perhaps because he wanted to get close to Xiao Hua, but in Xiao Hua's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. That's right, when Xiao Hua was in the Dawn Rain continent, he had yet to obtain a cultivation method. From being a rogue cultivator to being abandoned by the heavens, and then to the Imperial Thunder sect, he had suffered a lot. Not long after arriving at the Imperial Thunder sect, he obtained a cultivation method from the Buddhist sect, and even had some achievements in Buddhist cultivation. From this moment on, Xiao Hua became very careful, blindly concealing his cultivation, trying his best not to let others notice him. However, Xiao Hua was this outstanding like a sharp flying sword, so he would definitely stand out. A great Dao sword battle resulted in the terrifying Phoenix and nascent soul Nameless, making it impossible for him to hide anymore. However, Xiao Hua's cautiousness, his habit of hiding himself, remained. Even now, when he arrived at the Immortal Burial Continent, whether it was the Buddhist sect or the Confucian sect, they were all upright and upright. Even the Taoist sect's cultivators were not the kind of cultivators who would be exterminated. Was there a need for Xiao Hua to be this cautious? Just like tonight, just like what Xiao Jian said, Xiao Hua simply did not have any need to hide behind Xiao Jian. Even if it was to deal with that rabbit, a few fire talismans and a magic tool would be enough to deal with it. There was simply no need to go through so much trouble. And if Xiao Hua's magic power was not enough, but to deal with an inferior little rabbit, just a yellow talisman would be enough, right? A habit, it's a habit. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, he already heard Xiao Jian's snoring sound. Hee. Xiao Hua's mouth hung a smile and secretly said in his heart, "This Xiao is hiding something, aren't you also hiding something? Previously when you saw a few copper coins your eyes would open. Today when you saw so much gold you didn't lose your composure. Those high-grade spirit stones ordinary people simply do not understand, you also properly received them. That so-called single Yang country King Xiaojun, it seems like they are all real." Xiao Jian's sleep naturally reached the Jiangchao ridge, only then was he awakened by Xiao Hua. Rubbing his eyes, Xiao Jian did not say anything, jumped down from the carriage and followed Xiao Hua up the mountain. When he arrived at the door of the Taoist temple, he still turned his head to look at the sky that was already somewhat bright in the night. He cupped his fists towards Xiao Hua, yawned, and entered the east wing, as if he had full confidence in the upcoming challenge. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the banyan tree, and saw Yuanya jumping over like a spirit ape. He waved his hand and walked into the west wing. Everything in the west wing was no different from before he left. Xiao Yun was still lying in the wooden barrel, except for her head which was still exposed, the rest of her body was soaked in water. Xiao Hua stretched his hand out to test the temperature of the water, but it was still somewhat cold. He knew that Yuanya had just changed it. Then he stretched his hand out from the water and took Xiao Yun's wrist out. After examining it for a moment, he shook his head slightly. "What's going on with this child?" Xiao Hua sighed. "If she's sick, then right? From her pulse, everything is normal. But if she's not sick, then the heat in her body hasn't decreased. Moreover, her pulse is different from ordinary people's. This child." Thinking, Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi who was sleeping soundly. When Brother Lu came to the Jiangchao temple he was already seriously injured. Although he had Xiao Hua's spirit pills, his mental and physical exhaustion was not something that could be replenished by spirit pills. Tonight he really couldn't hold on, so he fell asleep in front of the wooden barrel. It's rare for there to be love in this world. Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi's tightly knitted black eyebrows with deep worry, knowing that he was worried about Xiao Yun even in his dreams. This girl has nothing to do with him, but he was able to give his care because of the girl's loneliness. Although he is a thief in the marketplace, his heart is so bright and pure. Compared to Hao family's young miss, he is much better. Poor Hao family's young miss, if she could meet Brother Lu when she was young, perhaps she wouldn't have isolated herself from the world, only living with a rabbit. Rabbit. Xiao Hua thought of the rabbit and suddenly froze. That's right, the Shi country of the hidden immortal continent is different from the Shi country of the Dawn Rain continent. Not only are there Confucian and Buddhist cultivators here, there are also demons. Since the rabbit can enter the boudoir and Xiao Yun's pulse is different from ordinary people, could it be that she is also a demon? Xiaohua originally wanted to use his Dharma eye, but at that time, Lui was beside him, so Xiaohua felt that there was no need, so he stopped. At this time, Xiaohua carefully looked at Xiao Yun's face, but he couldn't see any difference between her and ordinary girls. However, Xiaohua also knew that there was a little duck in his space. How could he tell when Dai was still in her human form? Of course, at this time Dai had completely recovered after 100 years of cultivation, but Xiaohua still didn't think of how to explain the space to Dai, so he threw her in a corner of the space, isolating her from other things, waiting for an opportunity to let her out in the future. As for the matter of the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, Xiaohua wanted to ask Dai first, but when he arrived at the hidden immortal continent, Xiaohua simply didn't ask. Who knows when he can return to the Dawn Rain continent? It won't be too late to ask when the time comes. There was also the multicolored conch. There were also some changes, but Xiaohua didn't dare to look. If it was really Minghua's body, then who knows what was so special about it? If he was careless and fell for it, it would be too late to cry. Everything depends on the opportunity. Xiaohua sighed, then thought again, maybe I can see some clues with my heavenly eye? Thinking, Xiaohua closed his eyes again, and a faint light flashed on his forehead. Layers of green light were produced in the white light, but just when the Dharma eye was about to open, Xiaohua suddenly frowned, patted his forehead, and said with a bitter smile, "What time is it now? How can I still think of this? What the rabbit said may be true. Since this Xiao knows, I naturally have to investigate. Let's talk about Xiao Yun's matter in a few days." Immediately, the light on Xiaohua's forehead disappeared, and Xiaohua hurriedly walked out of the east room. Xiaohua sat cross-legged in front of the Taoist temple, looked at the gradually rising sun, and was about to send out his divine sense. But just as his divine sense was sent out a few li, he withdrew it again. Divine sense can't be subtle. If it's to investigate something, it's better to use Buddhist sense. Under the puzzled gaze of Yuanya, who was lying on the banyan tree in the distance, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense, and began to carefully investigate the surroundings of Longevity Town. The little gold temple in the night still had the noise of the day, and inside the great strength hall, it was still brightly lit. On the incense table in front of the Buddha, incense sticks were burning fiercely. In front of the incense table, a dozen monks wearing monk robes were chanting some unknown sutra, and in their hands were a wooden mallet, lightly knocking on the wooden fish in front of them. Only in this night the chanting of sutra was somewhat vague, and the sound of the wooden fish was also somewhat low. "Stop!" An angry roar sounded in the main hall. Immediately, the chanting of sutra and the sound of the wooden fish stopped. What was extremely disharmonious was that the main hall was only silent for a moment, and the dang-dang sound of the wooden fish sounded again. "Abbot, please forgive me." The crisp sound of the wooden fish was knocked twice, and the monk who was dozing off in time hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground, looking at monk Mingyu in front of the incense table, who was wearing a kasaya and had a face full of anger, and was glaring at him, and hurriedly called out. Chapter 3203. Zen Master Mingyu's eyes flashed with anger and humphed, "Look at all of you. It's just chanting sutras. Why are all of you so listless? You can't even last a night. What kind of cultivation is this? It's better to renounce asceticism and go home to farm." "We were wrong, please forgive us, Abbot." The group of disciples hurriedly lowered their heads and said in unison, "Senior Brother Abbot." A slightly fat monk standing in front of the group of disciples smiled and said, "The disciples left in the temple are just ordinary monks. They can't be compared to the disciples that Senior Brother Ming Fa took away. My Shaojin temple is now filled with incense. There are many lay people who come to pray and fulfill their vows. They have been doing good deeds in the temple during the day to welcome pilgrims. They are already very tired. If they stay up all night chanting sutras, I'm afraid they won't be able to support themselves. I hope Senior Martial Brother can understand." Junior Brother Ming Jian. Zen Master Mingyu's face was filled with displeasure as he said, "It's not that I don't understand them. I don't ask much of them, but it's different today. Yunlin Temple's martial uncle Xingqian is coming to my Shaojin Temple. No matter how well we do on a daily basis, he won't be satisfied. Our hard work will all be for naught." Sigh. Hearing this, Ming Jian's face was filled with worry. He looked at the night sky outside the main hall and sighed, "We have been waiting here for 3 nights, but martial uncle didn't come. I'm afraid he won't be coming today. Senior Brother, why don't we let the disciples go back and rest? Tomorrow is the day of the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Although my Shaojin Temple can't be as lively as Yunlin Temple, It should still have some atmosphere. These disciples will have to work hard tomorrow. At this point, Ming Jian couldn't continue. Sigh. Zen Master Mingyu was also worried. The immortal Buddhist ceremony is one thing, but the challenge of the Jianghu temple is more important. If martial uncle Xingqian doesn't come in time tonight, my Shaojin temple will be in trouble tomorrow. Forget it, all of you can leave. Rest in peace early so that you can be energetic tomorrow. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Buddhist sect's disciples. Yes, we understand. The dozen or so monks felt as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. They all stood up, bowed and left one after another. Ming Jian, you should go back too. Seeing that Ming Jian was still sitting there, Zen Master Mingyu waved his hand and said. But Ming Jian smiled and said, disciple had better accompany senior apprentice brother here. Maybe martial uncle Xingqian will come over soon, so it's better for our Shaojin temple to not lose our manners. Speaking to this point, Ming Jian was puzzled again and said in a low voice, Senior brother Abbot, didn't you say a few days ago that Shu should have arrived the day before yesterday? Even if martial uncle is late, it shouldn't be so late, right? You ask me, who should I ask? Zen Master Mingyu was clearly impatient. He got up from the futon and walked slowly to the door of the main hall. He looked at the night sky outside and smiled bitterly. The immortal and Buddha ceremony will begin in a few hours. The challenge of Jianghu Temple would follow soon after. Over the past few days, the reputation of the Tidal River Temple had risen greatly. They had saved 2 men and women who were about to die, igniting the passion of the entire Longevity town. Not to mention the reconstructed golden body called Taoist Master Shao or Lord Sea God. Even the incense was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the past, their Taoist sect had Yuan Ye, and even our Shaojin Temple's disciples couldn't defeat him easily. Now that there's a mysterious Taoist Master Shao, how do you expect our Shaojin Temple to face him tomorrow? Senior brother Abbot? Ming Jian was a little surprised. That Yuan Ye might be strong and skilled in fighting, but in the eyes of senior apprentice brother Ming Fa and senior apprentice brother Ming Jian, he shouldn't be much, right? That new Taoist Master Shao of Jianghu Temple has an unknown background and we don't know how strong he is, but it's obvious that he's Shao Jian's blood relative. Shao Jian doesn't have any cultivation, so how strong can his blood relative be? If I could easily kill Yuan Ye, would his Jianghu Temple still exist today? Zen Master Mingyu replied in a low voice. Although Yuan Ye doesn't have any Taoist techniques, his fighting skills are all sure kill techniques that put his life on the line. I've only just formed a good relationship with him. If I really put my life on the line, I'm definitely better than Yuan Ye in terms of punches and kicks. Besides, how can I, as the head of a temple, directly face off against Yuan Ye? Then we're in trouble. Ming Jian's expression changed as well. He smiled and said, I thought that senior apprentice brother Abbot had always been hiding your strength and didn't want to lower yourself to the same level as Jianghu Temple. That might not be as serious as you think. Zen Master Mingyu narrowed his eyes. If it really involves the survival of my Shaojin Temple, I'm not afraid to use my Buddhist secret technique. Oh? What happened to Shaojin Temple? You're actually going to use a secret technique? At this moment, a Buddhist sense swept past them. Similarly, a surprised voice sounded in their ears. Martial Uncle Xingqian. Hearing this voice, Zen Master Mingyu almost shouted out loud. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice in the Buddhist sense. Not long after, 4 middle-aged and old monks of different sizes stepped on faint clouds and floated down from the night sky. Disciples Mingyu and Ming Jian greet martial uncles. Zen Master Mingyu and Ming Jian tidied up their clothes and respectfully bowed. Amit Ba, martial nephews, please rise. In front of him was a thin old man. His eyebrows were already white, and his hands were abnormally dry. However, the old man's eyes flashed with an extremely bright light. He glanced at the two of them and chanted the name of Buddha. Yes. Zen Master Mingyu and monk Ming Jian replied and straightened up. The old man was Xingqian. After greeting Mingyu and Ming Jian, he waved his hand and said, Behind me are Xing Kong, Xing Min and Xing Fan. Martial nephew Mingyu, have you met them in Yunlin Temple before? This disciple greets your martial uncle Xing Kong. As for martial uncles Xing Min and Xing Fan, I have only heard of your name and have never seen you before. Monk Mingyu smiled and greeted Ming Jian and the other 3 martial uncles. Where's Ming Fa? Xingqian clearly had some understanding of Shaojin Temple. Although I'm late, the other ordinary disciples can rest. He can't sleep early, can he? Haha, of course not. Zen Master Mingyu smiled and said, I've been waiting for martial uncles with more than 30 disciples of Shaojin Temple for 3 days. The other disciples just left a few minutes ago. As for Ming Fa, today's dusk, Counselor Hao of Longevity Town is in some trouble. It seems that there's some demon there. I can't go, so I sent junior brother Ming Fa over. Looking at the time, he should be back soon. Demon? Xing Qin raised his white eyebrows and said in surprise, "What kind of demon is it? Can Ming Fa handle it alone?" "I don't know what kind of demon it is," Zen Master Mingyu said casually. "However, as far as I know, there aren't any powerful demons in Longevity Town. Besides, Ming Fa has the demon-absorbing bowl in the temple and more than 10 disciples to help him. He should be fine." "No." Unexpectedly, Xing Qin immediately shouted, "Tell this old monk where Squire Hao lives. This old monk will go and see for himself." "Okay." Seeing that Xing Qin was so serious, Zen Master Mingyu's heart tightened. Just as he was about to speak, Xing Qin raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It seems that I don't have to go." Ming Fa, they're back? Zen Master Mingyu hurriedly released his weak Buddhist awareness. Unfortunately, the range of his Buddhist awareness was too small to see anything. However, Zen Master Mingyu withdrew his Buddhist awareness and said to Xing Qin and the others, "Since junior brother Ming Fa is back, you don't have to worry about him. Please rest in the quiet room." Okay. Xing Qin nodded and looked at the great Buddha's hall. "After I pay my respects to Buddha, I'll go." Then, under Zen Master Mingyu's lead, Xing Qin and the others paid their respects to Buddha and came to a quiet room that had been prepared in advance. Mingyu and Ming Jian poured tea for Xing Qin. Before Xing Qin could take a sip, Ming Fa returned to Shaojin Temple with more than 10 embarrassed disciples. Ming Fa and the others were injured by the rabbit's demonic qi and their primordial qi was damaged. They looked dispirited and listless. Ming Fa ordered the disciples to go back to their rooms and rest. Then he came to see Zen Master Mingyu alone. Seeing Ming Fa return with a broken halberd, both Zen Master Mingyu and Xing Qin were surprised. After Ming Fa told them what had happened, Zen Master Mingyu's face changed greatly. Looking at the frowning Xing Qin, Zen Master Mingyu got up and walked to Xing Qin. He knelt on the ground and said, "Martial uncle, please save Shaojin Temple from destruction." "Why is that?" Xing Qin seemed to be thinking about something else. Seeing Zen Master Mingyu bow to him, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "Martial nephew, stand up and speak." "Martial uncle, this is very important. It concerns the survival of Shaojin Temple. If martial uncle doesn't agree, I'm afraid I won't dare to stand up and speak." Zen Master Mingyu said bitterly. "It concerns the survival of Shaojin Temple?" Xing Qin was even more surprised. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "As long as it's something that I can do, just say it. Since it concerns the safety of Shaojin Temple, how can I not agree?" After Zen Master Mingyu told him about the challenge between Shaojin Temple and Jianghu Temple, as well as the Immortal Buddha ceremony at Changxing Academy, Xing Qin smiled and said, "I thought it was something important. Since it concerns the prosperity of Buddhism, even if you didn't say it, I would have volunteered myself. It's not a difficult task." "Thank you, martial uncle." Seeing that Xing Qin didn't blame him for taking matters into his own hands, Zen Master Mingyu was overjoyed. He hurriedly thanked him and said, "I just wanted to take advantage of martial uncle's arrival to wipe out the remaining Taoists in front of Shaojin Temple. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected opponent." "An unexpected opponent? That's nothing." Xing Qin smiled and said, "If you challenged Changxing Academy, I would have to consider it. A small Jianghu Temple doesn't need me to take action. This old monk's junior brother alone can uproot them." "Ah, that's for sure." Zen Master Mingyu smiled and said, "Not to mention Jianghu Temple, even Changxing Academy, since martial uncle and the others are here, they will definitely win. However, I feel that Changxing Academy is too powerful in Changxing Town, so it's not easy to confront them openly. Otherwise, I would have pulled Changxing Academy into the fight." Chapter 3204. Hee, what do you know? Xing Qin sneered. "It's not worth it to sacrifice Changxing Academy for a bet. We can't challenge the bottom line of the Confucian cultivators. We can only try our best to develop the power of the Buddhist sect. What's more, Old Monk and the rest are not the only ones who have come to Longevity Town. The Chongyun sect has also sent a few literary masters. I may not be able to win." "How many literary masters have come from Changxing Academy?" Zen Master Mingyu was surprised. He looked at Xing Chen and said anxiously, "Did something big happen in Changxing town? Not only did Liao Chen of the Buddhist sect come, but also a literary master of Confucian cultivation?" "Ming Fa, come here." Xing Chen didn't answer Zen Master Ming Yu's question. Instead, he waved his hand and asked Ming Fa to come to him. After Ming Fa sat on the praying mat in front of Xing Chen extended a finger and placed it between Ming Fa's eyebrows. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xing Chen opened his mouth and said, "It seems that the so-called monster of the Hao clan is just a rabbit that has turned into a spirit. However, Ming Fa, you didn't wake up on your own. What kind of elixir did you take? With your cultivation you can't escape from the rabbit." Zen Master Ming Yu was shocked. He looked at Ming Fa and asked, "Did the sun rise from the west? Xiao Jian of Jianghu Temple actually helped our Shaojin Temple? If Xiao Jian didn't know how to do it, then it must be another Taoist." Xing Chen laughed. "Impossible." Ming Fa shook his head quickly. "It was always Xiao Jian who did it. That Taoist was just a follower." But speaking up to this point, Ming Fa also came to a realization. He looked at Ming Jian and Ming Yu and said, "But, from the things that happened in the past few days, this Taoist priest with the same surname Xiao is really possible? What happened to Jianghu Temple?" Xing Chen's interest was piqued again. "As far as I know, this dilapidated place can no longer pose any threat to the Golden Temple of our Buddhism sect. Why are there so many things happening today?" Zen Master Ming Yu recounted everything that had happened in the past 10 days. Do you still need to say it? It must be that Taoist priest Zhao's doing. He must have some kind of Taoist elixir." Xing Chen sneered. "The awakening of Ming Fa and the others as well as the subduing of the rabbit spirit, are all related to Taoist Xiao." "That's right. If this Taoist priest Xiao didn't want to reconcile with my little gold temple, he wouldn't have been able to save Ming Fa and the others." Zen Master Bright Moon nodded and said, "Given Xiao Jian's harsh temperament, he could only send the unconscious Ming Fa and company back to Little Gold Temple and use this to humiliate our Buddhist sect." Amit Bai, if that's the case. Ming Fa had already thought things through on the way here. Upon hearing Zen Master Ming Yu's words, he blushed slightly and pressed his palms together. "I've made things difficult for senior brother Abbot. It's all my fault for being too weak." It's fine." Zen Master Ming Yu glanced at Xing Chen and said with a smile, "My Buddhist sect has always been merciful to people. Whether they are secular people, Confucian cultivators or Taoists, I have never really attacked you, and yet have I? Those small fights were just a joke to the Jianghu Temple. Since the Jianghu Temple was the first to show goodwill, Little Gold Temple shouldn't be petty. Shaojin Temple couldn't be petty. Who didn't know how to return a favor? Tomorrow. Oh, I should say today at the Immortal Buddha ceremony, we only need them to admit defeat and forgive them." Unexpectedly, just as Zen Master Ming Yu finished speaking, he thought Xing Chen would clap his hands. However, what greeted him was Xing Chen's cold face and scolding, "Ming Yu, you have been the abbot of Little Gold Temple for so many years. You have received the high hopes of our Yunlin Temple's elders." Seeing Xing Chen so angry that he didn't even address him as martial nephew, Zen Master Ming Yu panicked and hurriedly stood up. "Please enlighten me, martial uncle. You don't understand the conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism, much less the conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism. You don't know the greatness of my Buddhist sect. Why did my Buddhist sect travel millions of miles to build a Yunlin temple in the country of Shi? Why did my Yunlin temple send you to Longevity Town to become the abbot of Little Gold Temple?" Xing Chen said coldly, "To shine the Supreme Buddha's light on the 3 continents is what we, the thousands of bodhisattvas, should do. This is our lifelong obsession. Your hypocritical benevolence can only be blinded by worldly grievances, throwing our Buddha's greatness into the sea of blood. Today you let go of Jianghu Temple, tomorrow you will let go of Longevity Academy, but what about them? When they bare their sharp fangs and drive you out of Longevity Town, I'd like to see where you'll end up. Previously, when I saw that you were able to deal a fatal blow to the Taoists of Jianghu Temple when I came to Longevity Town, I thought you were a promising talent and was delighted. However, after hearing what you said just now..." Hearing Xing Chen's words, Zen Master Ming Yu put his palms together and said, "Amit Ba, martial uncle's teachings are right. I've learned my lesson. I won't dare to use my little mercy to block the Buddha's great ambition, and I won't dare to use worldly favors to block the glory of my Buddhist sect. And it's good that you know your mistake." Xing Chen's expression changed and he nodded. "Actually, your goal in Longevity Town isn't Jianghu Temple, I'm sure you know that." "Yes, I understand." Jianghu Temple is just an ant compared to Longevity Academy. Zen Master Mingyu lowered his head. My Shaojin Temple still doesn't have the strength to compete with Longevity Academy. Do you think Longevity Academy agreed to participate in the competition and hold the so-called Immortal Buddhist ceremony at Shaojin Temple on Zhu Juanfeng's whim? Xing Chen's right hand sneered. Longevity Academy wants to see our Buddhist sect's attitude towards Taoism, whether we're tolerant or cold. Don't forget what the Immortal Buddhist ceremony is. If you're tolerant today, not only will Jianghu Temple's Taoist sect grow stronger, even Longevity Academy will bully you and trample on you. The conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism is like a tiger and a wolf. Yes, I understand. Seeing that Xing Chen actually brought out the conflict between tigers and wolves, Zen Master Mingyu hurriedly nodded. Then tomorrow's matter will depend on Martial Uncle. Since Longevity Academy sent someone here, they must be prepared. Jianghu Temple also has Taoist Shao who can subdue demons. It won't be easy to deal with them. When he spoke up to hear, chanting Master Bright Moon was clearly shocked again. Of course, a Transcendence Realm Martial Uncle came from his family, a scholar-level Confucian Cultivator came from Long Life Academy, and even the unremarkable River and Tide Temple gained a Taoist priest who could subdue demons. Wasn't this a situation of fierce competition? He didn't believe that these people were all here for the Immortal Buddhist ceremony that Longevity Town had never paid attention to before. Martial Uncle. Zen Master Mingyu asked tentatively, you didn't come to Longevity Town for the Immortal Buddhist ceremony, right? When I came here, who knew that you would hold the Immortal Buddhist ceremony here? Xing Chen sneered. If I wanted to participate in the Immortal Buddhist ceremony, wouldn't I be at Yinlin Temple? Who would have the patience to come to your Shaojin Temple? Zen Master Mingyu was delighted to hear Xing Chen's nagging and not so serious tone. He smiled and said, then I really don't understand. Is there anyone in Longevity Town that can catch the eye of martial uncles? If it's my purpose for coming here. Xing Chen glanced at Ming Fa and said lightly, it's related to what Miss Hao said. Ah? Ming Fa was stunned and almost blurted out, what the rabbit said was true? Sigh. Ming Fa's words made Zen Master Mingyu and Ming Qing gasp. They looked at Xing Chen in disbelief. That's right. Xing Chen said lightly, Yunlin Temple received news that some demons are eyeing Longevity Town. It can't be? Zen Master Mingyu almost cried out in grief. He had put in a lot of effort in Shaojin Temple, and it was not easy for it to have such a scene. If the demons were eyeing Longevity Town, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Longevity Town is one of the hundreds of towns in the country of Shi. There's nothing to show off. Why are those demons eyeing Longevity Town? I'm not a demon, how would I know what they're thinking? Xing Chen did not refer to himself as old monk anymore. He seemed to have a lot of resentment. What exactly is the news that Martial Uncle received? Ming Qing was also afraid and asked in a low voice, perhaps the news is false. It may not be false. Xing Chen shook his head and said, even Chongyun's sect sent scholars to Longevity Academy. The Confucian cultivators must have received this news as well. However, the reason why this old man came a few days late was because I looked around and found a few unorthodox cultivators. I even went to Lucky Shun Town to visit the small bamboo temple. What's strange about it? Zen Master Mingyu looked at Xing Chen's expression and asked in a low voice. There seems to be some movement, but it also seems to be groundless speculation. Xing Chen shook his head and said, however, it's not like what you think or what Miss Hao said about the people being plunged into misery and suffering. I'm afraid it's just some small demons who want to do some blood sacrifice. It's not a big deal. Blood sacrifice. Zen Master Mingyu raised his eyebrows and said, why don't they go deep into the mountains and forests? Why would they go to Longevity Town where there are so many people? Don't tell me they want to use hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town as sacrifices? If you're a demon, you must know. How would I know if they want to use hundreds of thousands of people for blood sacrifice? Damn it, it's just some groundless speculation and they sent me here. Sai, think about the invitation to the Immortal Buddhist ceremony that I went through so much trouble to get. It's all wasted. Haha, Martial Uncle, tomorrow my Shaojin Temple will have an Immortal Buddhist ceremony, and you're hosting it. Isn't this fulfilling your regret? Bullshit. Xing Chen was about to stand up. However, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly put his palms together. Amit Ba, this poor monk knows his mistake. Then he recited a few scriptures and said, look at that nondescript arena in front of your door. You want me to preside over the Immortal Buddha ceremony? You really want to embarrass me? Chapter 3205. Only now did Monk Mingyu realize that Xing Chen referred to himself as an old man. His eyes narrowed and he hurriedly said, "If martial uncle isn't willing, then sit up there. This disciple will host on behalf of the Buddhist sect. Either way, it's a glorious affair." "What glorious affair?" Xing Chen said in annoyance. This old man has never heard of a Buddhist, Taoist and Confucian challenge held in an arena made of several wooden pillars. This kind of arena can be used by ordinary people, but it will collapse as soon as a cultivator goes up there. Let's not talk about anything else. With a flying sword from a Confucian cultivator and a Buddhist seal from a Buddhist disciple, wouldn't your thin wooden planks be destroyed? This disciple understands. Monk Mingyu blushed and smiled apologetically, but this disciple's little gold temple only has 30 people. How could we have the financial resources to make it perfect? This stage is nothing more than a place for unranked disciples to play around on. When martial uncle sparred with Longevity Academy's literary masters, he naturally flew back and forth in the sky for the people of the secular world to admire. Why would he need this stage? Although that's the case, this is still the face of the Buddhist sect. We can't ignore it. Xing Kong, Xing Min and Xing Fan, go add Buddhist light to the arena so that others won't laugh at us if anything happens. Yes, we understand. Hearing the order, the three arhats who had been silent with their brows lowered responded and stood up. "Martial uncle, this way please." Ming Fa glanced at Monk Mingyu and hurriedly said, "Let's go. We'll go out together." Xing Chen waved his hand and said, "It's almost dawn. We won't be able to cultivate in the quiet room for long." "Yes, martial uncle, this way please." Monk Mingyu and the others hurriedly stood up. When they arrived outside the Shaojin temple, they saw a large flat area under the mountain gate. There was an arena that was several zhang in size. Below the arena, there were dozens of thick wooden pillars supporting it. The thickness of the arena was at least a foot. It could be considered extremely sturdy. On the two sides of the arena were two sheds. They were empty inside without any tables or chairs. Under the morning light, the arena looked very lonely, especially between the thick wooden pillars. Darkness seeped through the gaps, making it look very rough. Perhaps because he had just been scolded by Xing Chen, Zen Master Mingyu, who had always been proud of the arena, felt his face heat up. He stole a glance at Xing Chen in front of him as if waiting for Xing Chen to speak. Unexpectedly, Xing Chen only glanced at him indifferently before raising his head to look at the Longevity town in the distance. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Zen Master Mingyu didn't dare to say anything. He only accompanied them quietly. On the other hand, Xing Kong, Xing Min and Xing Fan discussed in a low voice for a while. Then they stood at different parts of the ring and waved their arms. Some of them were chanting mantras while others were making Buddhist seals. After half an hour, a faint Buddhist aura appeared from all parts of the ring. The originally simple and crude ring seemed to have a bit of a Buddhist aura. Ming Fa leaped up and landed on the stage. He circulated his internal energy and kicked the stage a few times. He didn't hear the previous zhuzh sound. He put his palms together and bowed, "Many thanks to the three martial uncles." Amitba. The three monks put their palms together and smiled faintly. It was already dawn in the east. Everyone's monk robes fluttered in the morning breeze. A solemn atmosphere filled the air around the ring. At this moment, a Buddhist aura that was fainter than the wind and brighter than the sun suddenly swept across the ring. However, it paused for a moment when it swept past Xing Chen and the other monks. Ah? Xing Chen and the other three monks were in the transcendence realm. They were at the second and third tier of elemental energy. How could they not notice the Buddhist aura sweeping over them? Xing Chen was shocked and almost lost his voice. "This, which martial ancestor is here?" Xing Chen didn't hesitate. A cloud appeared under his feet and he flew towards the source of the Buddhist aura. He wanted to welcome the owner of the aura. Xing Kong, Xing Min and Xing Fan didn't want to stay. They hurriedly flew up as well. Martial uncles, martial uncles. Zen Master Mingyu was anxious. He was only at the first and second tier of elemental energy and couldn't fly. He didn't have a Buddhist weapon in his hand. He couldn't help but shout. However, Xing Chen and the others didn't seem to hear him. The figures in the air became smaller and smaller. Senior Brother Abbot. Ming Cheng and Ming Fa turned pale with fright. Their Buddhist aura was weak and almost inaudible. However, they also noticed the abnormality of the Buddhist aura. They walked over to Zen Master Mingyu and asked excitedly, "This? Which martial ancestor's Buddhist aura is this?" Are there other seniors coming over? How would I know? Zen Master Mingyu replied unhappily, even martial uncle Xingqian doesn't know. How would I know? Then. Ming Fa said softly, what's this martial ancestor's cultivation level? Can the old man block the demon's blood sacrifice? Senior brother Ming Fa. Ming Qing smiled. Since martial uncle Xingqian calls him martial ancestor, then it must be Runi's cultivation level. He was at the 4th tier of elemental energy in the hidden immortal continent. What Runi's cultivation level? Zen Master Mingyu rolled his eyes at Ming Cheng. That's Ming Ni's cultivation level. Yes, I know. It's Ming Ni's cultivation level. Ming Cheng said embarrassedly, a martial ancestor with this level of cultivation. I'm afraid he's on par with the abbot of our Cloud Forest Temple? No, he should be stronger than the abbot of Cloud Forest Temple. Why did he come to Longevity Town? Naturally he has the same goal as martial uncle Xingqian. Ah, that's good. Ming Fa laughed. With him around we don't have to worry anymore. AI, senior brother abbot, you didn't go to Hao clan so you don't know. That demon is really powerful. Even my Shaojin Temple's Buddhist artifact couldn't do anything to it. If there's an even more powerful demon coming over my Shaojin Temple. Zen Master Mingyu snorted coldly and said, it's because my Shaojin Temple doesn't have that kind of power that martial uncle Xingqian and the rest came to Longevity Town. Now that a Ming Ni's martial ancestor has come, my Shaojin Temple has nothing to worry about from now on. That whatever rabbit, whatever radish, they're just methods for us to spread Buddhism. Yes, we understand. Ming Fa smiled and said, with martial ancestor, what Tidal River Temple, what Longevity Academy, they're not enough for my Shaojin Temple. Zen Master Mingyu waved his hand to stop Ming Fa and ordered the two, quickly go and inform the disciples in the temple to prepare for the martial ancestor's arrival. Yes, we understand. Ming Cheng and Ming Fa left excitedly. However, after an hour, the sun had risen and the 30 or so people in Shaojin Temple were already waiting in front of the Shaojin Temple in their monk robes. Xingqian and the other 3 flew back. There were no other monks in front of them. Martial uncle. Zen Master Mingyu frowned slightly. He looked at Xingqian who had landed on the ground and said in a low voice, is it because martial ancestor doesn't want to stay in my Shaojin Temple? No. Xingqian frowned even more tightly than Zen Master Mingyu. I didn't find any trace of martial ancestor. He seemed to have passed by here. His Buddhist awareness swept past, so it's not easy to find him. Zen Master Mingyu was extremely disappointed. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Oh, of course. Xingqian raised his head again and looked into the distance. Perhaps he's in Longevity Town. And he has the same purpose as me. But he's not from Yunlin Temple, so he doesn't want to meet us. This martial ancestor's cultivation. Ming Fa couldn't help but whisper, has he already reached Mingjin? Yes, in terms of Buddhist awareness he should have reached the Mingjin realm. Xingqian nodded. However, Buddhist disciples don't pay much attention to Buddhist awareness. They only focus on refining relics. If I'm not mistaken, this martial ancestor has just stepped into the Lotus realm. Pseudo-Lotus? Ming Fa was dumbfounded. Of course. Xingqian said proudly, this is just a feeling based on my Buddhist awareness. It can't be true. If martial ancestor is Mingjin, he could even be Rugu. Martial uncle Xingqian. Ming Fa smiled and said, how many realms are there in Buddhist cultivation? I haven't entered the rank yet, so I really don't understand. Martial uncle, please enlighten me. Hee little guy. Xingqian laughed. You haven't entered the rank yet, but you want to know the 9 realms? Aren't you biting off more than you can chew? Seeing Xingqian joking like this, Ming Fa knew that Xingqian's worries had disappeared because of the presence of the Buddhist sect's master. He smiled and said, although I haven't entered the rank, I should at least know the secret of Buddhist sect's cultivation. Otherwise, if I accept a disciple one day, I'll be too embarrassed to tell him about it. Okay. Xingqian was in a good mood. There are 9 realms in Buddhist cultivation. They are benevolence, transcendence, Rugu, bright gene, pseudo-lotus, canopy transformation, embryo formation, stationary spirit, and living Buddha. The mysteries within can only be comprehended when one cultivates. This old man doesn't know either. You just have to remember it well. Thank you, martial uncle. Ming Fa was overjoyed. Forget it. Let's go into the temple. The immortal Buddha ceremony is about to begin. You should get ready. Xingqian waved his hand and said to Monk Mingyu, oh right, You said that the rules of the challenge were set by the Temple of Jianghu. Did they send it here? This. Monk Mingyu smiled bitterly. Xiao Jian hasn't sent it yet. I don't know if he sent it to Chongqing Academy. Nonsense. Xing Chen scolded. The challenge is today. If you don't even know the rules, how are you going to compete with them? Martial uncle. Monk Mingyu smiled. Originally there were only 2 people in the Temple of Jianghu. One was Xiao Jian, the other was Yuanya. It wasn't 10 days ago. A third person came. I don't know his name. I only know that his surname is Xiao. These days the Temple of Jianghu has been very busy. It should be the work of the newcomer Xiao Daoist. The 3 of them had probably never seen such an exuberant situation before. Where would they find the time to come to my Shaojin temple? I can't send people to ask them. Wouldn't that make my Shaojin temple lose face? Moreover, I think, as long as martial uncle comes, no matter what the Temple of Jianghu has, won't it be destroyed under the martial uncle's dharma? Chapter 3206. In these past few days, I've been worried that Uncle Master wouldn't be able to come, so I didn't think too much about it. Zen Master Mingyu added, let the monastery of Jianghu bring it on. Our Shaojin temple will deal with whatever comes our way. Why should we be afraid of them? Aha, that's right, Uncle Master Mingyu. Xing Chen laughed when he heard Zen Master Mingyu's last few words. Exactly. No matter what rules the monastery of Jianghu sets, they're nothing but ants before the power of our Shaojin temple. With that, Xing Chen entered the Shaojin temple with his head held high. The 3 disciples of the Transcendence Realm followed him, leaving Zen Master Mingyu and the rest behind. Haha, Uncle Master Xing Chen is really straightforward. Ming Fa said enviously. Exactly. Zen Master Mingyu said in a low voice, if Uncle Master can stay at our Shaojin temple for a while after the Immortal Buddhist ceremony, we'll definitely benefit greatly. Abbot, just as Zen Master Mingyu was thinking about how to keep Xing Chen, a disciple called out softly from behind him, someone seems to be coming from the foot of the mountain. When Zen Master Mingyu heard this, he hurriedly turned his head. Indeed, there were a few horse carriages slowly approaching the small gold temple on the mountain path about 1 mile away. Beside the horse carriages were several burly men on horseback guarding them. This is Manager Feng from the Green Pine Drugstore in West Town. Ming Qing looked at him for a moment and said with a smile, when I passed by the Green Pine Drugstore that day, I heard him mention that the Immortals and Buddha ceremony is a rare event in the Longevity Town. Today he will definitely come to support the Shaojin Temple. Zen Master Mingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He naturally understood that in the hearts of the people of Longevity Town, the so-called Immortal Buddha ceremony was no different from ordinary social theater and music performances. Shopkeeper Feng came to support, just to watch the show. Forget it. Since he's here, he's a guest. My Shaojin temple can't be too slow. Zen Master Mingyu waved his hand. Come with me to welcome him. Since shopkeeper Feng of the Green Pine Medicine Store was here, the shopkeeper of the Sundry Goods Store, the shopkeeper of the Grain and Oil Store, and so on wouldn't be far away. Carriages after carriages and streams of people came from all around Longevity Town towards the little golden temple. By the time the sun was high in the sky, there were already several hundred people gathered around the arena. Looking at the mountain path at the foot of the mountain, there were still many people coming over. Zen Master Mingyu had really underestimated the gimmick of the Immortal Buddha Grand Ceremony. This was especially so when the Immortal Buddha Grand Ceremony included the competition between the Buddhist sect, Confucian cultivators, and Taoist sections. These hundreds of people had long surpassed the usual number of people who came to the Shaojin Temple to offer incense and worship Buddha. His Shaojin Temple only had about 30 people. How could it handle this? Fortunately, just as Zen Master Mingyu was sweating profusely and feeling extremely anxious, Longevity Academy sent over 100 disciples. Under the lead of a teacher, they assisted the Shaojin Temple in maintaining the order of the ceremony. While Zen Master Mingyu was extremely grateful, he originally wanted to discuss with the teacher how to assign these disciples to assist the Shaojin Temple in arranging the hundreds of people. However, the teacher only greeted Zen Master Mingyu with a smile. After announcing his name, he immediately turned around and instructed the 100 disciples to split into 10 groups and lead the villagers in all directions of the arena. He didn't even bother to discuss with Zen Master Mingyu. Zen Master Mingyu was very dissatisfied. This was clearly overstepping one's authority. Where would the Shaojin Temple put its face? However, in just a moment the Long Life Academy disciples who were divided into groups each carried out their own duties, commanding the villagers. When they saw the chaotic arena become orderly again, Zen Master Bright Moon revealed a bitter smile. Now, how could he not know that his little golden temple, compared to Long Life Academy, couldn't take a single blow? Not to mention the number of disciples and cultivation, just the experience of dealing with such a big scene was far inferior. Zhu Junfeng suggested that the Immortal Buddha ceremony be held in Shaojin Temple. On one hand, he wanted to see how Shaojin Temple would deal with it. On the other hand, he naturally wanted to see Shaojin Temple make a fool of itself. Fortunately, Zen Master Mingyu smiled bitterly and rejoiced at the same time. This seat has always respected Longevity Academy. Moreover, Longevity Academy doesn't need any incense. Between them, it can be considered harmonious. This is why Zhu Junfeng was able to send disciples over to assist. Although Longevity Academy is strong, today is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. It's not a big deal for them to cover up my Shaojin Temple's brilliance. Immortal Buddha, Longevity Academy is in front of my Shaojin Temple. Regardless of whether it was Zen Master Mingyu's self-deception or Longevity Academy's overstepping one's authority, the order in front of the arena gradually improved. Even though there were many villagers who came later, they were all led to an orderly place by the Longevity Academy disciples. Naturally, the villagers in front of the arena weren't all kind people. Some of them didn't accept the arrangement and stood in a bad position. It was inevitable that there would be some complaints and conflicts. Longevity Academy's disciples didn't show any mercy to these people. They either subdued them or chased them away. Zen Master Mingyu and the others were envious of their ruthless methods. In the eyes of the Buddhist monks, these people were pilgrims and parents of food and shelter. However, in the eyes of the disciples they were troublemakers. They could use any means to deal with them. There were even some ruffians who didn't look like they were here to watch the competition. When they saw the Academy's disciples they didn't even go near them. They stayed far away and turned around. The crowd was weaving. When the sun was high up in the sky, there was already a black mass of heads in front of the arena. The people at the front came early. Some brought their own chairs and stools. Even if the people at the back brought some, their line of sight was blocked by the people at the front. When they sat down they couldn't see the arena clearly. Zen Master Mingyu took a look and got a fright. Weren't there close to 2,000 people here to watch the show? Ba. If these people come to my little gold temple, everyone will burn incense for the Buddha and give a copper coin to the little gold temple. Zen Master Mingyu couldn't help but think. Just as Zen Master Mingyu's imagination was running wild, Ming Fa ran over and whispered, "Senior Brother Abbot, no one from Longevity Academy and Jiangchao Temple has come yet." "It's fine," Zen Master Mingyu smiled and said, "Longevity Academy's disciples are here. How can their not come? As for Jiangchao Temple, oh, I forgot that Xiao Jian and I didn't agree on a time. That guy is so sinister. He won't not come, right?" When he finished speaking, Zen Master Mingyu's expression almost changed. If Jiangchao Temple didn't come, wouldn't this arena become a joke? These few days he was jealous of Jiangchao Temple and worried that Xing Chen hadn't come yet. This made Zen Master Mingyu a bit flustered. Buzz buzz. A slight buzzing sound came from the horizon. Zen Master Mingyu's ears twitched and a look of joy appeared on his face. He looked up and saw a few figures flying towards him with flashing sword lights in the distance. Ba. Longevity Academy's people are here. Zen Master Mingyu put his palms together and said with a smile, "The Confucian cultivators are here. This Immortal Buddha ceremony can begin. As for Jiangchao Temple's Taoists, if they don't come, it can only be said that they fled before the battle. There's nothing to fear." As he spoke, Zen Master Mingyu tapped the monk's staff in his hand and was about to activate this Buddhist artifact to bring him up into the sky. However, from the little gold temple's mountain gate behind Zen Master Mingyu, a few loud and clear Buddhist chants came, "Ba, excellent, excellent. Martial Nephew Mingyu, hurry up and welcome the Confucian cultivators." "Yes, Martial Uncle Xing Chen." Zen Master Mingyu was overjoyed. Using the flying technique in front of so many people would be the center of attention. It would be of great significance to the little gold temple's reputation in the future. He could almost imagine the kind of longing these good men and women would have when they came to the little gold temple to worship Buddha and fulfill their vows. However, before he could activate his telekinesis, a woo, a few excited donkey cries came from the mountain path at the bottom of the hill. Soon after, a hoarse voice with the same excitement faintly sounded. Zen Master Mingyu couldn't hear what the voice was saying, but he had a bad feeling in his heart, because the voice was very familiar. Wasn't it Taoist Xiao Jian from Jianghu Temple? Sure enough, when he looked up on the mountain path far away, a lame donkey was pulling a broken carriage. In front of the carriage was Yuanya. He held a small whip in his hand and was trying his best to control the small broken carriage to move towards the little gold temple. After Yuanya was naturally Xiao Jian. He was standing on the carriage and waving his hand at Zen Master Mingyu. Sigh. Zen Master Mingyu sighed. Is this the Taoist's honor? How shameful. Mingqing, go and welcome them. Anyway, they're here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Our little gold temple can't be impolite. Unfortunately, before Ming Chen could speak, Xing Chen's instructions rang in Zen Master Mingyu's ears. Sigh, the Taoist sect has fallen to such a state. How can they be a match for our Buddhism sect? Forget it, nephew Mingyu, go and welcome them. Anyway, they're here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Our little gold temple can't be impolite. Yes. Zen Master Mingyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw Xing Chen fly up from the mountain gate with Xing Kong, Xing Min and Xing Fan, the crowd of nearly 2,000 people was in an uproar. Everyone exclaimed, and many people even knelt on the ground and shut their mouths helplessly. Zen Master Mingyu waved his hand and shouted, Ming Fa Ming Ching, follow me down the mountain to welcome the Taoist sect of Jianghu Temple. When you see them in the arena later, don't hold back. Beat them into a pig's head for me. Yes, senior brother. Seeing that Zen Master Mingyu was so angry that he spoke like that, Ming Fa and Ming Ching didn't dare to not answer loudly. Zen Master Mingyu strode down the mountain. The mountain path that had been watered and cleaned long ago was already covered in dust after being trampled by 2,000 people, staining the lower hem of the Zen Master's brand new monk robe. The little stains were hard to hide, just like Zen Master Mingyu's mood. However, seeing that the donkey carriage was approaching, Zen Master Mingyu took a deep breath and passed his monk staff to Ming Chen. He put his palms together and bowed. Taoist Xiao, I represent the Buddhism sect to welcome the Taoist sect to the immortal Buddhist ceremony of the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivators. Chapter 3207. You. Just as Monk Mingyu was bowing, not only did the donkey cart not stop, it even sped up. Yuanya hurriedly pulled on the reins of the lame donkey and shouted loudly, wanting to stop the donkey cart. Yuanya's strength was extremely great. Slurp. The reins caused great pain to the lame donkey. It couldn't help but raise its front legs and neighed loudly. It sounded as if it was replying to Monk Mingyu's words. The donkey cart's sudden movement caused the people on the cart to lose their balance. Xiao Jian stood on the cart and couldn't help but stagger. He jumped off the donkey cart and landed on the ground. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I don't dare. I'm just a small Taoist and can't represent my Taoism. But today, for the survival of my Taoism, I still dare to pay a visit to Shaojin Temple. Xiao Jian's voice wasn't soft, but it was hard to hear because of the donkey's neighing. Go to hell. Yuanya, who was holding the reins, saw the lame donkey struggling and couldn't help but get angry. He shook the reins and jumped off the cart, kicking the lame donkey's butt. Yuanya's strength was extremely great. Slurp, the lame donkey cried out in pain. It was kicked to the side of the mountain path by Yuanya, and fell to the ground along with the cart. Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged at the back of the cart, calmly jumped off the cart. Although his figure was strong and healthy, one couldn't see anything special about him. Damn it. Xiao Jian originally had the look of an expert as he politely bowed to Zen Master Mingyu. When he saw this, his expression changed drastically as he cursed. Yeah, this is the donkey cart that I borrowed from the tea house at the foot of the mountain. This donkey is worth a lot of money. If you break it, how am I going to compensate the tea house's boss? Hearing this, Yuanya didn't say anything. Monk Mingyu's face turned green. He glanced at Ming Cheng, who understood and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, don't bother about the donkey cart. Let's hurry up the mountain. It's already late, the immortal Buddha ceremony should start. The competition on the stage has already made people look forward to it. Oh, that's right. When Xiao Jin heard this, he came to his senses and shouted, That's right, yeah. Hurry and move the donkey cart to the side. In a while you will be competing with these monks on stage. Remember, since we came here today, we don't plan to go back. After we get the arena, we will take this little gold temple under our Jianghu Temple. Is this a donkey cart? It's fine if you don't want it. Master, on the other side Yuanya had already raised the donkey cart with one hand. The lame donkey was also obedient now. It shyly moved to Yuanya's side and actually licked his hand. Unfortunately Yuanya slapped the donkey's head to the side and answered Xiao Jian, "This donkey cart is worth a few coins. Although Shaojin Temple has some copper coins, we can't live extravagantly." You. Zen Master Mingyu was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He looked around and saw that there weren't many villagers from Longevity Town. Thus he sneered, "Xiao Jian, are you daydreaming? Do you think this penniless monk doesn't know what you and your disciple are capable of? You, a new Taoist disciple, want to chase this poor monk away from Longevity Town? Why don't we wait and see?" Xiao Jian laughed loudly. "However, this old man feels that you should ask Ming Fa about this. He seems to be more confident than you. This penniless monk only knows that he can give you a black eye." Ming Fa's gaze naturally avoided Xiao Hua. He coldly looked at Xiao Jian and shouted, "If you have the ability, why don't you come to the arena with this penniless monk?" Of course. In a while I will see you on the arena." Xiao Jian waved his hand and looked at the crowd in the distance. He smiled and said, "Mingyu, why aren't you bringing this penniless monk to the arena? Is this how your little gold temple treats its guests?" Zen Master Mingyu gritted his teeth hatefully. However, he still put his palms together and said, "Amitabha, Taoist Xiao has come like this." As he spoke, he took the monk's staff from Ming Cheng and led the way without looking back. He led Xiao Jian and the other two up the mountain path. In the sky, Xing Chen was flying in front. When he saw the faces of Mo Jianli and the others, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes. These people's cultivation was about the same as his, but Mo Jianli was obviously much younger than him. The hidden immortal continent was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, when he thought of Ling Chen's powerful Buddhist awareness that made him feel suffocated, he sneered in his heart. He stopped in midair, put his palms together and saluted, "Xing Chen of the Cloud Forest Temple and my three junior brothers Xing Kong, Xing Min and Xing Fan, greet fellow immortals of Confucian cultivation. We don't dare." Mo Jianli was originally behind Zhu Junfeng. When he saw that it was not Mingyu who flew out of the little gold temple, but an old monk with second-stage elemental energy, he immediately flew out from behind Zhu Junfeng and bowed, "I am Mo Jianli of the Chongyun sect. I bring my three junior nephews Qiu Jian, Liamo Ming and Ji Dong as well as Zhu Junfeng and Tai, and of the Longevity Academy. Greetings, fellow immortals of the Cloud Forest Temple." When the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist cultivators met, they greeted each other and exchanged greetings. Zhu Junfeng looked at Zen Master Mingyu who was leading Xiao Jian up the mountain gate of the little gold temple and the villagers below the stage. He took half a step forward and said respectfully, "I am Zhu Junfeng of the Longevity Academy. On behalf of the Longevity Academy, I welcome Senior to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony." "Haha, Junior Zhu." Xing Chen smiled and said, "I have heard of Principal Zhu's name before I came to the Longevity Town. In these few years, the Longevity Academy has not only supported the Little Gold Temple, but also sent out students to help the Little Gold Temple today. That's why Mingyu did not make a fool of herself. On behalf of the Cloud Forest Temple, I have to thank the Longevity Academy. Seeing that the immortals and Buddhists of the Longevity Town are getting along so well, in 10 or 20 years, I will still come to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony." Haha, if Senior is so considerate, the Longevity Academy will invite Senior to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony every 10 years. Zhu Junfeng said with a smile. "Yes, that's how it should be." Xing Chen also clapped his hands. "In the future, every 10 years I will also ask Mingyu to send an invitation to fellow immortal Mo. You and I will come together." Haha, well said, well said. Mo Jianli did not like to argue with Xing Chen. He laughed dryly and looked at Xiao Jian who had not yet reached the mountain gate. He waved his hand and said, "Martial Nephew Junfeng, you go ahead with Martial Nephew Mingyue and hold the Immortal Buddha ceremony. I have a few words with fellow immortal Xing Chen." "Yes, Junior Uncle." Zhu Junfeng agreed and cupped his hands at Xing Chen and the others. Then he flew through the crowd with Mr. Tai and then landed on the arena. "Greetings, sir." As soon as Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai and landed, hundreds of disciples shouted in unison. It was such a spectacular sight that a few people almost collapsed on the ground. "Ah, you have worked hard." Zhu Junfeng was as elegant as jade. He raised his hand and gestured to his surroundings. From the looks of it, he was even more like an abbot than Zen Master Mingyu. President Zhu. A loud voice came from below the arena. I haven't seen you in a long time. I heard that the Tidal River Temple will be challenging the Shaojin Temple and the Longevity Academy today. You won't be joining in, will you? Haha, so it's shopkeeper Zhang. Zhu Junfeng glanced at him and said kindly, it's just a spar. I'm afraid it's not my turn to fight. Of course, if you need me to fight, I will not be stingy. I will not hide anything. Because my Longevity Academy is Longevity Town's academy, Longevity Academy students are Longevity Town students. This Zhu is also a citizen of Longevity Town. Good, well said. Before Zhu Junfeng's voice landed, countless applause and cheers rang out. Many of the villagers who had never seen the methods of Confucianism before looked at Zhu Junfeng with pious eyes. They had long regarded Zhu Junfeng as an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, Zen Master Mingyu had already arrived at the mountain gate. He had already heard Zhu Junfeng's words, and the anger in his heart was even more depressing than when he heard Xiao Jian's arrogant words. If Zen Master Mingyu's nose was crooked from anger just now, he would be fuming with rage right now. Zhu Junfeng's words and the Shaojin Temple's efforts were covered up. Wasn't the Shaojin Temple doing all the work for others? Who was the abbot of the Shaojin Temple? Unfortunately, Zen Master Mingyu could not get angry. He could only put on a fake smile and wait patiently for the pig-like Xiao Jian to catch up. Martial Uncle Xingqian's words last night were right. At this moment, Zen Master Mingyu was completely convinced. He originally thought that since Changxing Academy was a Confucian cultivator, they would at least know more about etiquette than Jiangchao Temple. However, now that they had shown their etiquette, it was clear what they were thinking. Of course. Zhu Junfeng raised his hand again and smiled. Today Shaojin Temple is hosting the ceremony. Longevity Academy is also here as a guest. On behalf of Longevity Academy, I would like to thank the Buddhist sect, the disciples of Shaojin Temple, and Zen Master Mingyu for your hard work and effort. Amitabha Buddha is merciful. Fortunately, although the 30 or so monks' chants were not as loud as Longevity Academies, they were still uniform. It was obvious that they had practiced this countless times. Amitabha. Many of the villagers who came to participate in the ceremony were also devotees of Shaojin Temple. There were even some who had been instructed by Zen Master Mingyu many times. When they heard the monks speak, they naturally echoed. The entire scene was finally harmonious in Zen Master Mingyu's eyes. Buddha is merciful. At this moment, Zen Master Mingyu had just reached the mountain gate. He lightly tapped the staff in his hand and activated the telekinesis in his body. An extremely faint cloud appeared under the staff and wrapped around Zen Master Mingyu's feet. Then, as Zen Master Mingyu raised his hand and lowered his head to chant Buddha's name, he slowly flew toward the arena. Buddha is merciful. Zen Master Mingyu usually did not reveal his Buddhist cultivation. When he suddenly flew from the mountain gate to the arena, many devotees were stunned. Then a commotion broke out. In just a moment, many people lowered their heads and chanted Buddha's name with Zen Master Mingyu. Chapter 3208. Welcome, Principal Zhu and Mr. Tai, to my Shaojin Temple for the Immortal Buddha ceremony. Zen Master Mingyu landed on the arena gracefully and bowed to Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai. Greetings, Zen Master Mingyu. Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai, and naturally returned the greeting. Zen Master Mingyu glanced at Xingqian and Mo Jianli, who were still discussing in midair, then faced the audience and said with a smile, "It's a pity that my Shaojin Temple is lacking in manpower, and this is the first time we're holding such a grand Immortal Buddha ceremony. It can't be compared to Changxing Academy at all." Benefactors who went to Changxing Academy to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony 10 years ago might not have said it out loud, but I'm sure you're already grumbling about how stingy my Shaojin Temple is, right? Boom. There was a burst of laughter below the arena. Everyone had a kind smile on their faces. They didn't think too much about the competition between Confucian cultivators and Buddhists. Although my Shaojin Temple didn't do well today with the help of Changxing Academy, I think my Shaojin Temple will do better and better. Zen Master Mingyu continued, after 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years, my Shaojin Temple will definitely give all of you a perfect Immortal Buddha ceremony. Clap clap. There was another round of applause below the arena. Zhu Junfeng didn't care about Zen Master Mingyu's tit-for-tat words. He also raised his hand and clapped with a warm smile on his face. Of course, the so-called Immortal Buddha ceremony is to commemorate the friendship between us Confucian cultivators and Buddhists. This friendship was also tested in the fight against the enemy. Now, the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm are the proof of this precious friendship. Although time will pass, although you and I will grow old, although the sun and moon will change, this friendship will never change. Holding the ceremony every 10 years is to remind us juniors that the peace of the three continents was not easy to come by. Not only must we not forget the blood, sweat, and sacrifice of our seniors, we must also work together, through thick and thin, to build the three continents into a more prosperous place. Zen Master Mingyu was not done yet, so he spoke in a loud and impassioned voice. Prosperous. High in the sky, Missouri gently whispered something to Xingchen while paying attention to the movements in the arena. When he heard Zen Master Mingyu say this word, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as if he wanted to laugh. But after a while he forced himself to hold back and said, Fellow immortal Xingchen, your Cloud Forest Temple has been developing rapidly in the country of Shi these years. My Chongyun sect is truly envious. Perhaps one day your Yunlin Temple will also become a scene of prosperity. Xingchen raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zen Master Mingyu, whose face was flushed red, and said with a fake smile, This is not because my Yunlin Temple is developing well, but because the people of the country of Shi like my Buddhism sect and need my Buddhism sect. My Buddha is merciful, my Buddhism sect does not develop on its own, and does not feel the need of others. Only when my Buddhism sect is needed, my Buddha will be there to solve the needs of the people. If one day the people of Longevity Town say that we do not need Buddhism sect's illumination, that we do not need Buddha's salvation, then my Yunlin Temple will immediately evacuate the disciples of Shaojin Temple, and return the Shaojin Temple to Longevity Town. Haha. Mo Jinli only said one sentence, but Xingchen actually said so many philosophical words he did not know how to feel. He smiled faintly and said, Whether your Buddhism sect disciples evacuate or not, perhaps it is up to the Yunlin Temple to decide, or perhaps it is up to the Rivertide Temple to decide. Either way, it is not up to me to decide. Just now, I have already told fellow Immortal about the news my Chongyun sect received. Although fellow Immortal did not say it clearly, I feel that the news Yunlin Temple received should be similar to that of my Chongyun sect, right? That's right. Hearing that Mo Jianli was talking about business, Xingchen stopped arguing with Mo Jianli. He nodded and said, I came here for the same reason as you, fellow Immortal Mo. We are here because of the vague news that the monster is going to massacre the town of Longevity. Also, just last night my Shaojin Temple's disciples met with a strange thing. Oh? What is it? Mo Jinli's eyes lit up and said hurriedly, Could it be that you have found out the truth? Although not yet, but it is close. Xingchen nodded and then told him about Minister Hao's family. Ah. Hearing this, Mo Jinli was stunned and looked up with a strange expression. It was Xiao Hua who had followed Xiao Jian to the front of the arena, his eyes fixed on the arena, and asked curiously, Fellow Immortal Mo, are you talking about this person? You should be. Xingchen smiled and said, Besides Xiao Jian and Yuanya, isn't there only one person in the Rivertide Temple? Who else could it be? It seems that fellow Immortal Mo has hidden himself well. Mo Jianli nodded slightly and said, Although I heard that there were miracles in the Rivertide Temple, I always thought that it was caused by the elixirs that Taoist Xiao had. If it is as fellow Immortal Mo said, then I have to look at Taoist Xiao in a new light. Haha, Taoist disciples have risen from the ashes for a long time, and there have been many in the past, right? They are just decorations for the Immortal Buddha ceremony, so you don't have to care about them. Xingchen said with a smile. Well, let's not talk about the Rivertide Temple. Mo Jinli looked away and said, I came to Rivertide Town a few days ago and I met with something in the Liao River outside the town. Then Mo Jinli told Xingchen about the Liao River, and then he pointed at Xiao Jian who was in the arena and said with a smile, The next day, those fishermen went to the Rivertide Temple and reconstructed the so-called golden body of the sea god. Humph, they are all fools. The so-called sea god is just a clay statue and there is no Buddha. Xingchen sneered and said with disdain. However, he stopped when he saw Mo Jianli's expression change. Mo Jianli was no match for Xingchen when it came to a battle of words, but now they were fighting against an unknown monster together. He could not let others have a bad impression of him. Therefore he changed the topic and said, How could it be as miraculous as the disciples of the Immortal Buddha sect? However, if what fellow Immortal Mo said is true, could it be that the monster is a member of the Water Tribe? Very likely. Mo Jinli nodded and said, "But after that day I took 2 martial nephews along the river for hundreds of miles, and we didn't find anything. However, according to what fellow immortal Mo said, the ordinary monsters near Jiangqing town have all escaped. Maybe it is really a member of the water tribe in the river. Well, since we have found the monster's location, after today's immortal Buddha ceremony, we will search along the river again. Your divine eye and spiritual sense are marvelous, and my Buddhist sense is also good at observing the subtle. We should be able to find something." "Okay," as fellow immortal Mo said. Mo Jinli clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Let's go and see if the immortal Buddha ceremony of the Shaojin Temple is different from the one of the Changxing Academy." "Please." Xingchen raised his hand and said with a smile, "I am a host. Please forgive me if I don't treat you well." "Ah, please." Mo Jinli also laughed, and several people controlled the clouds and sword lights to land on the arena. Zen Master Mingyu flew onto the arena with the help of his staff. Xiao Jian, who was behind him, was displeased. He looked around and found no ladder. The arena was 6 feet high. How could he get onto it? "Senior Xiao." Xiao Jian naturally thought of Xiao Hua first. He turned around and called out. However, behind Xiao Jian, Xiao Hua stood there in a daze. His eyes stared straight at the extremely ordinary arena. He turned a deaf ear to Xiao Jian's words. "Senior Xiao." Xiao Jian called out again, but Xiao Hua still ignored him. Xiao Jian did not dare to say any more. He roared at Yuanya, who was behind Xiao Hua. "Why are you dying behind Senior Xiao? Quick, get Master onto the arena." "Yes, Master." Yuanya answered and ran in front of Xiao Jian. He looked at the edge of the arena and called out, "Master, come here. Disciple can throw you onto the arena." "Throw." Xiao Jian looked at the somewhat tall arena. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, throw then throw. Anyway, this is the only time I will lose face. After the competition, this Shaojin temple will belong to this old man. This old man will be the first to break this arena." As he spoke, Xiao Jian walked in front of Yuanya. He closed his eyes and waited for Yuanya to throw him onto the arena. The arena of martial arts competition. Stage, the stage of village opera, Lu Town, Piaomiao sect. Xiao Hua stood at the mountain gate. When he saw the arena for the first time, a kind of incomparable familiarity emerged from the bottom of his heart. Scenes of extremely familiar scenes appeared in his mind. A small child waving the clumsy and specious Big Dipper God fist on the arena, fighting with several monks in all seriousness. That childish face was filled with seriousness and longing. Immediately after, there was another huge stage. On it, there were several people dressed in opera costumes singing. Immediately after, there were several indistinct punches and kicks. "Zhang Xiaohua, oh Zhang Xiaohua. So you were so cute when you were young. So stubborn. So righteous." Xiaohua's eyes could not help but heat up. "Lu Town, my hometown. Perhaps it is in this hidden immortal continent." In his memory, he had never seen this arena in the Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, the Dawn Rain continent did not have anything like a stage. There was also no cultivation sect or Buddhist sect called Piaomiao sect. It seems like this Xiao was sent back to his hometown by fate's hands. Only I don't know which country this Lu town is in and which province it is in. When Xiao Jian walked in front of Yuanya and waited for Yuanya to throw him onto the arena, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose again. He laughed and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, haha, that is my second brother. Back then he seemed to have thrown me into the ring just like that." The liveliness of the Shaojin Temple's arena made Xiao Hua think of many familiar scenes. Naturally, he did not hear Ming Fa's soft reminder when he walked to his side. Dawa Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Jian actually wanted Yuanya to throw him onto the arena, Zen Master Mingyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't this looking for trouble with the Shaojin Temple? Isn't this silently telling others that the Taoist branch of the River Tide Temple received unfair treatment in the Shaojin Temple? Thus, Zen Master Mingyu hurriedly shouted, "There is a ladder behind the arena that leads to the arena." Chapter 3209. Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to make a joke out of this old man? What kind of attitude is this? Xiao Jian snorted in annoyance and hurriedly looked behind the stage that was covered by a cloth. Unfortunately, the cloth was very tight and he couldn't see it clearly with the naked eye. "Taoist Xiao, please come over here." A scholar with delicate features came out from behind the stage and said with a smile. "Thank you, young master." Xiao Jian cupped his hands and said casually, Longevity Academy students are really sensible. Compared to the monks of Small Gold Temple, you are many times better. In the future, when this old man is in charge of Small Gold Temple, this Small Gold Temple will become Small Gold Temple. I will definitely invite Longevity Academy students to eat and drink at Small Gold Temple for 3 days. Hee hee. That student smiled faintly and didn't reply. He led Xiao Jian and Yuanya to the ladder behind the stage that was covered by the cloth and cupped his hands before turning to leave. Benefactors. On the stage, Zen Master Mingyu ignored Xiao Jian and said with a smile, I believe that some benefactors already know that today's immortal Buddhist ceremony is different from 10 years ago. The difference is that there is a Taoist sect in Longevity Town's Jianghu Ridge who wants to challenge Small Gold Temple's Buddhist sect. Furthermore, if any benefactors were present that day, they would know that this challenge was initiated by Taoist Xiao Jian from Jianghu Monastery. That day, this old monk went to Longevity Town to look for Principal Zhu of Longevity Academy to discuss with him about today's immortal Buddhist ceremony. Since this old monk saw that Jianghu Monastery had such ambitions, this old monk decided to push this competition to today. Principal Zhu also passed by that day and decided on today's event on the spot, as well as the competition between Small Gold Temple and Jianghu Monastery. Zen Master Mingyu is right. Zhu Junfeng didn't miss the opportunity to say, in this year's immortal Buddhist ceremony, other than the cultivation of Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects, there will also be a competition between Buddhist and Taoist sects. The price of this competition was decided 10 days ago. Whichever sect loses the competition will disappear from Longevity Town. Alright. Below the stage there were already people who weren't afraid of things getting out of hand. No matter what purpose they had, their faces were filled with fanaticism and excitement. From the looks of it, there was no shortage of people who came to watch the show. Only my Small Gold Temple has the geographical advantage, and Immortal Academy has also come to participate. That is why this poor monk has given the authority to set the rules to Riverside Temple's Taoist priest Xiao. Today I asked Taoist priest Xiao to explain it in front of all these benefactors. When Zen Master Mingyu saw Xiao Jian walk up to the arena, he chuckled and said, let's see if the rules are fair. Good. Below the arena, a few elders clapped and said, Zen Master Mingyu is indeed an upright person. He doesn't bully others. I greet Principal Zhu. Xiao Jian walked up the stage and cupped his hands towards Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng naturally did not dare to be negligent and also cupped his hands in return. Following which, Xiao Jian walked up 2 steps and stood side by side with Zen Master Mingyu and the others. He cupped his hands towards the surroundings again as if he wasn't uneasy at all. He smiled and said, Benefactors, my Riverside Temple doesn't have many people. Including I, there are only 3 people. Benefactors, you must be a witness for my Riverside Temple. Don't let this Small Gold Temple shamelessly refuse to leave after our Riverside Temple wins. Ha ha ha. Below the stage, everyone roared with laughter. Don't worry. If Small Gold Temple loses and they don't leave, we will chase them away for you. That's good. This way I can be at ease. Xiao Jian bowed towards the crowd and said, Now, I will announce the rules of the competition and let everyone see if it is fair. Good. Below the stage, everyone shouted in unison. Xiao Jian glanced at Zen Master Mingyu and Zhu Junfeng and said, My Riverside Temple doesn't have many people and Small Gold Temple doesn't have many people. If my Riverside Temple were to compete with Small Gold Temple it would be fine. However, Changxing Academy actually has over 1,000 people. If all of them participate. Without waiting for Xiao Jian to finish, Zhu Junfeng immediately waved his hand and said, Taoist Xiao, don't worry. My Changxing Academy only has 131 people. If you say how many people you want to send, my Changxing Academy will send that many people. That's good. Xiao Jian nodded. I feel that Small Gold Temple and Changxing Academy should send 10 people each. Zen Master Mingyu looked at Zhu Junfeng. He originally thought that Xiao Jian would ask Small Gold Temple and Changxing Academy to send 3 people each. He was already prepared to refute. He didn't expect Xiao Jian to agree to Small Gold Temple and Changxing Academy sending 10 people each. It was really unexpected. Zhu Junfeng smiled. Even if there are 10 people, your Riverside Temple will only send 3. Wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? There is no other way. Xiao Jian said helplessly, it is the immortal Buddha ceremony. Naturally, Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects will be the main participants. My Taoist sect will only be there for decoration. Fine. Zen Master Mingyu nodded, then how should we compete? Very simple. Xiao Jian raised his voice. Our 3 sects will list out the names of the participants and announce it on the spot. Then they will go up the stage according to the order from first to last. Of course, only 2 people can compete on the stage. The order will be Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist. Whichever sect's disciple loses, the next sect's disciple will go up. Of course, if this disciple loses, he will lose the right to fight again. The next disciple will wait for his sect's turn to go up the stage. In the end, whichever sect's disciple stays on the stage will win. Of course, my River Tide Temple and Small Gold Temple, whichever sect's disciple loses first will lose the challenge and disappear from Changxing town. I'll say something. Zhu Junfeng waited for Xiao Jian to finish before saying with a smile, Taoist Zhao's method seems fair, but there are still some drawbacks. If my Longevity Academy and Shaojin Temple work together, wouldn't your River Tide Temple suffer a great loss? One of your disciples is going to deal with 2 of our disciples. I believe in Changxing Academy. Xiao Jian smiled. If I don't believe in Changxing Academy in Changxing town, who can I believe in? Good. Zhu Junfeng clapped. Since Taoist Xiao believes in my Changxing Academy, I will also represent Changxing Academy to explain to the people of Changxing town that my Changxing Academy will definitely not cheat for personal gain, and will definitely not show mercy in the competition. Good, I will testify. Everyone below the stage clamored loudly. Taoist Xiao, are you at ease? Monk Mingyu sneered. Xiao Jian laughed. I have always believed in Changxing Academy. And since Taoist Xiao believes in me, then I still have to say a few words. Zhu Junfeng continued. The key to the competition is Small Gold Temple and River Tide Temple. Therefore the order should be Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian. My Changxing Academy fighting with whoever is first is unfair to them. Taoist Xiao, don't you agree? Oh, that's right. Principal Zhu is right, I really didn't think that much. Xiao Jian slapped his forehead and said, I was thinking about how to arrange the 3 people of River Tide Temple so that they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. I really didn't think about this. If Taoist Xiao has no objections, then let's use this order. Zhu Junfeng smiled. Changxing Academy has no objections to the other rules. What about Monk Mingyu? Amitba, I have no objections. Principal Zhu is right. Monk Mingyu said with a smile. Good, since that's the case, I will go and prepare the name list for the competition. Zhu Junfeng clapped. How about letting the disciples prepare for the ceremony? Good, that's how it should be. Monk Mingyu looked up and saw Xing Chen and Mo Jianli and the others flying over. He smiled and said, It's a good opportunity for the seniors to be our reference. Then Monk Mingyu tapped his staff and said, Principal Zhu, please. Oh, I will go down with Taoist Xiao. Zhu Junfeng did not activate his sword light, but smiled and said to Xiao Jian. Then let's go down together. Monk Mingyu nodded slightly. After the 5 of them left the arena, Xiao Jian looked up at the 2 sheds on both sides of the arena and said with a smile, Lord Abbot, may I know where the disciples of River Tide Temple are resting? Which of these 2 sheds is? River Tide Temple only has 3 people. Please come to my Shaojin Temple's mountain gate to rest. Zen Master Mingyu said faintly, After the Immortal Buddha ceremony, I will see you on the arena. Mingyu, aren't you going too far? Xiao Jian was furious. Taoist Xiao, if you don't mind, why don't you come to my Changxing Academy's shed? Zhu Junfeng quickly said. No need. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, After today this Shaojin Temple will belong to my Taoist sect. Who would have the patience to mess with the Buddhist sect now? Then he waved his hand and said to Yunya, Yunya, bring the donkey cart here. We can't let the rent of 3 copper coins go to waste. This old man will rest on the donkey cart. Zhu Junfeng laughed and brought Mr. Tai into the shed under the guidance of the students. Monk Mingyu smiled coldly and left without paying attention to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian turned around and walked towards the Shaojin Temple's mountain gate in anger. Yunya quickly ran towards the mountain path beside the mountain gate. That lame donkey was tied to a tree beside the path. Senior, what are you looking at? Seeing Xiao Hua standing there and looking at the arena, Xiao Jian was puzzled and asked in a low voice, What is there to look at in this arena? Is this kind of arena common in Hidden Immortal Continent? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Naturally it is very common. Xiao Jian nodded and said, As long as there is a fight, it will be on the arena. Oh, then have you heard of Lu Town and Piaomiao sect? Xiao Hua asked again. Lu Town? Piaomiao sect? Xiao Jian thought for a moment and shook his head. Disciple has not heard of it. However, there are countless villages and towns in hidden Immortal Continent. Even if Disciple does not know, Disciple can guarantee that if there are not 20 Lu towns in hidden Immortal Continent, there are at least 10. I just don't know which Lu town you are talking about. As for Piaomiao sect, Disciple is not particularly familiar with Confucian sects and cannot casually say. Oh. Xiao Hua also did not think that he would be able to find it so quickly and only lightly nodded his head. That's right, Senior, did you see those people in the air just now? Xiao Jin winked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, how was it? Chapter 32:10. Nothing. Xiao Hua spat out these 3 words, then turned around and walked towards the donkey cart that Yuanya brought over. Hee hee. Xiao Jin suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and quickly followed behind Xiao Hua. He looked at the gate of the small gold temple as if he was looking at his own home. In just half a cup of tea's time, Xing Kong and Xing Min from the Cloud Forest Temple, along with 10 monks from the small gold temple, walked onto the stage. The 10 monks sat cross-legged on the stage with a wooden fish in their hands. One of their hands tapped lightly, and the other hand placed in front of their chest while chanting. As the monks chanted, the entire stage emitted a faint Buddhist light. The Buddhist light gradually transformed into the shape of a lotus. Amitabha. The kind-hearted people below the stage couldn't help but cry out in shock. The moment the lotus took shape, clouds appeared below Xing Kong and Xing Min's feet. The 2 of them flew into the air, clapped their hands and took out 2 purple gold alms bowls from their sleeves. Under the activation of their telekinesis, 2 Buddhist lights shot out from the alms bowls, like pillars of light flying into the air. Amitabha Buddha is merciful. The 2 monks chanted Buddhist mantras as they formed seals with their hands and struck the alms bowl. The alms bowl emitted a thunderous sound as the pillars of Buddhist light trembled and intertwined in midair. Slowly, the image of a benevolent Buddha that was dozens of feet tall appeared in midair. Buddha, please protect us. Seeing a huge Buddha standing in front of them, many of the villagers didn't dare to stand anymore. Plop, plop, plop. They all kneeled on the ground and the entire area below the stage was in chaos. Junfeng, did you see that? Mo Jinli coldly said, this is bewitching people's hearts. The Buddhist sect is much better than us Confucian cultivators. If we want to chase the Buddhist sect away from the hidden Immortal Continent, we must first chase them away from the hearts of the people. Yes, Disciple understands. Zhu Juanfeng's face was also filled with worry as he softly replied. The Buddha standing on the lotus stayed in the air for the time it takes to eat a meal, and then it turned into thousands of specks of light that scattered around the stage. Xing Chen's voice was extremely calm. Amitabha, this is my grace, the reign of the world. Anyone who obtains this item has fate with the Buddha, and is born with kindness. Buddha, please protect us. Buddha is merciful. In an instant, everyone went crazy, and almost reached out their hands to grab the Buddhist light that was falling down. The entire area below the stage immediately became extremely dangerous. Clang. Among the thousands of Buddhist lights, the sound of metal clanging suddenly, the sound of metal, of the 100 or so Immortal Academy's disciples were scattered all around the stage at the same time. They all waved their hands and drew long swords from their backs. This sword energy was originally weak, but when the 100 or so disciples all activated it at the same time, the scene was magnificent. The sword energy was like a song, and immediately cut apart the thousands of Buddhist lights, and even destroyed the fanaticism of the 1,000 or so people. Go! Seeing this, Zhu Junfeng patted his back, and the flying sword rushed into the air like a rainbow. At the same time, Qiu Jian, Liemo Ming and Ji Dong didn't hesitate, and 3 flying swords flew out together with Zhu Juanfeng's flying sword. The 4 flying swords on the stage were like swimming dragons, and set off waves of turbulent waves. When the sword light scattered in the air, the 100 or so flying swords at the same time emitted a strong sword cry, and rushed to the sky as if they were flying together and clustered around the 4 flying swords. Then the 4 flying swords led 4 separate groups of flying swords to dance in the air, and the 1,000 or so people below the stage couldn't help but be fascinated. Go! Mo Jinli lightly shouted, and Zhu Junfeng and the other 3 rushed into the air, and landed on the flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the 100 or so flying swords turned into fish, and followed Zhu Junfeng and the other 3 in the air. Mo Jinli waved his hand, and a fist-sized vermilion red gourd appeared in his hand. As Mo Jinli activated his Yuan Qi, the entire gourd gave off a red glow, and the red glow entered the air, and then turned into thousands of fog. The fog evaporated and gradually covered the area around 1 mile in the air. Hua! There was a soft sound like rolling up a bead curtain, and a soft chuckle like pearls falling onto a jade plate. But where the breeze passed, the fog was lifted, and a brilliant light was born from the fog, and an unimaginable fairyland appeared in the air. Thousands of golden lights rolled, and thousands of auspicious chi sprayed out purple fog. There was a heavenly gate, deep and dark, made of glass and bright and made of precious jade. Wasn't this the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate? Looking at the Southern Heavenly Gate, there were dozens of heaven-suppressing marshals on both sides, and one of them was leaning against a pillar, holding a mace. Around him were dozens of gods in golden armor, and each of them held halberds, whips, sabers, and swords. The outside was okay, but the inside was shocking. There were a few huge pillars in the inner wall, and on the pillars, there were golden-scaled brilliant sun-red bearded dragons. There were also a few long bridges, and on the bridges, there were phoenixes with colorful feathers flying in the air. Looking at the inside of the Southern Heavenly Gate, the bright clouds reflected the sky, and the green fog covered the entrance. On the stage of the god of longevity, there were famous flowers that hadn't been shed for thousands of years, and beside the medicine furnace, there were evergreen herbs. In front of the pilgrimage tower, there were red robes and the stars were bright. The hibiscus crown was golden and dazzling. Jade hairpins, pearl shoes, and purple ribbons with golden badges. When the golden bell rang, the 3 divine statues entered. When the heavenly drum rang, the 1,000 saints worshipped the immortal emperor. In the middle of the hall, there were golden nails and jade doors and colorful phoenixes dancing on the vermilion door. The winding corridor was exquisite everywhere. 3 eaves and 4 clusters and layers of dragons and phoenixes soared. Above there was a purple wayway. It was bright, round and on top of a big golden gourd. Below there was a heavenly concubine holding a fan, and a jade maiden holding an immortal towel. Fierce, heavenly generals in charge of the state. Spirited, immortal ministers protecting the emperor. In the middle there were many layers of tai pills in a glass plate. In an agate bottle there were a few curved coral trees. There were all kinds of strange objects in the heavenly palace, and none of them existed in the world. Golden palace and purple palace and chi flowers and jade grass. Passing by the jade rabbit altar, the golden crow flew at the bottom. The above are all references, not original works. Not only were the 1,000 or so people from Longevity Town on the left flabbergasted, drooling from the corners of their mouths, but even Xiaohua was flabbergasted. This kind of immortal realm was far from what an ordinary cultivation sect had. He, senior. Xiao Jian's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. This is where the Confucian Immortal Palace is. Everything inside, who knows if it's real or fake. This disciple never knew anyone who went to the Immortal Palace. Oh, I see. Xiaohua suddenly understood. This so-called Immortal Palace had nothing to do with him, and he didn't know if he could go there in this life. Then he looked at the other side of the arena, in the shed of the Buddhist sect. At this time Xing Chen's face was also not good. The reason why he said those words in a low voice was to set off the atmosphere, to make people fight for the so-called Buddha's light. Those who snatched the Buddha's light, if Monk Mingyu could find them later, it meant that they were fated with the Buddha, and in the future they would also be pilgrims of the small gold temple. He didn't expect such a big mess, but of course he didn't care about the chaos. What he cared about was that his Buddha's light was completely shattered by the sword light of the Confucian cultivator. This was a naked slap in the face. Originally, Xing Chen was still thinking about how to deal with Chongyun sect's Mo Jianli, but now he made a decision. As if he sensed something, Mo Jianli turned his head slightly and looked at Xing Chen. Amitban, Xing Chen put his palms together, a big smile on his face. The immortal palace stayed in the air for a little less than an hour. The scene inside was like a revolving lantern. Heavenly maidens, immortals, immortal birds and divine beasts, in short, it was all seen in the dreams of the secular world. When everyone felt like they were in a dream, all the fog slowly fell and was absorbed into the gourd in Mo Jianli's hand. All the illusions disappeared without a trace, and only the 100 or so flying swords were still floating in the air. Changxing Academy wishes the Immortal Buddha ceremony a success. The 110 students shouted in unison again. That voice, along with the true energy that the students cultivated, resounded loudly in the air above the entire small gold temple. Mixed with the whistling sounds of swords, it really made one immediately feel respectful. When Mo Jianli and the others descended from the air, the 100 or so flying swords flew back into the hands of the students. Zen Master Mingyu appeared on the stage and waved his hand. The Immortal Buddha ceremony is over. Now the competition that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. This competition will affect the fate of the Little Gold Temple. I don't know if the Little Gold Temple will still exist in Changxing Town after this battle. This poor monk is really nervous. The Little Gold Temple will win. Zen Master Mingyu will win. Someone shouted, and it immediately caused dozens of people to shout. The whole place was in an uproar again. Zhu Junfeng frowned. The key to this battle was the Little Gold Temple and the River and Tide Temple. It had nothing to do with Changxing Academy. However, he didn't know if these words had other meanings, but it made him feel very unhappy. The voices below the stage rose and fell, making Zen Master Mingyu very excited. Thank you everyone for your blessings. This poor monk will do his best and will not disappoint you. Then Zen Master Mingyu opened his mouth again. The Little Gold Temple is the host of this Immortal Buddha ceremony. This poor monk will be the first to announce the order of the competition. As he spoke, Zen Master Mingyu announced the Little Gold Temple's name list. It was Jianzheng, Jianping, Jianshan, Mingfa, Mingcheng, Xingkong, Xingmin, Xingfan and Xingqian. After he finished speaking, Zen Master Mingyu looked below the stage and said loudly, Priest Xiao Jian of the River and Tide Temple, can your Tide Temple's name list come out? Haha, my Tide Temple only has 3 people. It's really simple. Xiao Jian said loudly. The first to fight is my inferior disciple Yuanya. The second is naturally fellow Taoist Xiao Hua. The last is I. Oh? Xiao Hua. Both Mo Jianli and Xing Chen looked at Xiao Hua. How could they not know Xiao Jian's wishful thinking? Xiao Hua was the one with the highest cultivation in the Tide Temple. As long as he didn't lose, Xiao Jian, who was average, didn't need to fight. What about Changxing Academy? Zen Master Mingyu also looked down on Xiao Jian in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Junfeng. Actually, according to Zhu Junfeng's arrangement, the 4 seniors from the Chongyun sect didn't need to fight. At least, Mr. Mo Jianli didn't need to fight. However, after hearing the Little Gold Temple's arrangement, even Xing Chen was arranged. How could Mo Jianli not fight? Chapter 32:11. Forget it, Mo Jianli shook his head and whispered something to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng stood up and stepped on his flying sword and rushed into the arena. He smiled and said, My Changxing Academy is here to make up the numbers. We can't be compared to Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple. However, in order to let everyone see an exciting performance, my Changxing Academy has also arranged a simple lineup. We will fight with Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple later. Zhu Junfeng announced the name list of Changxing Academy. It was Zhang Chunyang, Lu Chun, Ji Ming, Fan Xiang, Du Yuechen Tai, and Qiu Jian, Liamo Ming, Ji Dong and Mo Jianli. Ba, the names of the 3 sects have been decided. Monk Mingyu smiled and said, Dean Zhu and I will be the judges. The benefactors below the arena are also the judges. Let us wait and see which fellow immortal will have the last laugh. Good. The audience below the arena seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Now they were clapping crazily, urging the Buddhist, Taoist and Confucian sects to start the competition. You can go. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and handed the magic wand back to Yuanya. Let this old man see how many tricks you have. Yes. Yuanya jumped down from the donkey cart and caught the magic wand in the air. When he landed, he left a deep footprint on the ground. Yuanya naturally didn't need to use the ladder. With the magic wand in his hand, he jumped up and stepped on the pillar of the arena. His body borrowed the momentum and easily entered the arena. Clang. Yuanya put the magic wand on the arena and said indifferently, Which bald donkey wants to die? Wow. The audience below the arena was in an uproar. At this time, a slightly muscular monk also held a Buddhist staff in his hand. He was a little afraid and hesitant as he walked out from behind the arena. He was Shaojin Temple's monk, Jianzheng. This monk often fought with Yuanya, but because he had more people, he didn't suffer too much. Today he saw himself facing this demon alone, and this demon had a black magic wand in his hand. Ah, you are Jianzheng. When Yuanya saw this monk, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I don't know how many times I've beaten you up, but you actually caught up with me. Jianzheng shrunk his neck in fear. However, when he saw Zen Master Bright Moon's sharp gaze, Jianzheng could only raise the Zen staff in his hand and shout, Yuanya, this penniless monk usually doesn't want to lower himself to your level, But today is different. I want to show you I's true cultivation. If you're scared, just admit defeat and... Before Jian Zheng could finish, Yuanya roared and flew into the air. He raised his magic wand and shouted, "Bald donkey, eat this! How dare you!" At this time, Jian Zheng no longer had the time to be afraid. He waved his Buddhist staff with both hands and with a loud roar, he charged forward. The monk's staff inevitably collided with the magic wand. Although Jian Zheng's skills were not inferior to Yuanya's strength was greater than Jian Zheng's. With just one hit, Jian Zheng's body immediately lost his balance and involuntarily flew out of the arena. Zen Master Bright Moon watched without any expression. He knew that even if Ming Cheng and Ming Fa were on the arena, they might not be Yuanya's match. For Jian Zheng to be easily sent flying by Yuanya, that was very normal. Amit Ba. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, "Principal Zhu, my Shaojin temple has lost the first round. Students from Changxing Academy, please come up." Zhu Junfeng nodded. He looked below the arena and said, "Zhang Chunyang, come and experience the skills of Jiangchao Temple's Taoist disciples." "Yes." A thin scholar answered and ran up the ladder to the arena. That scholar was dressed like a Confucian scholar. He held a clear sword in his hand and looked extremely refined. He won the cheers of the crowd below the arena. "Fellow immortal Yuanya, please?" Zhang Chunyang very politely cupped his fists and bowed. Then he raised his sword and was about to raise his hand. "Please, please, please." Yuanya would not be polite with him. After bowing, he shouted 3 times and waved his magic wand 3 times in a row. The magic wand blew wind in his face. Zhang Chunyang activated the meager amount of genuine qi in his dantian. His body barely floated in midair. As his sword danced, he began to fight with Yuanya. Zhang Chunyang's strategy was not wrong. His skills were much better than Jian Zheng's. However, Yuanya's methods originated from the jungle and he had fought for his life in the gladiator arena. Every move he made was a battle of life and death. After a few moves, Zhang Chunyang was forced to the edge of the arena again. He had nowhere to run. "I am not fellow immortal Yuanya's opponent. Thank you for your guidance." Looking at the empty space behind him, Zhang Chunyang did not hesitate and flew out of the arena. He looked very leisurely. He even waved his sword in midair, making several sword flowers. After somersaulting a few times, he landed on the ground and cupped his fists towards the crowd. Facing Yuanya, not only were Jian Ping and Jian Shan of the Small Gold Temple easily knocked off the arena, even Lu Chun and Ji Ming of the Longevity Academy were forced off the arena. Even Ming Fa of the Small Gold Temple, who stepped onto the arena later, was not Yuanya's opponent. After fighting for a while, he sent his Buddhist weapon flying. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Today Jiangchao Temple was really showing his might. He alone defeated 7 people from the Small Gold Temple and the Longevity Academy. Xiao Jin was not the only one who was beaming with joy. Even the crowd below the arena was shocked. These people did not know about the arrangement of the Small Gold Temple and the Longevity Academy. They only saw Yuanya's bravery and were all stupefied. They felt that they had really underestimated Jiangchao Temple. Seeing that Yuanya had defeated Ming Fa and was already exhausted, Zhu Junfeng walked to the center of the arena and said with a smile, "Martial nephew Yuanya's strength is extremely high. It is really beyond this Zhu's imagination. However, fellow immortal Xiao, your rules are really strange. Martial nephew Yuanya fought 1 against 7, not having any chance to rest. Isn't this just my Long Life Academy and Small Gold Temple bullying him with numbers?" Ha ha ha. Xiao Jin stood up from the donkey cart and laughed loudly. "My Jiangchao Temple only has 3 people. You all are bullying him with numbers. How about this, fellow immortal Xiao, let Yuanya rest for a while." Zhu Junfeng said again, "After my Longevity Academy and the Small Gold Temple fight a few rounds, how about we let martial nephew Yuanya come up? This isn't appropriate, right?" Monk Mingyu was very clear about Ming Fa and Ming Cheng's cultivation. Ming Fa used his strength to fight against Yuanya and exhausted his strength. Afterwards, no matter how bad Longevity Academy was, they would still be able to hold off Yuanya for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Then, if Yuanya was not defeated, he would definitely be defeated by Ming Cheng. How could Monk Mingyu let go of such a good opportunity? Moreover, if Yuanya rested, Ming Cheng would definitely fight against Fan Xiang from Longevity Academy. This was very unfavorable for the Small Gold Temple. Thus, he hurriedly shouted, This rule was personally proposed by Taoist Xiao from Jianghu Temple and witnessed by over 1,000 benefactors. How could you change it? It's fine. Yuanya took a breath and forced a smile. This little one can still hold on. Forget it. Xiaohua laughed coldly. He originally wanted to leave some face for the small gold temple, but after seeing these so-called Buddhist disciples scheme like this, he did not feel like holding back anymore. He floated down from the donkey cart and said loudly, Yuanya, just admit defeat. Yes, towards Xiaohua's words Yuanya did not have any rebuttal. He replied in a low voice and immediately floated down from the stage without any hesitation. Zhu Junfeng was naturally stunned. However, he looked at Xiaohua with interest as he slowly walked over. He smiled and said, It seems like immortal friend Xiao is thinking of making a move after a long period of silence. Your next opponent is my Longevity Academy's Fan Xiang. Please show mercy. Ah, no problem. Xiaohua smiled faintly and still slowly walked down from the stage. Longevity Academy's Fan Xiang was already waiting behind the stage. When he heard Zhu Junfeng say his name, he immediately activated his flying sword and forcefully flew up from below the stage. Good. Fan Xiang's appearance immediately won everyone's cheers. Everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on Xiaohua's unhurried pace. They wanted to see how Xiaohua would ascend the stage. Seeing that the stage was getting closer, Xiaohua quietly placed a yellow talisman on his body. Soon after, he activated what little magic power he had left. His figure slowly floated up. As if he was walking on an invisible flight of stairs, he walked up to the stage step by step in midair. See. Below the stage, all of Longevity Town's villagers were stunned. They could not imagine that a person could actually walk in midair. This was even more inconceivable than a sword ray or a cloud. You are not this old man's opponent. Xiaohua's figure walked up from below the stage. He looked at Fan Xiang and said indifferently, Let him come. As he spoke, Xiaohua pointed at Xingqian. Senior Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua's cultivation level, Fan Xiang knew that he was not his opponent. However, he still said respectfully, Right now, it is this junior who is going up the stage. You want this junior to admit defeat without even making a move? This junior will not accept defeat. The rules of this challenge were set by the Tidal River Temple. How about senior defeat this junior first? Haha, that's right. Xiaohua laughed loudly. He waved his hand and took out the heaven-leveling staff. He said, Confucian cultivators would rather break than bend. If you admit defeat like this, how can you become a scholar? Since that is the case, then this old man will let you know what is called powerful. As he spoke, Xiaohua calmly stepped on the stage. Fan Xiang's eyebrows twitched. Just as he was about to bow and salute, the entire stage shook. Fan Xiang was unable to stand still. He saw the faint Buddhist light on the stage violently flickering. Zen Master Bright Moon cried out in alarm, "Oh, not good." The staff in his hand stopped and he immediately activated his telekinesis to fly into the air. Zhu Junfeng was naturally faster than Zen Master Bright Moon. He was already standing in midair on his flying sword. He was looking at Xiaohua with a shocked expression on his face. Fan Xiang was a bit slower. Seeing that the entire ring was about to collapse, he activated his true qi and flew out of the ring. Xiaohua's heaven-leveling staff was extremely heavy. Even if this simple stage was supported by a Buddhist formation, how could it withstand it? Xiaohua stepped on the stage. He did not even make a move and the entire stage collapsed. Chapter 32:12. Ha. Xiaohua's arrogant voice came from the dust of the collapsed arena. How can we fight in such a broken arena? Anyone who doesn't want to die, bring it on. Hiss. Xingqian and Mo Jianli, and the others all stood up and sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared blankly at Xiaohua and the heaven-leveling staff in his hand in the middle of the tattered arena. The weight of Yuanya's magic staff had already exceeded their expectations. They had never imagined that an ordinary person like Yuanya, who had never cultivated before, would be able to resist and even defeat Confucian cultivators who could almost enter the ranks just by relying on his vigorous movements and heavy weapon. And Xiaohua didn't even make a move. The Buddhist formation supported by the three Transcendence Realm Arhats was crushed just like that. If this staff hit them, how tragic would that be? Disciple. Fan Xiang obviously couldn't stay in the air for long. After a while he landed on the broken pillar of the arena. He answered in a low voice, somewhat absent-minded. He would rather break than bend, but it was obvious that the cultivation of the person in front of him was far beyond his reach. How could he not bend? Xiaohua looked around. The arena was gone, and the surroundings were silent. He looked at Fan Xiang's muttering and thought of what Xiao Jian said before. Yes, what was his cultivation? What was the cultivation of these people in front of him? They were just his juniors. Although his current strength was less than 1/10 of the earth crystal Yao milk, he couldn't bully them because of this. After crossing the bottleneck of late gold core, he would become a nascent soul grandmaster. Since he was a grandmaster, he had to have the bearing and breadth of mind of a grandmaster. During the trip to Meng Mountains, whether it was Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, or even Xiao Mao, they all told him what a grandmaster should do. But at that time, and for a long time after, Xiaohua didn't feel anything. When he was in thunder-controlling sect's myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua used soul stings to attack thousands of qi-refining disciples with his nascent soul strength. He also fought against Foundation Establishment disciples at the Thunder Arena. This was because Xiaohua didn't see himself as a grandmaster. Perhaps it was because the time was ripe, or perhaps it was because his 100 years of bitter cultivation had allowed him to improve a lot, or perhaps it was because he was facing something familiar from his memories. In short, Xiaohua felt that he had lost face by attacking a student who didn't make the grade. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. There was even a hint of joy in his sigh. Why should I hide anything in hidden immortal continent now? Therefore Xiaohua's body moved. He channeled his remaining arcane energy and rushed into the sky. He pointed his finger at Xing Chen and Mo Jianli and smiled. Don't make things difficult for the juniors. Why don't you wait for the two of you, or the three monks come together? To be honest, if it wasn't because of the Tide Temple incident, I wouldn't even bother to attack. That's right, Xiaohua really didn't feel any pressure when facing a cultivator who was only around the second level of essence energy. Even though his Dao, he still had Buddhist cultivation. Soul cultivator, soul's a soul's thunder technique. Even if the lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique was too powerful, Xiaohua still had the heaven leveling staff. Xiaohua believed that as long as he had the heaven pacifying rod in his hand, even if the hidden immortal continent was destroyed, he would not be afraid. Seeing Xing Chen flying out of the shed and Mo Jinli flying out of the shed, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He had discovered something interesting. His Buddha Sarira was the same as the others. It was in his Naiwan palace. But because there was a divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace, as long as he didn't release his Buddhist consciousness, ordinary Buddhist disciples couldn't detect his Buddhist cultivation. And just now, from the conversation between monk Mingyu and Zhu Junfeng, Xiaohua had already keenly sensed the gap between Confucian cultivators and Buddhism. In the future, Xiaohua might reveal his Confucian cultivation base, so now, and perhaps in the future, he didn't plan to let others know that he had Buddha Sarira. As soon as he flew out of the shed, Mo Jianli immediately used the mystic art of his sect. His eyes flashed with a faint clear light as he tried to see through Xiaohua's cultivation. But to his surprise, other than the faint Zhen Qi of the Confucian cultivator, he couldn't see anything else. Of course, Mo Jinli also knew that there were many secret techniques in the hidden immortal continent. Therefore, it was normal that he couldn't see Xiaohua's cultivation. In particular, the commonly used methods of the three continents to determine the origin energy of the 9th grade and the 27th grade were not only effective for Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects and demon sects, but there were also many other strange techniques that could not be measured by the grade of the origin energy. Taoism has been in decline for countless years. Who knows where Xiaohua obtained the lost Taoist orthodoxy? But Mo Jinli knew that since Xiaohua called himself Old Man and challenged all the cultivators of level 2 of the origin energy, Xiaohua's cultivation didn't match his young appearance. Xiaohua was definitely a cultivator of level 3 of the origin energy. Senior. Therefore, Mo Jianli didn't let Qiu Jian and the others come out. He flew up into the sky alone and bowed respectfully. Junior Mo Yen, Mo Jianli from the Chongyun sect of the country of Shi greets Senior. If Mo Jianli could think of it, Xing Chen could also think of it. But he didn't expect that Mo Jianli would put him in the position of a junior. This made Xing Chen feel a little awkward. Because Xing Chen couldn't see Xiaohua's cultivation either, but he could vaguely see that Xiaohua was a Confucian cultivator. When Mo Jianli called him Senior, Xing Chen was shocked. He thought to himself, oh no, is this a secret move of the Chongyun sect? But then he was confused again. If it was a secret move, Mo Jinli couldn't slap his own face on the spot. How could he expose him? Besides, Xiaohua's flying technique didn't seem to be anything special. It seemed to be relying on external force. Who knew if he was like Xiao Jian, who often bluffed people? I'm Xing Chen from the Yunlin Temple. Greetings to fellow immortal Xiao. Although Xing Chen couldn't treat himself as a junior, he didn't dare to neglect. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He immediately stopped in midair and bowed respectfully. You two are too polite. Xiaohua twirled the heaven-leveling staff in his hand. He smiled and returned the greeting. We're on the stage now, no need to be so polite. It won't be too late to talk about it after I, Shaojin Temple, and Changxing Academy finish this. He, senior must be joking. Mo Jinli naturally didn't feel burdened. He smiled and said, today is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. My Chongyun sect is only here to join in the fun. How can we really fight with senior? If I knew senior had such methods, I would have made Zhu Junfeng admit defeat long ago. Yes, junior admits defeat on behalf of Changxing Academy. Zhu Junfeng, who was standing in midair, saw Mo Jinli's attitude. How could he delay? He immediately bowed and said. Xiaohua nodded. I'll remember this. In the future, Jiangchao Temple will have to rely on Changxing Academy. Principal Zhu, please take care of it. Naturally, Zhu Junfeng heard and knew that Xiaohua would leave after this. Xiao Jian and Yuan Ya alone wouldn't be a threat to Changxing Academy. How could he not agree? Immortal friend Xiao. Seeing Mo Jinli change sides, Xing Chen's face darkened. He cupped his hands and said, May I know where immortal friend is from? Shaojin Temple's head is a disciple of my Yunlin Temple. I and others representing Shaojin Temple is normal. Immortal friend, why are you representing Jiangchao Temple? Xiaohua originally wanted to say that he was a loose cultivator from the West Ocean. However, when he thought about the West Ocean he immediately changed his words. I'm a loose cultivator from the East Ocean. Previously, I met with some trouble and was saved by Jiangchao Temple. Since there's kindness, I naturally have to repay it. I'll take responsibility for the fight between Jiangchao Temple and Shaojin Temple. Moreover, I'm from the Taoist sect. All the Taoist sects in the world are one. Why can't I fight for Jiangchao Temple? East Ocean, loose cultivator? Xingchen was shocked. That East Ocean was vast and boundless. Xiaohua's one sentence made it impossible for Xingchen to find the specific location. Senior Xiao. Mo Jinli asked curiously. You seem to have traces of my Confucian cultivation. And I used to be a Confucian cultivator. Xiaohua didn't hide it. However, I didn't have any breakthroughs. Later, when I was studying in the East Ocean, I encountered a storm and accidentally obtained a Taoist inheritance on a deserted island. Since then, I no longer focused on true qi cultivation. Congratulations, Senior. Mo Jinli said with a smile. Senior's luck is profound. You obtained the inheritance of 2 sections. This is truly worthy of celebration. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed and shook his head. I haven't practiced Confucian cultivation for many years. This Taoist cultivation is also a copy of a cat drawing a tiger. It can't be considered as obtaining the inheritance of 2 sects. Mo Jinli and Zhu Junfeng's smile became even wider. Zhu Junfeng still felt that Changxing Academy would lose face if he directly admitted defeat. However, Xiaohua directly admitted that he was a Confucian cultivator. Changxing Academy's face was instantly returned. Losing to a senior with Confucian cultivation was something that would never be ridiculed by others. I want to see how Xingchen will deal with it. The two looked at Xingchen at the same time. So, immortal friend Xiao is this poor monk's senior. Xingchen's mouth was bitter, but he still insisted. If it was an ordinary fight, this poor monk would definitely admit defeat. However, today's fight involves the survival of Shaojin Temple in Changxing Town. This poor monk can't act on his own accord. Even if I have to pay with my life today, I still have to fight with Senior. Of course, this poor monk admits that he is not Senior's opponent. Just now, Senior said that this poor monk's junior brothers and others can also fight together. Well said. Before Xingchen could finish speaking, Xiaohua interrupted him. You all can fight together. This Xiao won't take your lives. Thank you, Senior. Xingchen was overjoyed to get the guarantee and bowed again. You're welcome. As long as you don't think that this old man is bullying the weak. Xiaohua waved his hand casually. This junior doesn't dare. Senior, as long as you don't care about this junior's offense. The more Xingchen listened to Xiaohua, the more he felt that Xiaohua was not bluffing. However, I still want to ask you to confirm it. If we are lucky enough to win by 1 or 2 moves, will you immediately order the Jianghu temple to withdraw from the longevity town? Chapter 32:13. Yes, of course. Xiao Hua said without hesitation, I'm leaving. Xiao Jin and Xiao Qin are no match for all of you. Good. Xing Qin waved his hand and said, Junior brothers, come here. We 3 juniors would like to ask Senior Xiao to give us some pointers. Yes, Senior brother, Xing Kong, Xing Min and Xing Fan flew out from the shed and surrounded Xiao Hua. They bowed and saluted. Xiao Hua nodded and returned the salute. Senior, be careful. Xing Qin waved his hand and a purple gold alms bowl appeared in his hand. He continued to shout, the 4 of us are forming a Buddhist formation. Senior, please give us some pointers on the power of this formation. Hee hee. Hearing this, Xiao Hua knew what Xing Qin was thinking and said with a smile, you and the others quickly set up the formation. I'll be waiting. Yes. Xing Qin was overjoyed. It takes time to set up the formation, but if they don't use it, the 4 of them might not be Xiao Hua's match. In order to prevent Xiao Hua from making a move and stopping him from setting up the formation, Xing Qin had to think. The result was as he expected. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate at all. Xing Qin made a hand seal and activated his telekinesis. The Buddhist consciousness in his Naiwan palace also surged out. The alms bowl in Xing Qin's hand emitted a Buddhist light and turned into a lotus petal in the air. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan also released their alms bowls and turned them into lotus petals of different colors. Amit Ba. The 4 of them chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. The Buddhist consciousness gathered in the air and gradually formed a large Buddhist seal. Fight. Suddenly Xing Qin let out a furious roar. Like a thunderclap in a clear sky, his rather large Buddhist seal slammed towards the nearby Shaojin temple. The Buddhist seal rushed out and countless air currents surged out. Thousands of villagers who were staring at the sky without blinking their eyes began to howl violently above their heads. Boom! A huge explosion came from the Shaojin temple. Then, like thousands of Buddhas chanting, a powerful telekinesis rushed out of the Shaojin temple and landed on the 4 lotus petals. Hiss! Psychokinesis again. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Xiao Hua had seen this psychokinesis in the ruins of the Buddhist sect on the Dan Rain continent. Although this psychokinesis was incomparable to the psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of bodhisattvas in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, it still couldn't be underestimated. Sure enough, under the power of telekinesis, the 4 lotus petals spun crazily. Buddhist light rushed out and surrounded Xiao Hua. This Buddhist light gradually closed up and turned into an even bigger lotus. Moreover, countless heavenly flowers fell from the lotus, and the phantoms of countless heavenly maidens appeared. Even the sound of chanting could be heard. Senior, please? A smile appeared on Xing Qin's face when the light from the lotus stabilized. As long as Senior breaks this formation and defeats the 4 of us, my little gold temple will immediately withdraw from the longevity town. Good. Xiao Hua shouted and raised his heaven-leveling staff. Eat this Xiao staff. Hee hee. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't use any Taoist spells and instead used the heaven-leveling staff, Xing Qin couldn't help but laugh. This Buddhist formation was formed by telekinesis, and it wasn't a real thing. If Xiao Hua had looked carefully for a moment, found the location of the 4 alms bowls, and then used the Ping Tian staff to hit the alms bowls in the formation, Xing Qin would have been scared. But Xiao Hua didn't even look at them. He just hit the lotus inside the Buddha's light out of nowhere. How could he break the formation? Besides, even if Xiao Hua broke through the formation, Xing Qin wouldn't be afraid. The Buddhist sect's Buddhist sense was the most observant. The alms bowls were visible to the naked eye when the formation was first set up. But once the formation was set up, the 4 alms bowls were controlled by the Buddhist sense and could move freely within the formation. Although Xiao Hua's spells were fast, they couldn't be faster than the Buddhist sense, right? Junior brothers. Xing Qin ordered. The heavenly flowers in the Buddhist formation flourished. Each of them flashed with murderous intent and spun toward Xiao Hua. Isn't Senior Xiao too careless? Seeing how powerful the Buddhist formation was, Zhu Junfeng frowned and said to Mo Jianli in a low voice, the Buddhist formation of the Buddhist sect is the most powerful, especially the primary formation of the Confucian sect. I've never seen a Taoist formation, but it's best to break it before it's set up. Since it's set up, we can only find the eye of the formation. Senior Zhao's reckless attack. I'm not sure. Mo Jianli shook his head. I want to say that Senior Xiao is confident, but I don't know where he planted his bamboo shoots. Even this old man can't sense his true cultivation. If it's not unfathomable, then it's... Zhu Junfeng smiled and said in a low voice, a swindler. Boom. The sky-leveling staff seemed to have heard Zhu Junfeng's slander and struck the lotus that surrounded Xiao Hua. Xing Chen thought that the sky-leveling staff couldn't touch the Buddhist light and psychokinesis, but it tore a huge hole in the Buddhist light and psychokinesis. The hole flashed rapidly, and the trembling spread in all directions. Xiao Hua's attack was powerful. How is this possible? Xing Chen's face was ashen. He couldn't believe that the Buddhist formation set up by the four of them collapsed under Xiao Hua's attack. Unfathomable. Mo Jianli murmured with his mouth agape. Similarly, he had never heard of a Buddhist formation that had already been set up being destroyed by a single strike from a staff. Xiao Hua put away the sky-leveling staff and looked coldly at Xing Chen and the other three who tried their best to activate their psychokinesis to stop the Buddhist formation from collapsing. However, it seemed that the four of them were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. They couldn't resist the irresistible force of the Buddhist formation. Alas, this is an unfair victory. Xiao Hua sighed. Then he activated the flying talisman and flew out of the Buddhist formation. He waved the sky-leveling staff and said, Xing Chen, take this. Forget it. When Xing Chen saw Xiao Hua's awe-inspiring demeanor, he knew that he was no match for him. Strength can break all techniques. Just as he was about to admit defeat, a dejected thought appeared in his mind. Whoa! A huge roar came from the distance. It sounded like thousands of cows mooing, but it also sounded like the shaking of heaven and earth. What's going on? Xiao Hua was shocked. How could he still care about defeating Xing Chen? He hurriedly used his divine sense to check the source of the sound. Not good. When Xiao Hua saw the situation in the distance, his expression changed drastically. His body involuntarily rose up and was about to fly away. Senior? Xiao Hua's divine sense was fast, but Xing Chen and the others' Buddhist awareness, Mo Jianli, and the others' eye-clearing and divine sense techniques weren't slow either. Just as Xiao Hua was about to fly away, Xing Chen hurriedly shouted. What's wrong? Xiao Hua frowned. Do you still want to fight? Now that the water tribe is rampant and the people of Longevity Town are about to be plunged into misery and suffering, how can we still remember to fight? Xing Chen hurriedly explained, although this fight hasn't ended yet, we know that we are no match for you. If you have something to say it quickly. Xiao Hua was angry. Don't delay me from saving people. Yes, Xing Chen hurriedly said, we want to make a bet with you. Let's see if your Taoist method can save more people or my Buddhist method can save more people. Or perhaps, whoever had the means to eliminate the Longevity Town's calamity would be the winner. What do you think, Senior? Okay. Xiao Hua already felt that he had defeated Xing Chen and the other aquatic creatures because he had an unfair advantage. Therefore, after hearing Xing Chen's words, Xiao Hua agreed without hesitation. He didn't believe that these aquatic creatures could survive under his lightning strikes. Xing Chen was overjoyed when he saw Xiao Hua agree. He might not be able to save many people, but there were people in Shaojin Temple. They were much stronger than the three from Jiangchao Temple. Besides, didn't Ling Chen's Buddhist sense mean that there was a senior from the Buddhist sect near Longevity Town? Now that Longevity Town was in trouble, this senior would definitely help. This was why Xing Chen emphasized the Buddhist sect and not Shaojin Temple or Yinlin Temple. Martial nephew Mingyu. Xing Chen waved his hand and said hurriedly, Longevity Town's Liao River is overflowing. The water tribe is wreaking havoc in the river. I'm afraid that Longevity Town will be flooded in a short time. Now there are almost 2,000 people gathered in Shaojin Temple. Quickly organize the disciples and send them to Shaojin Temple. If Shaojin Temple can't hold them, just stay on the hillside. Seeing that the river is coming, we can't go anywhere else. Yes, disciple understands. Zen Master Mingyu's Buddhist sense was weak and couldn't see that far. However, after hearing Xing Chen's order and hearing the faint sounds in the distance, his expression changed. He hurriedly agreed and began to send the disciples. Mo Jianli didn't think much. He just waved his hand and flew away with Qiu Jian, Liamo Ming and Ji Dong. He didn't give any orders to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng glanced at Mr. Tai and with a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't expect this unforeseen event to happen so fiercely and so unexpectedly. He was in a bit of a difficult situation. Long Life Academy was relatively close to Liaojiang, so right now they were definitely panicking. Meanwhile, there were so many people here, small golden temple's monks definitely couldn't deal with them alone. Long Life Academy could only leave the experienced students here. Principal Zhu, Mr. Tai, and saw the complicated look in Zhu Junfeng's eyes and understood what Zhu Junfeng was thinking. Almost without thinking he said, "I'll go back to the academy now. You go to the riverside with Mr. Mo." "Yes, that's the only way." Zhu Junfeng nodded and said, "These 100 disciples will stay here. After all, there are so many people here." Then Zhu Junfeng named a few people to be in charge of this matter. He activated his sword light and chased after Xiaohua and the others. The spectators naturally didn't know what had happened. Seeing that the exciting battle had suddenly ended, everyone flew to Liao River and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, under the arrangement of the students of the academy and the guidance of the monks of Shaojin Temple, they were about to move to Shaojin Temple. The thoughts of the students and monks were good, but the crowd was unwilling. They asked what had happened and why the contestants had left. They wanted to go to Little Golden Temple. After all, Little Golden Temple could not accommodate so many people. Chapter 32:14. Longevity Academy students were quite experienced, all of them smiling. They only said that there were some strange changes in the town and the teachers were going to deal with it. They didn't know the specifics, only telling everyone to wait at Small Golden Temple. After a while the teachers would return and they could leave. After hearing these words, those people were naturally doubtful, whispering noisily to each other. However, they were still obedient, slowly moving towards Small Golden Temple. However, compared to Longevity Academy students, Small Golden Temple's monks were clearly lacking in propriety. After Monk Mingyu explained the cause of the matter to Ming Cheng and Ming Fa, they also hurriedly assigned the 30 or so disciples. Those disciples couldn't compare to Ming Cheng and Ming Fa. Their own expressions changed greatly, hurriedly urging the people around them to enter the temple. When everyone asked about it, they told them everything and revealed the urgency of the matter. When everyone learned the truth, they immediately exploded. Who didn't have family or property in Longevity Town? How could they quietly hide in Small Golden Temple? Even though Small Golden Temple's monks shouted until their throats were hoarse, saying that Buddha was protecting them, that the teachers were already going to deal with it, unfortunately, no matter how much they said, no one would listen. Most of the people simply ignored the monks' attempts to stop them and explain. They rushed down the hill faster than the tide and rushed into Longevity Town along the mountain path. This. Monk Mingyu and the others were a bit confused as they watched the dispersing crowd. They really didn't understand. However, fortunately, less than 40% of the 2,000 people were calm. They knew that even if they went back, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They would just give up their lives for nothing. Even though their hearts were twisted by knives, like ants on a hot pan, they still listened to Longevity Academy's arrangements, rushing towards Small Golden Temple. After this small unforeseen event, the situation immediately became clear. Those who could cause trouble all left, those who couldn't, didn't need the guidance of the monks and students. Even though it was a bit chaotic, they could all enter Small Golden Temple. As a result, Longevity Academy students coldly looked at Small Golden Temple's monks. They were also worried about the academy's safety, as well as the safety of the town's inner family. However, they still couldn't fly on their swords, so they could only wait here. Among the thousands of people in the entire Small Gold Temple, the calmest and calmest ones were probably Xiao Jian and Yuanya, who were currently in the Hall of Great Strength, commenting on the golden body of Buddha. The two of them were originally staying near the Shaojin Temple's mountain gate. With this sudden turn of events, Yuanya immediately became alert. He pulled Xiao Jian and rushed into the Shaojin Temple. Xiao Jian originally wanted to pull the lame donkey along with the donkey cart, but Xiaohua's sound transmission came. Xiao Jian's expression changed drastically. He trembled and loosened his grip on the reins. He rushed into the sect even faster than Yuanya. Within a few miles, the Shaojin Temple was located on the highest hill, and the highest point of the Shaojin Temple was the Great Buddha's Hall. At this moment, Xiao Jian did not care about the difference between Buddhism and Taoism. Without any scruples, he was the first to rush in. Just as Xiao Jian was making irresponsible remarks about the golden body of Buddha, Xiaohua was activating the flying talisman and rushing towards Liao Jiang. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was lacking. He only felt that his body was heavier than a mountain. He flew slower than a snail. Not only could he not catch up with Mo Jianli, But even Xingchen looked at him strangely and flew far away. Xiaohua was extremely depressed. There was no other way. Whether it was in his meridians or in his body, they were all blocked by the earth crystal Yao milk. This thing was very precious. The stingy Xiaohua was not willing to waste it. He could only refine it bit by bit, either to refine his body, or to refine it into vital energy, or to refine the so-called great vital energy. All of these required time. What was particularly strange was that although the days in Longevity Town were not long, Xiaohua had already discovered that although he did not deliberately refine the earth crystal Yao milk into vital energy, the generated vital energy still flowed into the invisible golden core. The invisible golden core was like an insatiable pishio. It could contain as much vital energy as it wanted. It was not an ordinary bottleneck of the later stage of golden core as Xiaohua thought. Could it be that there is an 18th level golden core? This was Xiaohua's occasional thought. Of course, from the cultivation method jade slip in Xiaohua's hand and his experience in cultivating the 18th level of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivation methods, the possibility of an 18th level golden core should not be big. But where was the problem? All the cultivation methods and experiences in the past were useless. What blocked Xiaohua's path was an unknown problem. For Xiaohua, who never believed that there could be a cultivation method in this world that could reach the heavens, this was not only a challenge but also a kind of opportunity. But now, in addition to complaining about his flying speed, Xiaohua had the kind of anger towards the water tribe. That's right, when the strange movement sounded, Xiaohua's divine sense had already seen a scene that made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Although the Liao River was turbulent before, it had raised many fishermen in Longevity Town. Suddenly, a wave of more than 10 zhang suddenly rushed up. That wave was much worse than the huge waves of the West Sea or the Guihe Sea, but when it fell down, it immediately destroyed the simple dam near the Liao River, and then rushed towards the town with a speed of 1,000 li. This was an inland town that was completely defenseless. The river water only needed to wreak havoc, and everything within 3 li of the Liao River in Longevity Town turned into a swamp. Fortunately, except for the first wave, the water of the Liao River was controlled by the water tribe. It seemed to be waiting for something and no more water came out. Only this one wave of the huge wave washed over the 3 li of the swamp, but it was already too horrible to look at. Not to mention the broken roofs floating in the water, not to mention the extremely large number of poultry corpses floating in the water, not to mention the bedding, window frames and tables soaked in the water, just the crying and screaming villagers running away in the water already made Xiaohua's eyes burn with anger. At this time, the amount of river water that rushed into Longevity Town could not be considered much. It probably only submerged the waist of an ordinary person. Many villagers living by the river, old and young, desperately ran away. And in the midst of the chaos, there were many casualties. The speed of the water had already slowed down, and the water level was also slowly falling. But even so, since there were poultry corpses, how could the villagers' corpses not be enough? A baby with his face down swayed along with the waves, his white buttocks facing the sky. A corner of the baby's belly was still hanging on the baby's back, and that bright red color was very dazzling. When Xiaohua saw it, that baby's corpse was precisely hit by a thick and long wooden pillar. The corpse softly sank for a moment, and then floated up again. Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason, and he used his teeth to tightly bite his lips. Around 3 li away there was water everywhere, and the tragic scene was truly heartbreaking. But this was only a fuse. In Longevity Town 3 li away, those places that had higher terrains were now in a state of panic. First, the tremors and the sound of the water attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of people, and then the man-devouring waves shattered the calmness and confidence of those who saw all this. They shouted as if their lives depended on it, and ran towards Longevity Town as if their lives depended on it. The news of the aquatic creatures massacring the town was like a gust of wind that blew towards Longevity Town. Everyone was in a state of panic, and it was as if a nest had exploded. People stepped on people, people squeezed people, and no one cared about anyone else. Everyone wanted to escape to a safe place before the second wave of the river water came. But it was precisely this kind of panic that before the river water came, many people's lives were already squeezed out. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have the time to care about these things. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Right at the edge of Longevity Town, there was a several zhang tall water wall. Inside the water wall, there seemed to be turbulent waves, and more than 10 enormous aquatic creatures covered in pitch-black scales were also crazily baring their fangs and brandishing their claws inside the water wall. Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly looked towards the two sides of the water wall. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not only did this water wall become taller, it also stretched for an extremely long time. Even without using his divine sense to check, it was likely that this water wall covered the area of several li around Longevity Town. As long as the water wall slammed down, the Liao River's water would definitely destroy the entire Longevity Town like breaking rotten weeds. Not to mention human lives, even all the buildings and buildings would be destroyed. It was definitely a purgatory on Earth. What Xiaohua could see, the people who were slightly closer to the river could also see. This water wall was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, and if there was a slight delay, it would fall down and take their lives. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed angrily, and a faint green light began to flicker between his eyebrows. Facing this monster that wanted to destroy the entire Longevity Town, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't show mercy. Although the water wall was controlled by the water creature and couldn't fall down for a while, the sound of the waves within was still ear-piercing, and the sound of the surging waves was louder than muffled thunder. Not only did it cover the cries and screams of the villagers who were fleeing in panic, it also blocked the voices of Xing Qin and the others who had flown to the front of the water wall to negotiate with the water creature. Xing Qin and the others flew faster than Xiaohua, and arrived here a step earlier. However, in the process of their arrival, everything had already happened. The river was several li long and the water was fierce. Other than Xing Kong and Xing Min casually saving the two children, they couldn't do anything else. When Xing Qin and the others saw the water wall that was forming above the river, their first reaction was no longer to save the children, but to stop the water wall from forming, and to prevent the river water from crashing into Longevity Town even more fiercely. Xing Qin flew up into the sky, and after crossing the water wall that was several zhang high, he saw the waves that were several li high, and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had thought of many possibilities of a monster attack, including the water creatures of Liao River. However, he had never thought that the water creatures would use the water of Liao River to destroy Longevity Town directly. After all, this wasn't just the power of one or two water creatures, and it wasn't something that could be done by second or third level elemental energy. If there were so many water creatures and they were so powerful, why would they come to destroy an insignificant Longevity Town? They could have just gone to Jishun Town where there were many people and boats, and it was much more prosperous than Longevity Town. However, this fleeting thought just happened to appear in front of his eyes, and Xing Qin had no choice but to face it head-on. Fellow immortal Mo, Xing Qin looked at Mo Jianli who was standing not far away from him and smiled bitterly. I don't know how to deal with this, but I do know that I don't have the power to stop these water creatures. They are stronger than us. Chapter 32:15. That's right. Mo Jinli's eyes also flashed with a fierce light. He nodded and said, the development of the situation is beyond the expectations of the sect. I think the Yunlin Temple is the same. The water kind are here to wipe out the entire Longevity Town. There must be something fishy going on here. But Xing Qin hesitated. Looking at the dozens of water kind behind the water wall, he said in a low voice, Will they listen to us? They have to listen. Mo Jinli sneered, even if I die here, I have to fight for a chance of survival for the hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town. Then Mo Jinli turned to Zhu Junfeng and said, Junfeng, hurry back to the Longevity Academy. This is an emergency. Before Mo Jinli could finish, Zhu Junfeng understood. He nodded and said, Mr. Mo, be careful. If things go wrong, go now. Mo Jinli waved his hand coldly. Yes. Zhu Junfeng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurried off with his sword light. Don't worry, fellow immortal Mo. Seeing that Mo Jianli had made up his mind, Xing Qin hurriedly shouted, Senior Xiaohua of the Taoist school is behind us. Why don't we see what kind of magic he has? Mo Jianli bit his lips and turned to look at Xiaohua who was flying closer and closer. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior Xiao is powerful, but it seems that he is good at body refining. Also, as far as I know, the Taoist school mostly uses killing people. When it comes to saving people, I'm afraid it can't be compared with the Confucian school and the Buddhist school. Seeing that Xiaohua was flying slowly, Xing Qin murmured in his heart. Xiaohua could defeat him easily, but if he could defeat the water kind and save people, it would be impossible. Without waiting for Xing Qin to reply, Mo Jianli rushed to the water wall with his sword light flashing under his feet. Boom! Mo Jianli's sword light was blocked by the water wall. Obviously, there was a powerful restriction formation in front of the water wall. Mo Jianli opened his mouth. Whoosh! A 3-inch long flying sword rushed out and flashed across the sky like lightning. The space above the water wall was twisted, and a 10-foot-long crack appeared on the water wall from top to bottom. Whoosh! It was like a flood bursting out of a dam. The waterfall like water rushed out of the crack and flowed into the Longevity town. Mo Jianli saw that he had made a fool of himself and was a little embarrassed. He wanted to rush through the crack but he hesitated. He did not know what to do next. Fortunately, the invisible restriction on the left side of the crack shone brightly with blue light and gradually mended the crack from bottom to top, causing the water flow to gradually decrease. Why is that? Mo Jianli's eyes flashed. He seemed to understand something. He shouted, "Liamo Ming, come here." Hearing his martial uncle's call, Liamo Ming hurriedly flew over. However, before he could get close, roar! A clear roar was heard. At the crack that had not mended yet, a 3-foot-tall pitch-black water creature with 1-foot-long black scales appeared. This water creature had a huge fish head. Its 2 eyes, which were bigger than fists, stared at Mo Jianli without blinking. Mo Jianli looked at the huge black fish. Although he had not used the clear eye technique to check his strength, he felt a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. Mo Jianli immediately knew that the water creature's strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Therefore he did not dare to be slow. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "My fellow immortal, whoosh." The black fish did not allow Mo Jianli to speak. It opened its mouth and a water blue light, which was even more powerful than the huge sword, pierced towards Mo Jianli. Clang! Mo Jianli was prepared. He reached out his hand and the flying sword landed in his hand. He gathered his essence force and hacked with all his might. Boom! With a huge sound, the blue light was dissipated by Mo Jianli's attack, but he himself was also sent flying several feet away before he finally stopped with a pale face. Mo Ming, hurry up and ask him. Mo Jianli did not stop and immediately shouted. Yes, martial uncle? Mo Ming's face was a bit pale. He hurriedly opened his mouth and made a strange sound. It seemed that he was talking to the black fish. At this time Xiaohua had already flown over. He looked at the black fish who was talking to Mo Ming with an unfriendly face. Seeing Xiaohua's face, Mo Jianli hurriedly said, "Senior Xiao, don't worry. Mo Ming is good at using the Yao language. He can understand the language of the water creatures. Look at this water wall. It is condensed and not moving. This water creature of Liaojiang River seems to be waiting for something. I think we should ask him first." Who would have thought that before Mo Jianli could finish speaking, with a wang sound, the black fish demon spat out another ray of light, piercing towards Mo Ming with incomparable speed. Looking at the withered yellow eyes of the black fish demon, there was actually a kind of impatience and disdain. Clang! Mo Ming was already on guard. He hurriedly swung his flying sword. However, he was far weaker than Mo Jianli. As soon as he touched the light, the flying sword was immediately shattered. The black fish's light did not stop at all. It quickly pierced towards Mo Ming's chest. Seeing that Mo Ming was about to die under this light, Xiaohua did not have enough spiritual power at this time. His eyes were burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Whoa! At this critical moment, Mo Ming's chest swelled. He opened his mouth and spat out a red stream from his mouth. Boom! It hit the light and he took the opportunity to retreat quickly. The red stream blocked 70% of the light, but there was still 30% that rushed out of the red stream. However, this 30% only cut off half of Mo Ming's hair. It did not kill Mo Ming. Mo Ming might have been scared, or maybe it was because the red stream consumed too much of his spiritual power. Mo Ming's originally pale face did not have a trace of blood. It was difficult for him to even stand still in the air. Without waiting for Mo Jianli's order, Ji Dong immediately flew over and supported Mo Ming. Roar! The black fish was furious again. Its body swayed and a huge wave rose to the sky. Kacha? Without waiting for the black fish to make another move, Xiaohua's forehead glowed green. A ball of green light rushed into the sky. Following the appearance of this green light in the sky above Liaojiang River, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The appearance of the lightning was extremely strange and extremely fast. The black fish had just noticed it when a thumb-sized heavenly lightning struck down. Zalala. The heavenly lightning was like a burning red spear. It directly pierced through the black fish's body. Those 1-foot-long scales were instantly pierced through. A wave of roasted fish fragrance came from the black fish's body. Roar. The black fish felt the pain and his body shook. With a roar, he spat out a fist-sized pearl. The pearl flew out, bringing with it a wave of water and rushed straight into the sky. His body slid and fell into the waves. He actually wanted to escape. The pearl brought with it a wave of water, like a water dragon coming out of the sea, and welcomed the rain like lightning. Kacha. Another few loud sounds. Not only was the pearl smashed into pieces, even the black fish was hit by the heavenly lightning again. The strangeness of this heavenly lightning was definitely out of the black fish's expectations. It could actually pass through the river water and directly hit his body. This time the black fish was not as lucky as the last time. The heavenly lightning struck his chest. Several streams of black blood gushed out. The black fish's body flapped a few times. It was no different from an ordinary black fish. His belly turned white, and he floated to the surface of the Liao River. Emo Jianli was shocked. Xiaohua's attack was too cruel and too fast. He did not even have the chance to warn Xiaohua before the black fish was killed by Xiaohua. Not only that, but Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique had a range of 1 mile. Other than the black fish, the other aquatic creatures were also killed or injured. Therefore Emo Jianli said anxiously, "See, Senior Xiao, don't kill like this first." "What? Things have come to this. Do you still want to get information from these aquatic creatures?" Xiaohua looked at the blood on the river and said coldly. Emo Jianli bit his lips and nodded. "I know that Senior Xiao is powerful. But, Senior Xiao, unless you can kill all these aquatic creatures. Otherwise, the danger of Longevity Town's destruction will never pass. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town will not be saved. If Senior Xiao only wants to defeat Little Gold Temple, then I will ask Xingqian to admit defeat." "Ah, Emo Jianli." Xiaohua laughed and pointed his finger. "Are you afraid that I will anger the aquatic creatures and they will pour the river water into Longevity Town? Are you trying to find out the purpose of flooding Longevity Town from the water tribe?" "That's right." Emo Jianli nodded. "Senior Xiao, even if you can kill all the aquatic creatures, they only need to release the water wall. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people will disappear in an instant. Senior Xiao, you are happy. You can leave, but what about the students of Longevity College and the monks of Little Gold Temple? You are too careful." Xiaohua shook his head. "Besides, I didn't kill the aquatic creatures in front of Monk Xingqian just to defeat Little Gold Temple as you think. Didn't you see? You asked Li Mo Ming to talk to the aquatic creatures, but they ignored him. If you don't beat them until they feel pain, they won't talk. Besides, looking at the situation, even if I don't do anything, they won't let the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town go. Since that's the case, why can't I take their lives with me? Don't worry. If the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town die, I will kill all the aquatic creatures in Liao River." Emo Jianli naturally knew that Xiaohua's words were reasonable. Without strength one had no right to speak. However, he was still afraid of angering the aquatic creatures. Just as he was about to defend himself, several powerful elemental thoughts swept out from Liao River. The entire Liao River became even more turbulent. When the elemental thoughts swept past Emo Jianli, he was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. In a voice of disbelief he moaned, "Aquatic creatures with elemental power beyond second level? How could they appear here?" Of course, the elemental thoughts of the aquatic creatures were much more powerful than Emo Jianli. He couldn't judge the strength of the aquatic creatures at all. Besides, there was more than one of them. How could he not be scared? Not to mention Emo Jianli, even Xiaohua's face turned pale when he saw the spirit power of the spirit creature, which was similar to his spirit power, sweep across the area. Then, hundreds of enormous water-kind creatures came out of the water in a radius of tens of miles. Chapter 32:16. These weren't ordinary water creatures. The black fish spirit from before had already shocked Xiaohua, but in front of these water creatures, the black fish spirit was like a child. These aquatic creatures were several hundred feet tall, and the scales on their bodies were comparable to millstones. Blackfish demons did not have many teeth in their mouths, but these aquatic creatures had fangs that were more than a foot long. What was special was that their mouths were extremely wide, and the 2 rows of fangs were completely exposed. The white color of their fangs was tinged with a bloody light, and they were extremely bloodthirsty. After these water creatures floated up, the wall of water suddenly increased by 10 feet and the waves became even more turbulent. Xiaohua sneered, since we can't avoid it, then let's kill a few more first. Then, another dark green brilliance appeared and the lightning that had just subsided appeared again. One after another, the heavenly lightning bolts were like vigorous swimming dragons, roaring in the air as they pounced towards the hundreds of water creatures. Woo-woo! Roars and whimpers rose one after another, as if all the water creatures knew that danger was coming. Following the roars, pillars of water sprayed out from the water creatures' mouths. These pillars of water seemed to be light, but also like river water, azure blue in color. When the pillars of water reached about 10 feet in the air, they fell back down with a hua sound. The moment they fell, each pillar of water blossomed with a chrysanthemum-like brilliance. This brilliance quickly extended like a huge tentacle, fusing together upon contact. In the blink of an eye, a layer of azure blue water appeared under the heavenly lightning. Rumble. Hundreds of lightning bolts fell at the right time, smashing onto this brilliance. The layer of water was smashed down by more than half a foot, and the lightning bolts violently swam above the brilliance, melting countless brilliance in the lightning. However, in just a moment the lightning bolts actually disappeared in the water. These water creatures probably have the strength of a 3rd-level origin energy. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, his heart trembling. He understood that today's situation was not good. Although the Soul Cultivator's lightning and thunder technique is mysterious and can create something out of nothing, but its power is still too weak, it can't compare to the Dao sect's lightning drawing technique. Although Xiaohua's heart was filled with regret, his movements were still not slow. A green light flashed between his eyebrows again, and a dozen bolts of heavenly lightning were born from the water. Boom! This time Xiaohua had learned his lesson. He did not launch a large-scale attack, but instead, a dozen lightning bolts poured down on a huge aquatic creature's body. After a series of thunderous rumbles, the huge body of the aquatic creature trembled violently and sank to the bottom of the water. Even if he wasn't killed by Xiaohua's sneak attack, it seemed like he had lost more than half of his life. Elder. Mo Jianli was not only shocked by the power of the water kind, he was also shocked by Xiaohua's mysterious lightning-controlling spell. His impression of Xiaohua changed again, but he still begged, "You have already hurt them. Why don't we let Mo Ming go and ask?" "If what?" Xiaohua frowned and turned around to look at the 100,000 innocent villagers of the immortal town who were running for their lives even though they had already sensed the danger. He shook his head and said, "Is there any room for negotiation in such a situation? Even if there is room for negotiation, what about this Xiao's grudge with the water kind?" The current Xiaohua was no longer as indecisive as he was in the Xiaoyu continent. After the baptism of blood, the test of life and death, he gradually revealed his ferociousness. Towards some specious matters, he had completely made his own decision. Elder Xiao. Mo Jinli smiled bitterly. This junior came to the immortal town to save these 100,000 villagers. Seeing that there is a glimmer of hope, how can this junior not try? Elder's grudge with the water kind is for the sake of the villagers of the immortal town. This junior is not talented, but I am willing to bear this grudge with Elder. Even if this junior dies in the hands of the water kind, I am willing. Can you do it? Xiaohua smiled faintly. Although death is easy, there is no value in dying. What's the use of you dying? This junior knows that he is incompetent. His cultivation is only a fraction of Elder's. Mo Jinli said sternly, Elder will not believe this junior's words. Of course, this junior can also use my Chongyun sect's name to bear this grudge for Elder, but this junior can clearly tell Elder. This time, the Chongyun sect did not pay enough attention to the disaster of the immortal town. This junior does not dare to use the sect's name to vouch for Elder. Moreover, this disaster of the immortal town should be handled by the government of the country of Shi. Elder has seen for himself, the power of the government here is really weak. Forget it. Xiaohua saw that Mo Jinli was clear and waved his hand. Fellow immortal Mo, there is no need to say any more. The Xiao does not mind. I just want to kill as many people as I can before the disaster of the immortal town arrives. Use their lives as a sacrifice to the dead. Fellow immortal Xing Chen, come quickly. Hearing this, Mo Jianli hurriedly waved his hand. Not far away, Xing Chen and the others were also stunned. However, their cultivation was also low, so they could not help. Now that they heard Mo Jianli's call, they immediately flew over. Elder Shao, fellow immortal Mo? Xing Chen hurriedly asked, do you have a plan? Mo Jianli looked at the messy huge sea beasts on the water wall and said in a low voice, we do not have a plan yet. Right now we want to find out why these sea beasts are attacking the immortal town. Elder Shao will take charge of the situation here and intimidate the sea beasts. We will escort Li Moming over and work together with the sea beasts. Okay. At this point, Xing Chen did not remember the bet he made with Xiao Hua. He hurriedly said, we will do as you say. Seeing Xiao Hua nodding silently and frowning at the hundreds of sea beasts, Mo Jianli did not know what he was thinking, or whether he was choosing the next target to attack. Mo Jianli hurriedly led the group to the water wall. Gotcha. Another clap of thunder sounded, and it hit the water wall in front of Mo Jianli and the others. A hole about 3 meters wide appeared on top of the water wall, and this hole was surrounded by lightning. On one hand it prevented the seal from healing and on the other hand, it prevented the hole from growing bigger. Mo Jianli and the others did not dare to rush through the seal. They only protected Li Mo Ming at the hole and shouted some strange syllables into the water wall. The 3 continents are really messy. Xiao Hua was speechless. There are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and even the demon race. There is even the Dragon Palace. Their languages are all different. It is so troublesome to speak. If I have time later, I will ask Li Mo Ming to learn the language of the sea beasts. Oh, why are the sea beasts not moving? And there are no sea beasts coming to deal with them? Could it be that the host has not come out yet? While Xiao Hua was puzzled, the turbulent water surface of the Liao River suddenly calmed down. The hundreds of huge sea beasts flew out of the water. Under the scorching sun, there were only shadows and specks of golden light on the surface of the river. Xiao Hua almost rubbed his eyes to see if he was dreaming. Of course it was only for a moment. Gurgle gurgle. With a loud sound, tens of thousands of bubbles rushed out of the river like boiling water. In an instant they covered a dozen miles of the river's surface. Then, a group of soldiers dressed in armor, holding bright weapons, and even carrying banners surged out of the river. This time Xiao Hua really wanted to raise his hand to rub his eyes. He muttered, damn it, I am seeing ghosts. Of course, when had Xiao Hua ever seen such a scene on the Xiaoyu continent? Xiao Hua was extremely curious. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw clearly that this group was made up of hundreds or even thousands of sea beasts. There were fish and prawns, birds and crabs. There were also a few strange sea beasts that Xiao Hua had never seen before. However, these sea beasts were not in human form. They were 2 to 3 times bigger than a normal person. They were not holding weapons with their hands but claws or pincers. These sea beasts were also wearing strange armor. There was some red rust on the armor and some seaweed. This armor seemed to be protecting the sea beasts and hiding their cultivation. Xiao Hua could not see through their strength for a moment. However, looking at the intelligent eyes of these sea beasts, Xiao Hua knew that these sea beasts were definitely stronger than normal cultivators. Xiao Hua had just finished looking when he heard a loud sound from the group. The body of the giant sea beast that Xiao Hua had just shot down slowly appeared on the surface of the river. The body of the sea beast trembled slightly. Obviously it did not die. However, the lightning had not dissipated, so it could not move freely. After the body of the sea beast came out of the water, it did not stop. It continued to rise. Then Xiao Hua saw a long and thin arm appear under the body of the sea beast. See. Xiao Hua took a deep breath. He understood that the sea beast that was about to come out should be the person in charge of the array. Moreover, seeing that this sea beast could lift the giant sea beast with one hand, its strength must be ridiculously strong. Under the gaze of Xiao Hua, Mo Jianli and the others, another shocking scene appeared under the long and thin arm. Xiao Hua originally thought that this arm belonged to a strange sea beast. He would not be surprised if it was a fish. However, what appeared in the end was actually a 3-chi-long midget. Moreover, this midget was human. Not only did it have 4 limbs, it also had facial features. The funniest thing was that this midget was riding on a giant seahorse. Looking at the incomparably huge sea beast on the midget, and then looking at the incomparably huge seahorse below the midget, Xiao Hua almost fell down from the sky laughing. Mo Jianli and the others were different from Xiao Hua. They didn't even have time to laugh because the dwarf's gaze swept across them. His cold, steel-like primordial spirit swept across them. They shuddered, and a feeling of being in an ice cave involuntarily rose from their hearts and bodies. Li Mo Ming, who was shouting just now, opened his mouth. He did not dare to make any sound. It was as if he attracted the attention of this midget, he would be killed by this midget's gaze. Chapter 32:17. Of course, when the midget's gaze landed on Xiaohua's smile also froze on his face. Moreover, this smile appeared extremely awkward. A kind of seriousness emerged from Xiaohua's smile like a seed bursting out of the ground, instantly blooming on Xiaohua's face. Damn it. This guy is probably at the 4th grade of origin energy, right? Xiaohua had no way of knowing the exact cultivation of this midget, but from this aura he was absolutely shocked. Looking at this formation, Xiaohua couldn't help but be puzzled. 103rd grade origin energy subordinates, and this 4th grade origin energy person in charge of the formation, they don't even need some bullshit Liao River's water to destroy the entire Longevity Town. Why did they take off their pants to fart? Could it be, this Longevity Town is hiding some secret? Did I block a disaster for them? Whoa. That midget waved his hand, easily throwing the giant sea beast to the side. A few sea beasts immediately caught it. Immediately after, the midget loudly shouted a few times. Whoa! The entire Liao River was surging with wind and clouds as hundreds of hurricanes were born. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed toward the surface of the river. Then, a blue light flashed repeatedly on the surface of the river. The hundreds of huge sea beasts transformed into 3 Jianghu giants one by one. However, although these giants had armor on their bodies and looked incomparably brave, their eyes were not as shrewd as the sea beasts from before. GGGG. That midget casually ordered a few more times. Those 100 burly men roared in unison, then scattered towards the edge of the water wall. At the same time, the hundreds of people in the team also waved their banners, and even the sound of war drums could be heard as if they were eager to give it a try. Senior Xiao. That Liamo Ming was very anxious. Without even reporting to Mo Jianli, he hurriedly shouted, "These sea beasts are going to activate the restriction and flood the Longevity Town? What are they going to do? Why do they want to flood the Longevity Town?" When Xiaohua heard, he was also very anxious. He didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking, his figure flew up and rushed towards the flaw of the restriction. This time Xiaohua understood. He coldly snorted like a human. He saw the dwarf raise his head and casually wave his hand. A blue brilliance appeared on the surface of the water and rushed towards him. It looked like a very ordinary radiance. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and his face was filled with shock. Without thinking, he waved his hand and similarly threw out a dozen fireball talismans. Rumble. Sure enough, every trace of that blue brilliance contained an enormous amount of power. As soon as it came into contact with Xiaohua's fireball talisman, it immediately exploded, and the air within a radius of several tens of meters surged. Mo Jianli and the others naturally could not stay in the vicinity. They hurriedly dodged. As for Xiaohua, he was also blocked outside the restrictive spell. Chirp 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 chirp. Seeing Xiaohua block his brilliance, the dwarf unconsciously raised his eyebrows and cried out. "I don't understand. Don't just blabber." Xiaohua sneered and raised his voice to speak to the pygmy chicken and duck. "Senior?" Liamo Ming was brought over from afar by Mo Jianli. He shouted, "He's asking you, if you killed his subordinates." "Oh, answer him." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "If he wants revenge, then come at me. However, I still have to ask him who they are. Oh, what kind of water clan are they? Why did they use so much strength to flood Longevity Town?" Yes. If it was any other question, Liamo Ming would naturally have answered. However, this involved killing. If he was not careful, it would bring disaster to Xiaohua. Liamo Ming did not dare to be careless. He could only ask Xiaohua first. Now that he received Xiaohua's permission, he immediately shouted. Sure enough, this time the dwarf spoke. However, looking at Liamo Ming's helpless expression, Xiaohua somewhat understood. These water clan were definitely not the brainless trash that he thought. It was not difficult for him to show a bit of sincerity. They would not answer honestly. Sure enough, Liamo Ming said awkwardly, "Senior, this person only said he took your head, then he will answer. Then let him come and take it." Xiaohua waved his hand without hesitation. As long as he has the ability, let him come. Yes, Liamo Ming really admired Xiaohua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. This kind of courage was definitely something he couldn't reach. That dwarf seemed to be somewhat impatient. He casually dealt with Liemo Ming while commanding his own team. Senior? Liemo Ming smiled and said, that person asked you to send your head over yourself. I will go over now. Xiaohua nodded. You all? If you can't, then leave early. From the looks of it, these water clan do not intend to keep you all. If Senior does not leave, then we will not leave either. Mo Jinli replied indifferently. He turned and said, Mo Ming, you all leave. We have already done our best. Xing Chen was somewhat unwilling. He turned and looked at the chaotic longevity town. His gaze seemed to be somewhat expectant. He then said, this monk will also accompany Senior Xiao. Haha, good. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the heaven-leveling staff again. He laughed and said, let me see what kind of methods these water clan have. Senior? Liemo Ming suddenly said, Junior just vaguely heard something. They seem to be looking for someone? Looking for someone? Xiaohua was stunned. He stopped and said, they need to flood Longevity Town to find someone? Xiaohua asked back. Liemo Ming's face turned red. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Senior, disciple? Disciple only vaguely heard it. I'm not sure. And if you don't leave, then slowly listen. Xiaohua nodded. I will go and meet this person. However, you all wait. Sai, if you can leave, then leave. I am afraid that I am unable to protect you all now. Moreover, if you all leave, you can save 1 or 2 people. After speaking, Xiaohua no longer paid attention to them. He activated his flying talisman and rushed into the water wall's restriction. Seeing Xiaohua enter, that dwarf sneered and did not stop him. You brat. Once Xiaohua rushed into the water wall, he did not say anything. He waved his hand and the heaven-leveling staff was raised. With a roar, it flew towards the dwarf. Hee hee. The dwarf seemed to not have expected Xiaohua to come so quickly. He had not finished arranging some orders. However, he did not seem to care. He sneered and clapped his hand. Similarly, a halberd-like weapon appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, his figure flew up from the seahorse. He stepped on a water-like cloud and met Xiaohua head-on. The first time was always a test, so Xiaohua didn't dodge. He was extremely confident in his own heaven-leveling rod and strength. Boom! An intense rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Not only did it deafen everyone's ears, even the water of the Liao River, which was originally surging violently, was set off by violent waves. At the same time, one of the 2 figures that were charging at each other was actually sent flying. What made Xing Chen and the others' eyeballs almost fall out was that the figure that was sent flying was Xiaohua, and not that 3 feet tall dwarf. Xiaohua, who had the strength of 10,000 caddies and the heaven-leveling staff was extremely heavy, was actually not a match for this dwarf. Damn it. Is he still human? Xiaohua himself was also shaken to the point of dizziness. His arms were sore and numb. He was practically shaking his heavy head as he thought in disbelief. This Xiao was really wrong. This guy. I'm afraid he's not human. Xiaohua suddenly realized. He should also be a member of the water clan. Moreover, he should be a transformed water clan. Senior, be careful. Mo Jinli's voice was extremely anxious. Xiaohua was startled when he heard it. He quickly scanned with his divine sense. Sure enough, that dwarf had turned into a water-like light again. He quickly passed through the waves of water. In a few breaths, he had already arrived near Xiaohua. This kind of battle tactic was previously used by Xiaohua to kill other cultivators. Now the water clan was using it to deal with Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua not know the strength of this dwarf? However, he could only clench his teeth and wave the heaven-leveling staff again. He activated the flying talisman to stabilize his body and began to fight with this dwarf. Fortunately, Xiaohua's ethereal steps did not require too much transcendence energy. That heaven-leveling staff technique was also very mysterious. Even if his strength was not as strong as that dwarf, he could still hold on for a few rounds. As the dwarf and Xiaohua fought to a draw, the water clan above Liao River had already begun to move. First, hundreds of giant water clan transformed into burly men and lined up behind the water wall, covering a range of several dozen li. Then these water clans spat out demonic chi from their mouths, which gradually melted into the restriction. The water wall began to leak out. The water wall within several dozen li was even more turbulent than a flood that broke through a dam. It surged towards Longevity Town. Xiaohua looked at this water wall. He was really furious in his heart. He wished he could beat this dwarf into meat paste with his staff. Since his heart was sluggish, Xiaohua could not avoid being found a flaw by the dwarf. The sky piercer swept over, forcing Xiao Hua to raise his staff to meet it. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Xiao Hua's figure was smashed into the water. Ha ha ha. That dwarf seemed to be extremely happy. He did not chase after Xiao Hua and only loudly ordered his subordinates. Those fish, prawns and other creatures that were waving banners actually crossed the water wall and flew towards Longevity Town. Stop. Mo Jianli, who had been enduring all this time, could no longer bear it. He waved his hand and took out a book from his chest. He angrily said, I am Chongyun Sect's Mo Jianli. This Longevity Town is where my Longevity Academy is located. If you all take even half a step, this Mo will not be polite anymore. Unfortunately, even though Li Mo Ming was at the side speaking, those prawn soldiers and crab generals did not care at all. Forget it. Mo Jianli angrily roared. The book in his hand rushed into the air. Then he pointed his finger. A ray of sword light hit the book. Whoa! A gust of wind rolled up. That book slowly opened in the air. Inscriptions on armor flew out from the book and hit the prawn soldiers and crab generals like hailstones. Accompanying these inscriptions was an indescribable spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out. Dozens of prawn soldiers and crab generals flashed with blue water light. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Ka. A crisp sound rang out. Several water pillars that were thicker than buckets rushed from Liao Zhang's side and hit the book. The book closed with a schwa sound and fell from the air. Pu, Mo Jianli spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was dispirited. He hurriedly caught the book. Chapter 32:18. Wu, with a loud sound, a water column soared into the sky. At the top of the water column, Xiao Hua rushed out of the river with an angry expression. He looked at Mo Jianli and shouted, Fellow Taoist Mo, you should hurry and save the villagers before these fishes and shrimps. Without waiting for Mo Jianli to speak, he roared again, Fight with me for another 300 rounds. As he spoke, he waved the heaven-leveling staff again. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge at all and directly smashed towards the dwarf. Roar! That dwarf also roared. He waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to disperse. He himself also waved the sky piercer and flew towards Xiao Hua. Boom, boom, boom. After several consecutive head-on clashes, Xiao Hua was sent flying every time. However, every time Xiao Hua would fly back bravely. This made the dwarf a little dumbfounded. He couldn't help but feel a trace of respect in his heart. In his impression, this kind of brave general who didn't care about his life seemed to be really rare. Unfortunately, this dwarf still overestimated the stingy Xiao Hua. At this moment, Xiao Hua was laughing loudly in his heart. Damn it, I spent a lot of effort to refine the earth crystal Yao milk in my body, but the results weren't good. I didn't expect that every time I hit it, the earth crystal Yao milk in my body would be shaken loose. Refining it would be much easier. Looks like I have to let this guy hit me a few more times. If this sky piercer hits my body, wouldn't the results be better? However, looking at the glittering sky piercer, Xiao Hua didn't dare to test it with his life. Boom. Like a dam bursting, the water wall finally collapsed completely. The entire Liao River's water suddenly poured into Longevity Town. The scene was comparable to the heavenly river falling into the mortal world. I'll beat you to death, you monster. When Xiao Hua heard this, he thought of the pitiful little floating corpse in the water. His eyes turned red. This was hundreds of thousands of lives. They were going to die in the water just like that. Xiao Hua roared and attacked the dwarf. He was powerless to save these mortals. He could only use his own strength to kill this dwarf. With this attack, all the distracting thoughts from before disappeared. Boom. Although Xiao Hua's anger soared to the sky, his strength was still much weaker than the dwarf. In the end, ideals and hatred couldn't replace cultivation. He was still sent flying. When Xiao Hua was sent flying, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. GGGG. Seeing Xiao Hua being sent flying again, the dwarf shouted loudly. Then he pointed at the water wall and then at Li Mo Ming. Mo Jianli and the others had already left to save the mortals in the village. Li Mo Ming was still guarding the place. Beside Li Mo Ming, Xing Chen and the other 3 monks did not leave. They took out their alms bowls, which emitted Buddhist light and covered the river water. The river water was attracted by the Buddhist light and was sucked into the alms bowls. Senior. Li Mo's voice was heard. The water tribe said that they saw you risking your life. They said that their purpose was to come to the Longevity Town to find their princess. Their princess ended up in Longevity Town. She used to have some aura, but now she's gone. Princess? Xiaohua sneered. Why are they looking for the princess? Could it be that their princess needs to rely on water to distinguish? Oh, I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted in his heart. Is she, the little sister that Louis took in? The one called Xiao Yun. I seem to have put a yellow talisman on her. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly wanted to use the flying talisman to return to the River Tide Temple. However, right now, the wall of water was even more majestic than the peak of the flood. Even if Xiaohua went back and found Xiao Yun, he was afraid that the entire Longevity Town would have been completely submerged by the river, right? When Xiaohua saw the alms bowls of Xing Chen and the others, his eyes lit up and he shouted, Liamo Ming, quickly go to the River Tide Temple. The princess they're looking for is there, the girl in the wooden barrel. Ah! Liamo Ming was shocked, then he became ecstatic and shouted at the dwarf. Unfortunately, the dwarf did not pay attention to him and only stared at Xiaohua like a tiger watching its prey. Liamo Ming looked at the flood that had already passed 3 li. How could he dare to be negligent? He hurriedly urged his sword to fly towards the River Tide Temple. Although the River Tide Temple was beside the Liao River, it was still several li away from this location. Fight! Xiaohua's eyes turned. He raised the heaven-leveling staff and charged at the dwarf again. The dwarf was naturally not afraid. The heaven-leveling staff and the sky piercer collided again, but this time it seemed to be different. When Xiaohua touched the sky piercer, his figure immediately flew back and rushed into the river water, disappearing in an instant. Oh! The dwarf was stunned, but he did not care. He swept with his origin will and looked in the direction of the Longevity Town. Amit Ba. A loud and clear Buddhist chant came from another direction, and then a simple Buddhist sense swept out, martial ancestor. When Xing Chen sensed this Buddhist sense, his tears were about to fall. He persevered for so long looking forward to the stars and the moon. Wasn't it because he was still hoping for a fluke in his heart, waiting for this Buddhist sect expert to appear for a fleeting moment in the morning? However, when Xing Chen looked in the direction of the voice, he was stunned again. He saw a cultivator wearing strange clothes, holding a small bottle in his hand, flying over from the waves. It was not the monk wearing a kasaya he expected. This person's face is so familiar. Xing Chen was bewildered. He looked at Xiaohua's changed face and thought very strangely, but, where has disciple seen this martial ancestor before? Ever since Xiaohua sent the Buddha Saraira into his Naiwan palace, his telekinesis could freely form Buddhist seals in his hands. He no longer had to use his hands to disguise himself and activate the Buddha Saraira outside his Naiwan palace. At this time, after changing his face, he immediately took out the water bottle from the Buddha Saraira in his Naiwan palace and held it in his right palm. That water bottle still had the willow branch inserted into it. My Buddha is merciful, excellent, excellent. Xiaohua raised his left hand and chanted the name of Buddha. Then, with a wave of his hand, the water bottle emitted a faint Buddhist light and rushed into the air. At the same time, Xiaohua's hands formed seals. One after another, Buddhist seals rushed out of his palm and landed on the water bottle. GGGG. That dwarf was extremely puzzled. He looked at the direction Xiaohua disappeared in and then looked at the familiar Xiaohua. He scratched his head in bewilderment and opened his mouth to shout. Unfortunately, Liamo was not here at this time. No one knew what he was saying. Whoa! A gust of wind came out of the water bottle. This gust of wind, under the control of Xiaohua's Buddhist sense, immediately covered a radius of several dozen li. Withdraw. Xiaohua's tongue was like spring thunder. His hands slowly formed Buddhist seals and slowly hit the water bottle. A huge suction force came out along with the gust of wind. Like a huge tentacle, it covered the river water within several dozen li. Then, with a strong grab, all of the river water rushed toward the water bottle with this force. Thump 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 thump. A burst of drum-like sounds came out from Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. The Buddha Saraira in the Linglong Pagoda started to vibrate rapidly, as if it was a heartbeat. After that, it started to shrink rapidly, and the Buddha aura around it also became abnormally dim. Clearly, Xiaohua's telekinesis was not enough to completely unleash the power of the water bottle. Even the Buddha Saraira was somewhat damaged. But fortunately, the Buddha Saraira's Buddhist light dimmed. The exquisite pagoda emitted a myriad of scattered lights that slowly fell on the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha Sarira sent out a faint Buddhist sense, and the Buddhist fire also sent out a continuous stream of telekinesis. Amitabha, disciple Xing Qin of the Yunlin Temple greets Grandmaster. Xing Qin chanted the name of Buddha. He actually knelt down in the air and said loudly, "Disciple represents the 160,000 people of Longevity Town to thank Grandmaster for his great kindness." Amitabha, disciple thanks Grandmaster for his great kindness. Xing Kong and the rest also chanted the name of Buddha and knelt down in the air. The four people's voices were extremely loud, like thunder in the sky. It directly shook the ears of everyone within several li. Looking at that posture, it was as if they used all of their cultivation on this lion roar. They were afraid that the people of Longevity Town would not be able to hear it. The Buddhist sect's divine ability was indeed impressive. When the lion's roar landed in their ears, everyone who panicked and lost their sense of propriety calmed down for a moment. It was also at this moment that they saw from high up in the sky, Xiaohua's solemn and dignified expression, that shocking scene. The river water that was enough to engulf the entire Longevity Town was like a sparkling trapped dragon that was captured by Xiaohua's compassionate eyes and obediently kept into that ordinary-looking small bottle in front of him. Inside the small bottle, the willow branch was calm. The green on the willow branch made people feel like they were reborn. Amitabha. An old man knelt down on the ground and kowtowed towards Xiaohua. 2, 3, 10 dozens, hundreds of villagers all knelt down. Moreover, this kind of piety was like a kind of wind, rapidly blowing from Longevity Town to every corner. Thousands, tens of thousands. These people who were originally at the end of their rope in despair, when they saw a chance of survival, which one of them did not have a kind of absolute trust? Which one of them did not offer their purest piety to this great divine ability in front of them? Which one of them did not place their hopes of survival on this brave person who bravely stepped forward? Whoa! A sound like a dragon's roar sounded. The suction force of the clear water bottle suddenly doubled. The river water that had already rushed out for several li was suddenly sucked back into the clear water bottle. See? I see. How could Xiaohua's telekinesis be so powerful? However, the telekinesis of tens of thousands of people, the power of faith of hundreds of thousands of people was enough to ignite the Buddhist fire in Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. It was enough to double the telekinesis of Xiaohua's Buddha seal. GGGG. Seeing Xiaohua take out a Buddhist artifact, the dwarf seemed to have understood something. His face became solemn and he waved his hand, putting away the sky piercer. Then he shouted a few words in a loud and solemn voice. He grabbed downwards with his hand, and a blue brilliance fell towards the river water below his feet. The moment it touched the river water, it immediately rippled, and in an instant, it extended for dozens of li. Roar! The dwarf roared loudly. He raised his hand as if he was lifting a heavy object. The water of Liao River suddenly rose by more than 10 zhang. Chapter 32:19. Ka. The dwarf let out a strange cry again. The brilliance around his body flashed rapidly, and a water dragon that was even larger than the water dragon on Xiaohua's clear water bottle pounced out from the dwarf's hands, charging towards the clear water bottle. Motherfucker, I won't make a fool of myself, right? How could Xiaohua not know that his disguise had been seen through by this midget? He was afraid that this midget would think that he wanted to compete with him in terms of divine abilities. That was why he put away his sky piercer and wanted to use the water from Liao River to break his water bottle to compete with him. However, Xiaohua had previously used the clear water bottle to collect innate true water, but he didn't collect so much river water. At that time, collecting innate true water was as easy as lifting one's hand. This river water had already reached Xiaohua's limit, and with the addition of the dwarf's river water, how could Xiaohua withstand it? However, if Xiaohua didn't accept the dwarf's challenge, this river water would probably be even more powerful than the previous river water, right? Looking at the people of Longevity Town kneeling on the ground and the faint power of faith, Xiaohua sighed, Amitabha, if there is a netherworld I will go first, if there is bliss I will go last, if I don't save the people I will waste my time, if there is a disaster today I will bear it. If I don't enter the sea of bitterness, who will? Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, the huge river water rushed down majestically, smashing onto Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness. That Buddhist consciousness was originally invisible, but now that he was controlling the clear water bottle, it was one with the Buddhist light. Under the impact of the river water, Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness was severely injured. Pef! he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which landed on the clear water bottle. Xiao Hua's body trembled, and the Buddhist light around him swayed at the same time, like a dim light that was about to be extinguished in the wind at any time. Amitabha Buddha is merciful. Xing Chen, Xing Kong, Xing Min and Xing Fan were shocked. They hurriedly urged their psychokinesis, throwing out 4 alms bowls, which landed around Xiao Hua's body. As they chanted, the weak Buddhist light rushed into Xiao Hua's body. Merciful Buddha, save the Buddhist sect in distress. Seeing the imminent danger, the hundreds of thousands of people in the longevity town who had already prostrated themselves were all anxious. They chanted the name of Buddha and kowtowed to the ground. Forget it. Xiao Hua saw that the Buddhist light of his Buddha Sarira was somewhat dim and the power of thought he sent out was already weak. He couldn't help but sigh and make a decision in his heart. Why is this Xiao so unlucky? Tao sect's cultivation has yet to recover. Now only the 4th grade Buddha relic is intact. Just now, I revealed my Buddhist cultivation and the clear water bottle could not control it. Today, I can only abandon this Buddha relic and use this relic to exchange for karma to see if it can support the clear water bottle. Since he had made his decision, Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira came out of the exquisite pagoda. Just as the Sarira rushed out of his Niwen palace, a loud and clear sound suddenly resounded in the heaven and earth. Bursts of Sanskrit chants came out as heavenly flowers sprinkled down one after another. One after another, beautiful heavenly maidens danced in the void. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Namo Buddha. Nan couldn't. Namo Monk. It was because of the Buddha. Fate with Buddha. Buddhism and Dharma were interrelated. I'm always happy and quiet. I read Guanyin Bodhisattva in the morning. I read Guanyin Bodhisattva in the evening. Thoughts arise from the heart. Chanting Buddha without leaving one's heart. Tian Luoshin. Di Luoshin. Separation is difficult. Difficult to leave. All calamities turned to dust. Namo Mahaprajna Pramitha. Every word and sentence was like a murmuring stream that fell into everyone's ears along with the Sanskrit chants. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Everyone was enlightened and chanted along with the Sanskrit chants. Strands of thought power turned into gossamer threads and rushed into Xiao Hua's Buddha relic. The Buddha relic that was already preparing to melt gradually gave off a Buddhist light. Chirp chirp. In the distance, when the dwarf saw this, hesitation appeared on his face. He looked at the clear water bottle that seemed like it could hold all rivers in the sea. Although the item's Buddhist light was still trembling, under the clear water bottle, Xiao Hua's hands that were forming seals had already stabilized. The faint Buddhist light seemed to flicker eternally. Although Xiao Hua's compassionate eyes didn't look at him, when his gaze swept past, it seemed like those eyes could see through him. Roar. In the instant the dwarf hesitated, a strange roar that seemed to come from some inexplicable source came from the Sanskrit chants. The heavenly maiden who had just said that she was bare-handed and barefooted suddenly turned into a myriad of demons. These demons were grotesquely shaped, ferocious, and pounced toward Xiao Hua with their bloody mouths. Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Xing Qin, who was prostrating at the side, almost shouted with an incredulous voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Grandmaster wants to attain Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Attain fruit? When Xiao Hua heard this, he wasn't surprised. He had heard Han Zhu talk about attaining fruit in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Of course, he had also heard this during the battle with the demons. However, he had never thought that he would be able to attain fruit when he had just cultivated to the 4-chi golden body. In particular, he didn't know anything about attaining fruit. What did he have to pay attention to in attaining fruit? He didn't know anything about the benefits of attaining fruit. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was now a senior of the Buddhist sect, so he naturally couldn't ask about this kind of thing. The most important thing was that he was doing his best to support the clear water bottle and collect the river water that was rushing into the longevity town. He simply didn't have the spare energy to ask anything. He could only blindly persist. However, looking at Xing Chen's extremely envious gaze, Xiao Hua also knew that he had encountered a good thing. Since it was a good thing, then what was the point of asking? Unfortunately, at this moment, clang! The sound of a sword rang out. In the distance, Mo Jinli activated the sword light and flew over with a little girl in his hand. He was still shouting, "The princess is here, the princess is here." Whoosh! Without waiting for Mo Jinli to fly closer, the dwarf waved his hand. A long aqua-blue arm grew out from under his body and fell into Mo Jinli's hand like a waterfall. In an instant it took the girl away. The action was so fast that Mo Jinli couldn't react at all. When the girl fell into the dwarf's hand, the dwarf opened his mouth and roared into the sky. It was really a sound that shook the 9 heavens. Then, with another wave of his hand, thousands of light threads flew out from his body and fell on the Liao River. Whoosh! Like the falling tide, the river water that was rushing towards Xiaohua's clear water bottle immediately fell into the Liao River. Strangely, as soon as the river water retreated, the demon that was rushing towards Xiaohua immediately changed its face and turned into a heavenly girl. However, the heavenly girl and the heavenly flower only lasted for a few breaths, then gradually disappeared. The chanting also disappeared at the same time. What a pity! Xing Chen couldn't help but moan. He called out with great regret, Grandmaster only needs the Tianma test to achieve the fruit. Then he turned around and looked at Mo Jianli. His gaze almost pierced Mo Jianli into 1,000 holes. Amit Bagut, Xiaohua also felt sorry in his heart, but he didn't take it to heart. He murmured and activated the clear water bottle again, not daring to neglect it. The dwarf took the girl and slowly fell into the river. The shrimp and crab soldiers that rushed into the immortal town waved their flags and flew back. At the same time, the hundreds of giant sea beasts that turned into burly men slowly turned into members of the water tribe. The water of the Liao River also slowly fell back. Grandmaster. Seeing that the matter was over, Xing Chen still knelt on the ground. He looked up at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, Disciple dares to ask for Grandmaster's name. May I know? When Xing Chen said this, Mo Jianli beside him looked as if he had seen a ghost. He said hurriedly, See God my lord? See God my lord of the River Tide Temple? All of a sudden Xing Chen was also shocked. Although he had never been to the River Tide Temple, when he discovered Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness in the early morning, he also used his Buddhist consciousness to explore the River Tide Temple. Naturally, he also saw the golden body of the sea god, but it was in a hurry so he couldn't remember it clearly. Now that Mo Jianli called him, Xing Chen immediately remembered. As for Mo Jianli, naturally because Li Mo knew that his flying speed was not as fast as Mo Jianli's, Mo Jianli told Xiaohua's words to Mo Jianli. It was the golden body that Mo Jianli saw in the main hall when he rode his sword to the River Tide Temple. Ah! Amitba! Xiaohua saw the water of the Liao River recede rapidly. He clasped his hands together and smiled. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Then he pointed at the clear water vase. The Buddhist artifact fell into his hand. His body slowly flew into the distance. Grandmaster. Xing Chen was about to call out when he saw Xiaohua forming a seal with both hands. The word Lin emerged from his Buddhist seal and spread out in all directions. Xing Chen's expression immediately changed. 9 words mantra? My Buddha is merciful. The 9 words mantra has descended upon the hidden immortal continent. Guanyin Bodhisattva, merciful salvation. Disciple respectfully sends Bodhisattva off. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Xing Chen's voice was so loud and he used the lion's roar. Many villagers in Longevity Town heard him, and they all chanted Bodhisattva's name. Mo Jianli frowned, but when he saw Xiaohua's figure getting farther and farther away, he also lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Of course, he knew that Xiaohua didn't achieve Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. Xing Chen said that because he had other intentions. When Xiaohua's figure finally disappeared, Xing Chen didn't dare to use his Buddha's awareness. Mo Jianli and the others didn't dare to use their divine sense either. Mo Jianli looked around and asked curiously, Fellow immortal Xing Chen, where is Senior Xiao? Sigh, Senior Xiao was defeated by the water tribe. He was shot down from the Liao River before Bodhisattva arrived. Xing Chen said indifferently, he hasn't shown up for so long. I'm afraid he's dead. Senior. Mo Jianli was anxious. He used the eye-clearing technique and looked at the Liao River. At the same time he sent a message to Li Mo Ming and the others to search for Xiaohua together. Xing Chen's face carried a hint of arrogance. He looked at the panicking and praying townspeople in the distance, then lowered his head to look at the place that had been flooded by the river water. He waved his hand and said, Xing Kong, one of you 3 will return to Shaojin Temple and inform Mingyu of the situation here. Have him send out disciples to calm the townspeople down. The 2 of you will patrol the area and see if there are any water tribe hiding or bandits making trouble in the chaos. Grandmaster Ci Hang defeated the water tribe. Our Buddhism sect has blessed Longevity Town. Don't let this blessing turn into water. I'll accompany you to search for Senior Shao of Taoism. Chapter 32:20. Yes, disciple understands. Xing Kong, Xing Min and Xing Fan bowed in the air, their faces full of pride. Yes, raising a hand to save 100,000 lives, only half a step away from attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, this was definitely rare even in the Western paradise, let alone in the hidden immortal continent where Confucianism flourished. Moreover, Xing Kong and the others were able to witness this grand occasion of attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. It was also greatly beneficial to their own cultivation. How could they not be excited? Taking a step back, the merit of saving 100,000 lives, whether it was Xing Chen or Xing Kong and the others, they could all get a little bit of it. When they returned to the Cloud Forest Temple, they might even be sent to the Western Paradise to be recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. Seeing the three of them leave, Xing Chen smiled and urged his body to fly towards Liaojiang. He already understood in his heart that regardless of Xiaohua's life or death, Taoism had already been defeated. Jiangchao Temple would definitely not exist in Longevity Town in the future. Not only that, Longevity Academy, which was previously so powerful that Shaojin Temple could not shake before, would definitely not be Shaojin Temple's opponent in the future. Just now, at the critical moment, Xing Chen easily sensed the power of the 100,000 lives. This kind of the purest worship and piety from the heart had been deeply engraved in the hearts of the 100,000 villagers of Longevity Town. In the future they would definitely abandon Confucianism and enter Buddhism. Whenever there was any danger, they would think of the scene of Xiaohua holding a bottle to save the lives of the people. The image of Xiaohua, that Buddhist cultivator Ci Hang, would also appear in their hearts. It is also because of the instantaneous convergence of the power of the 100,000 lives that Grandmaster Ci Hang attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Thinking of the grand occasion just now, Xing Chen could not help but feel regretful. This kind of opportunity. How many times can one encounter it in one's life? What a pity. If Mo Jinli did not come to make trouble, my Western paradise would have another Bodhisattva. Could it be that Mo Jinli did it on purpose? Even if he came a moment later, Liao Jiang would still be taken into the Buddhist artifact by Grandmaster, and would not cause any damage to Longevity Town. If Grandmaster Ci Hang missed this opportunity, I don't know when he would encounter such an opportunity again. Thinking of this, Xing Chen was suddenly stunned again. He sucked in a cold breath and frowned. That's not right. The lives of the 100,000 lives are indeed heavy, but it's impossible to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit in one go. For an ordinary disciple of Buddhism, a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit is already very good. Why did Grandmaster Ci Hang suddenly? Could it be? Where is Senior Shao? Where is Senior Shao? Just as Xing Chen was feeling a little shocked, a hoarse voice came from not too far away. Xing Chen looked up and saw that it was Chongyun Sec's Liamo Ming. Senior Shao is the one who saved the calamity today. If it wasn't for him taking in the princess of the Water Clan, if it wasn't for him blocking the attack of the Water Clan. Liamo Ming really admired Xiaohua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. The anxious look on his face was definitely not fake. Ahem. Xing Chen coughed lightly and said, "It's too early to talk about this now. Let's find Senior Shao as soon as possible." Liamo Ming bit his lips and glanced at Xing Chen with some resentment. However, he flew toward Liao Jiang without another word. Martial nephews. Xing Chen looked at Ji Dong and Qiu Jian who had just arrived and said, "Mr. Mo and I are enough. You should hurry up and help the villagers in Longevity Town. They still don't know that the crisis is over. I'm afraid they'll stir up trouble again." Ji Dong and Qiu Jian gave each other a look, and then said with a smile, "There are government officers and soldiers in the town, as well as martial nephews and junior brothers from Little Gold Temple, and even more so my Long Life Academy's 100 disciples. There is no need for us to go, right? Right now we should focus on finding Senior Shao of Jiangchao Temple. He's the one who saved the calamity after all." Then without waiting for Xing Chen to say anything, the two of them cupped their fists and hurriedly flew to Liaojiang. Under Mo Jinli's command, they split up and searched in the depths of Liaojiang. "Amit Ba, fellow immortal Mo." Xing Chen flew over and said in a low voice, "Where should I go to find him?" "Fellow immortal Xing Chen." Mo Jinli's face had a trace of sadness. He pointed to the left and said, "I've already looked around here. There's no trace of Senior Shao. When they were fighting I wasn't near here. Fellow immortal, Did you see where Senior Zhao's body flew after he was defeated? Xing Chen thought for a while and pointed in a direction saying, it should be that place. However, I was also using my mental force to absorb the river water with my Buddhist artifact. I didn't look carefully. Besides. Then Xing Chen hesitated and said, Senior Zhao killed many members of the Water Tribe and was regarded as a great enemy by the Water Tribe. Senior Zhao couldn't defeat that dwarf. Even if he wasn't killed, he would be severely injured. Although Ancestor Ci Hang showed up in the nick of time, Senior Zhao fell into the water. The Water Tribe is ferocious and cruel. Senior Zhao is probably dead. Alas. At this moment, Liaojiang was very murky. Sand and sand were floating in the air, and there were even some remains and dead trees that were washed back from Longevity Town. Moreover, the current was still turbulent, far more tranquil than before. Mo Jianli looked at the shadows in front of Liaojiang and sighed, although I don't want to be too optimistic, Senior Zhao stood out bravely in the face of so many barbaric members of the Water Tribe. If he didn't attract the attention of the Water Tribe, how could we wait for Senior Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect? Therefore, if we can't find Spiritual Master Zhao's trace, even if we can't find his remains, we can't give an explanation to Jiangchao Temple and the villagers of Longevity Town, can we? Besides, the most important thing is, I can't give myself an explanation. Mo Jianli looked away from the river, looked into Xing Chen's eyes and said word by word. Indeed. Xing Chen avoided Mo Jianli's aggressive eyes and said, I think so too. Let's split up and search. We'll go into Liaojiang and check. I hope those Water Tribe members won't spoil Senior Zhao's remains. Okay. Mo Jianli didn't want to argue with Xing Chen. He only felt that Xing Chen was too arbitrary and subjective. After nodding, he pointed again and said, Fellow immortal, go over there. I'll go in the opposite direction. Okay. Xing Chen didn't say much. He followed Mo Jianli's finger and flew into Liaojiang. He released his Buddhist awareness to check carefully. The winner takes all, the loser takes all. Mo Jianli sighed as he flew. Senior Zhao was brave, but he was defeated by the Water Tribe. Even if he did make some contributions, they are all gone now. Today, the Buddhist sect won a great victory and took in 100,000 disciples. Longevity Academy will be in a difficult situation in the future. In the depths of Liaojiang, the waves were more rapid and there were more and more debris. Most of them were big and small planks. It seemed that many boats on Liaojiang were destroyed by the Water Tribe. Mo Jianli bit his lips. He didn't know if Longevity Town was the only one attacked by the Water Tribe or if other places were also attacked by the Water Tribe. A sharp sword sound came from afar. Mo Jianli was overjoyed. He hurriedly raised his head to look. Indeed, he saw a familiar sword light soaring into the sky a few miles downstream of Liao River. Mo Jianli didn't dare to be careless. He stepped on his flying sword and flew towards the sword light. At the same time, he used the eye-clearing technique. He was eager to know whether Xiao Hua was alive or not. Seeing Mo Jianli fly away, Xing Chen was also shocked. A cloud appeared under his feet and he followed Mo Jianli. He also released his Buddhist awareness. When the two of them saw Li Mo Ming and Ji Dong supporting the drenched Xiao Hua and flying over at almost the same time, the feeling in their hearts changed again. Xiao Hua, who was being supported by Li Moming, looked extremely tired and powerless. However, there was a trace of a smile on his pale face, as if he already knew that the tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town had managed to escape with their lives. Mo Jianli smiled from the bottom of his heart. He shouted from afar, Senior Xiao. Mo Ming said that you fainted in the river. If you weren't caught by a rock, who knows how far you would have fallen. How are your injuries? Longevity Town is safe now. The 100,000 people of Longevity Town thank you for your protection. He. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. He looked at the two people beside him and said, if I wasn't injured, why would I need the help of two juniors? However, this old man has already heard from Mo Ming that immortal friend Mo brought that princess out of the Tidal River Temple and returned her to the Water Tribe. This is all thanks to immortal friend Mo. Mo Jianli didn't answer. He carefully took out a jade box and handed it to Xiao Hua. He said, Senior Xiao, this is the healing medicine of Chongyun sect. I'm afraid it can't be compared to your Taoist golden core. However, this is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Oh? Medicine. Very good. When Xiao Hua saw this, he received it with a smile. After opening it, he saw a few black and fragrant pills inside. With a slight sniff, he naturally knew that the main ingredients inside were ordinary healing spiritual herbs. Without any hesitation, he took one out and ate it. He even said, "This poor Taoist is embarrassingly short on money, how could I have any golden pills?" This poor Taoist appreciates fellow Taoist Mo's kind intentions. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony, Mo Jianli was very happy. He said in a low voice, "This is just an ordinary pill. If senior's injuries are too serious, please go to Longevity Academy to rest. Junior will send people back to Chongyin sect. No need." Xiaohua waved his hand and kept the jade box. He said, "I'm just a little tired. When I was fighting with the dwarf, I was injured by his huge strength and fainted. I only have some internal injuries. Mo Ming's pill is useless. Soon I will be able to move freely." "Very good, very good." Mo Jianli was even happier. At this time, Xingchen also rushed over and bowed respectfully to Xiaohua. "Ha ha ha." Xiaohua waved his hand and said proudly, "Xingchen, when we were fighting in the arena, you and I made it clear that whoever could save the most villagers in Longevity Town would be the winner. Now, I fought the Water Tribe and found the princess they were looking for. The hundreds of thousands of people of Longevity Town were saved by me. Your Shaojin Temple has lost." Chapter 32:21. Hee. Xingchen glanced at Mo Jianli, who was standing to the side with an unpleasant expression, and said with a faint smile, "Senior Xiao fought the Water Tribe with all his might, and in the end he even found the princess that the Water Tribe was looking for. Let alone the hundreds of thousands of villagers in Longevity Town, even the little golden temple in Longevity Academy would like to thank you." "No need." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I was just passing by the Longevity Town. It doesn't matter if the people of the Longevity Town remember me or not. The Shaojin Temple only needs to remember the bet and leave the Longevity Town." However, Xingchen smiled again and said, "Senior, you did protect the Longevity Town, but how many villagers did you save? Senior, you might not have saved more than the disciples of the Buddhist sect. As for the winner of the bet, I won't talk about it. Fellow Immortal Mo, please be the witness." Xiaohua is stunned. He looks at Mo Jianli, whose face is a bit gloomy, and says curiously, "Although I didn't directly save those villagers, I can't say that I lost to Xingchen because I fought against the aquatic creatures, right? Besides, I found their princess. Didn't that solve the crisis of the Longevity Town? If I can't win, does that mean Xingchen won?" Fellow Immortal Xingchen. Mo Jianli smiled and said, "I remember you said that we have to compete with the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect to save more people, or to see which sect can solve the crisis of the Longevity Town. Whoever wins, right?" Xingchen thought for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Ancestor Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect saved more than 100,000 villagers of the Longevity Town. Isn't that a victory?" I didn't pay attention before, but now I understand." Mo Jianli frowned. "Fellow Immortal, you didn't mention the Shaojin Temple or the Cloud Forest Temple, but only the Buddhist sect. Did you expect Ancestor Ci Hang to come?" "That's right." Xingchen didn't hide it. "I sensed Ancestor's Buddhist awareness at dawn. But fellow Immortal also said that apart from saving the most people, whoever can avert the calamity of the Longevity Town will be the winner." Mo Jianli blandly said, word by word, "Elder Xiao put the woman the Waterkind were looking for in Jianghu Temple. If he didn't tell us to send her back to the Waterkind, how could this disaster be solved?" "This." Xingchen paused, then rolled his eyes. "Fellow Immortal Mo, you're wrong. The Tai Temple, the Tai Town, to be honest, the Tai Temple caused the crisis. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman was at the river and Tide Temple, how could the Immortal Town be forced by the Water Tribe? Tai Temple and the Tai Temple, the Tai Temple and in the Tai Temple, the Tai Temple and the Temple, the Tai Temple and the Tai Temple and only Tai Temple, only Temple and the Tai Temple, the Tai can. Tai Temple and the Tai Temple will be the..." Xiaohua snorted coldly and looked at Xingchen coldly. Xingchen was so scared that he shrank his neck. Then he clenched his teeth and said, "What Junior said is the truth. Many things happened after Senior fainted. You can punish me however you want, but the villagers of the Longevity Town are not blind, deaf and mute. The truth will spread to the country of Shi and even Yu province." Xiaohua stared at Xingchen for half a cup of tea, then flew out from Mo Ming in Ji Dong's support. He looked at Mo Jinli coldly and asked, "What happened after I fainted? Who is ancestor Ci Hang?" Mo Jinli felt helpless. He had been thinking about Xing Chen's words over and over again. The root of the crisis of the Longevity Town was the Water Tribe princess in the River Tide Temple. The Water Tribe must have sensed the girl's aura in the Longevity Town, so they came to find her. But they couldn't find her anywhere, so they decided to flood the town. It could be said that Xiao Hua called the Water Tribe princess out of the River Tide Temple and solved the crisis. That was what Mo Jianli wanted to say. But the problem was, why was the Water Tribe princess in the River Tide Temple? If the Water Tribe princess wasn't in the River Tide Temple and the Longevity Town, this crisis wouldn't have happened. Especially, Mo Jianli had heard from Xing Chen that there was a threat in his words. Xing Chen was saying that he would spread the news that the Water Tribe princess was in the River Tide Temple. Mo Jianli knew that the villagers wouldn't think too much about it. They would only think that the Water Tribe flooded the Longevity Town because of the Water Tribe. That was to say, the River Tide Temple was the one that the Water Tribe wanted to flood, and the Longevity Town was just the fish in the moat. With this misunderstanding, even if the River Tide Temple still existed on the River Tide Ridge, when Xiao Hua left, Xiao Jian and Yuanya would be killed by the people of the Longevity Town. Success and failure of the Longevity Town was because of the princess. Mo Jinli said bitterly, "Senior, you don't know?" Then, Mo Jinli told Xiao Hua about how Grandmaster Ci Hang used a water bottle to block the flood of Liao River. Xiao Hua was pretending to be mysterious, but he was also very bitter in his heart. In fact, when he was hiding just now, he had thought things through. Since he showed up with the identity of Ci Hang from the Buddhism sect, then, the River Tide Temple was bound to lose. He had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. But obviously, it was impossible for him to reveal his cultivation base of Taoist sect and Buddhist sect completely without understanding the situation in the country of Xi and the hidden immortal continent 10 days after he woke up in the Longevity Town. Especially in these few days, he had seen the grudge between the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivators. This was the hidden immortal continent. If he revealed his cultivation of Buddhism, he would be a lonely ghost without any background. Wasn't he looking for death? The consequences of exposing himself were more serious than smashing his own foot with a stone. However, in that kind of crisis when Xiao Hua hadn't recovered his cultivation, how could he not use his cultivation of Buddhism? That was an unavoidable choice. Alas. Xiao Hua sighed, "Boundless Taoist master. So there was Senior Ci Hang after me." With such a merciful heart, he saved hundreds of thousands of lives with his own strength. The whole Longevity Town bowed down to him. "I am ashamed of my inferiority. Forget it." Xiao Hua's depression was fake, but in fact it was real. When he was still cultivating in the West Sea, the wishful steel staff could already break the body of a 5th or 6th grade demonic beast. But today he met a 4th grade elemental energy demonic beast, and he couldn't defeat him. This really made Xiao Hua depressed. Of course, Xiao Hua couldn't use the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique now, so the power of the wishful steel staff was reduced by 40%. Moreover, the 5th or 6th grade demonic beast was only a 3rd grade elemental energy demonic beast. But Xiao Hua, who had always been proud of his strength, couldn't even defeat a 5th grade demonic beast. How could he be happy? Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to admit defeat, Mo Jinli hurriedly said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, although your cultivation is not as good as Senior Ci Hang's, your contribution is not small either. This matter involves the Little Gold Temple and the Jianghu Temple. Monk Mingyu and Daoist Xiao are not here. It's useless for us to say more. Let's go back to the Longevity Town and settle the villagers first. It won't be too late for us to discuss this matter." Xing Chen was originally smiling, but after hearing this he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He understood that Mo Jianli didn't want to give all the credit to the Buddhism sect. In particular, Mo Jianli wanted to rope in Xiao Hua and didn't want the Jianghu Temple to leave the Longevity Town. Hee. Xing Chen didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. "That's true." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. "This old man is just Jiangqing City's helper. The outcome of the battle will depend on Xiao Jian's judgment. This battle was also started by him and Mingyu." Speaking of this, Xiao Hua thought of something and turned to Li Mo Ming. "Nephew Li, did you hear anything from these aquatic demonic beasts? Have these aquatic demonic beasts lived in Liao River for a long time? What kind of aquatic demonic beast is that dwarf? Why is he so powerful? I have some magical powers, but in front of him, I'm really vulnerable. Senior. Liamo Ming hurriedly said with a smile. Junior only heard some words about princesses and people. Their language is different from the language of ordinary demonic beasts, so they may not be able to understand Junior's words. Oh, by the way, there are 2 demonic characters on their banners, Heavenly Abode. I've never heard of this place in all the demonic realms I know. As for that dwarf, Mo Jinli said with a smile, Senior, you don't have to think too much about it. He must be a demonic beast. However, he has been cultivating for a long time and can already transform. Senior, you must have seen clearly that the legs of that demonic beast are different from those of humans. They are extremely thick and webbed. It's not easy for demonic beasts to cultivate. Their bodies are generally several times stronger than those of humans. Senior, you use the weakness of humans to compete with the strength of demons? Naturally you will lose. Of course, we didn't expect that you could hold on for so long. Hee, let's not talk about it. I've already been knocked unconscious. Thinking about it, although this dwarf only had the strength of a 4th grade essence power, his intelligence was much higher than that of old monster Xia. Of course, this dwarf's body must have been tempered. It was normal for him to not be able to defeat him with just his strength. Thus Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Without saying anything else, they flew back to Longevity Town. At this time, Longevity Town had gradually regained its peace. Although most of the townspeople had no cultivation, they were different from the townspeople of Dawn Rain Continent. They often saw demonic beasts. It was not that Liao River had not been destroyed by the aquatic demonic beasts before. However, this time it was too big. The commotion was far greater than before. This made them feel hopeless. Now that the danger was over, most of the townspeople had calmed down. The chaos and disorder that Xiaohua imagined did not appear. Now that the townspeople had settled down, Zhu Junfeng and Zen Master Mingyu came to greet them separately. The 2 of them had obviously received the news. Zhu Junfeng's face was a little gloomy, far from the excitement of surviving a calamity. Zen Master Mingyu's expression was the complete opposite. He also did not have the sorrow that Longevity Town should have. His expression of exultation was obvious even though he did not speak. Chapter 32-22. Has Ancestor Si Heng left? Monk Mingyu called out as soon as he saw Xing Qin. I wanted to invite him to stay at Shaojin Temple for 2 days. He is the great benefactor of the town of Longevity. Countless benefactors want to see his face. Amitba. Ancestor Si Heng is an expert who wants to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Why would he stay at Longevity Town? He must have heard some news, so he hurried over from afar to eliminate the calamity of the Longevity Town. Now that the calamity is over, he must have gone to another place. Xing Qin said faintly. It's a pity that I can't pay my respects to him and see his face. Monk Mingyu said regretfully. He left, but he left his golden body behind. Xing Qin naturally knew what Zen Master Mingyu meant. He smiled and deliberately didn't finish his sentence. Monk Mingyu was stunned. Martial uncle, why do you say that? How can Ancestor Si Heng have a golden body? Didn't he fail to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Xing Qin pointed in the direction of River Tide Temple. Ancestor Si Heng's golden body is in River Tide Temple. He has fate with Longevity Town. In the past, he saved tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town. Now he saved tens of thousands of people again. If you want to pay your respects, you can go to River Tide Temple. Ah! Monk Mingyu cried out. So this River Tide Temple wasn't originally a Taoist temple, but the temple of Ancestor Si Heng of Buddhism? Of course. Xing Qin and Mingyu asked and answered each other's questions very smoothly. Xing Qin stole a glance at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also speechless. He was thinking about Taoist Master Zhao's image, so he used the golden body of the River and Tide Temple. However, he didn't expect that the stone not only smashed his foot, but also broke his leg. Monk Mingyu? Mo Jianli asked. Where is Taoist Xiaojian of River Tide Temple? Is he still at Shaojin Temple? This poor monk received the news and immediately rushed over from the small gold temple. However, when this poor monk left, the benefactors that gathered at the small gold temple also left in a hurry. I presumed that Taoist Xiaojian was among them. Mo Jianli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said earnestly, Junfeng, the Immortal Buddha ceremony at the Longevity Town today is very interesting. I must report this to my elders. However, apart from today's ceremony, There is also the competition between the small gold temple and the river and tide temple. We still need to give them a result. Haha, this matter is already so obvious. What results do you need? Zen Master Mingyu said with a smile. Even if Taoist priest Xiao doesn't leave the Jianghu temple from today onwards, the one who visits the Jianghu temple will be the golden body of our Buddhist sect's benevolent bodhisattva. Does a Taoist disciple like him have the face to stay in the Jianghu temple? I still need this little monk to explain this matter to Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua sneered, directly calling Zen Master Bright Moon little monk. Yes, I understand. Zen Master Bright Moon did not care about this. Being able to chase away the river and tide temple, and with ancestor Si Hang's saving grace, the small gold temple's reputation in the Longevity Town had spread. Its future development would definitely not be inferior to Longevity Academy. Taoist Xiao seems to be over there. Mo Jianli pointed in the direction of the small gold temple and reminded Zen Master Bright Moon. Thank you, Senior. Let's go. Zen Master Bright Moon said with a smile. The earlier we settle this matter, the more time Taoist Xiao can return to the river and tide temple to pack up. Otherwise, when the benefactors come to Jiangqing City to burn incense and express their gratitude, Taoist Xiao, it won't be convenient for you to return to the river and tide temple, right? Xiao Hua snorted coldly and flew down first. Xing Chen frowned slightly and glared at Zen Master Bright Moon before flying down as well. Xiao Jian, who was sitting on the worn-out donkey cart, no longer looked as confident as before. His brows were tightly knitted as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others fly down, he hurriedly jumped down from the donkey cart and bowed. Greetings, seniors. You already know the cause of the matter. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Although this old man has made some contributions, after all, I am still far from Senior Si Hang of the Buddhist sect. Of course, my river and tide temple also found the princess of the water tribe, so the contribution is not small. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. You are the abbot of the river and tide temple, so you should discuss this matter with Dean Zhu and Abbot Bright Moon. This junior has only heard some rumors. I don't know the specific situation. Xiao Jian heard that Xiao Hua seemed to admit defeat and had the same reaction as Mo Jianli. He hurriedly said, let's ask the small gold temple to explain this matter clearly. Even if I die, I want to die as a ghost. It's very simple. Xing Chen glanced at Zen Master Bright Moon and decided to personally go up and explain the matter in detail. This junior thanks senior for helping us out. Xiao Jian didn't know about the water tribe princess, but he was quick-witted and had already heard the hidden meaning in Xiao Hua's words. After Xing Chen finished, he bowed to Xiao Hua and said, if senior didn't pass by the Longevity Town, this junior wouldn't even have the idea of challenging the small gold temple. Not to mention today's narrow victory. Everything senior did was for the sake of the small gold temple. This junior won't have any complaints. Senior, please don't think too much about it. Then Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon and said with a smile, Great Zen Master Bright Moon, listen to this. Senior Xiao of the Taoist sect found the Water Tribe princess and even fought against the Water Tribe commander. Although he didn't win against the commander in the end, he still bought time for Senior Si Hang to arrive. Of course, Senior Si Hang used the heaven-wielding weapon to turn the tide and collect the water of Liao River, saving the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town. This merit can't be erased. It's also not something Senior Xiao can compare with. However, this Liao River's water is probably endless, right? If Senior Xiao didn't find the Water Tribe princess, this junior doesn't know how long Senior Si Hang could hold on. Oh, of course, this junior isn't questioning Senior Si Hang's cultivation. This junior just, how can your Taoist sect understand the magical power of my Buddhist sect? Xing Chen snorted coldly. Senior Si Hang is already a bodhisattva. In that case, a Buddhist weapon can contain the water of 3 rivers and 4 seas. What's a mere Liao River? Of course this junior understands this. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Even if Senior Si Hang was able to collect the water of Liao River, what if the Water Tribe commander led the Water Tribe to attack while Senior was using his magical power? Senior Si Hang's strength alone wouldn't be enough, right? If Senior Mo didn't send the Water Tribe princess out of my tidal river temple in time, my small gold temple acknowledges this merit. Zen Master Bright Moon said indifferently. Today is the immortal Buddhist ceremony. As the representative of Confucian cultivators, It's natural that Senior Mo contributed to defeating the water tribe of Liao River. It wasn't known if Zen Master Bright Moon and Xing Chen had spread rumors, but what Xing Chen said was consistent. They both gave the final credit to Confucian cultivators. This is clearly my small gold temple's merit. Xiao Jian seemed to have underestimated the Buddhist sect's sophistry. He was a bit flustered. If Taoist Xiao sent that girl to Liao River, I can naturally take it as your small gold temple's merit. Zen Master Bright Moon said unhurriedly. Xiao Jian was truly flustered and exasperated. However, he rolled his eyes and said with a fake smile, Mingyu, I told you clearly that day that your small gold temple and my tidal river temple would compete in the arena. That battle just now didn't end. Why don't we start over? Who didn't know how to act shamelessly? Xiao Jian's skin seemed even thicker than Mingyu's. Of course, Zen Master Bright Moon's eyebrows didn't move. He didn't even raise his eyelids as he said indifferently, as long as Senior Xiao agrees. This sentence made Xiao Jian feel as if he had eaten a fish bone in his throat. He opened his mouth and his Adam's apple moved a few times, but he couldn't say anything. Xiaohua was a senior. How could he go back on his words? Xiao Jian didn't expect Xiaohua to agree. Therefore Xiao Jian looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's face was as calm as water. Taoist Xiao. Xing Chen at the side opened his mouth. It's a bit hurried to argue about the outcome right now. Why don't we return to our respective temples and rest for a day? We'll discuss it tomorrow, how about it? Xiao Jian was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Xing Chen didn't strike while the iron was hot and settle this matter today. However, he was still willing to step on the stairs that were given to him. Xiao Jian's face immediately filled with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Xing Chen is right. Junior just heard the details of today's matter and didn't think about it carefully. After all, the outcome of today's matter has a deep impact on both our families. We have to be careful. Okay, tomorrow afternoon, please come to my small gold temple. My small gold temple's monks will be waiting. Zen Master Bright Moon didn't understand, but he still said with a smile. Xiaohua said indifferently, I don't want to step into a Buddhist temple. That's easy. Mo Jinli saw Xiaohua's rejection of the Buddhist sect and hurriedly said, Tomorrow afternoon, how about we invite Small Gold Temple's immortal friends and Tidal River Temple's immortal friends to my Longevity Academy? Xiaohua didn't want to step into Small Gold Temple. He just didn't want others to think that he was Si Hang. All right. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Xing Chen's confident appearance and nodded. Then he put his palms together and chanted, Amit Ba, this monk thanks everyone for today's merit. When this monk returns to the temple, this monk will first light incense and pray for everyone's blessings. Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon's hypocritical appearance and curled his lips. He almost snorted coldly. Then he invited Xiaohua to get on the donkey cart and ordered the silent Yuanya to drive the cart back to Tidal River Temple. The monks of the Golden Temple naturally rode the clouds and left. The Confucian cultivators of the Changxing Academy naturally rode their swords. Only Xiaohua, who had the highest cultivation, sat cross-legged on the donkey cart. He let the donkey cart creak as it moved slowly through the Changxing town after the calamity. Xiao Jian looked at Xiaohua and wanted to say something. But seeing that Xiaohua closed his eyes and didn't say anything, he thought that Xiaohua was healing his injuries and didn't dare to say anything. Xiaohua naturally didn't know how to heal his injuries, but he immersed his divine sense into his body to check the situation of the earth crystal Yao milk in his body and meridians. Chapter 32-23. The outer layer of the earth crystal Yao milk in my body is a bit loose after the fight just now. I can speed up the tempering. Xiaohua is a bit happy in his heart. Previously, when he was fighting with the dwarf, he already noticed the changes in his body. Now that he has time, he naturally has to check it out. However, the earth crystal Yao milk in my meridians is less loose. The tempering is not much faster than before. This hidden immortal continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This Xiao has only been awake for 10 days, and the first thing I encountered is the powerful water clan. Whether it is strength or body toughness, this water clan's monster is more powerful than this Xiao. It seems that this Xiao's previous cultivation is far inferior to these monsters. Moreover, this Xiao's cultivation has not recovered, so I can't use any of my powerful techniques. Just relying on the Buddha seal of the Buddha relic and soul cultivation techniques, I may not be their opponent. I still have to think of a way to quickly recover my cultivation. And if I can have some water clan's cultivation techniques, that would be great. Thinking of this, Xiaohua naturally thinks of Xian Cheng's water avoidance technique. He has already learned Heaven's Eye Connection and also has the Clear Eyes technique of Confucian cultivators. He can already see the things in the jade eyes. Unfortunately, he still can't read the words in the jade eyes. He can only put the jade eyes aside. Oh right, just now I forgot to ask Liemo about the language of the demon clan. Xiaohua realizes again and sighs, AI, the 3 continents are really troublesome. To cultivate a cultivation technique, I have to learn a few languages. How can it be more convenient than the Dawn Rain continent? However, the Water Clan's cultivation technique is naturally suitable for the Water Clan. I'm afraid that only the Demon Clan's language can record it completely. If it is written in the language of Confucian cultivators, the content would have already changed. Just like the 9 Heaven spirit of Confucian cultivators, how can it be recorded in the language of the Xiuzhen 3 kingdoms? It is even more disgusting than trying to draw a tiger but failing to turn it into a dog. Right, there is also the primordial spirit in the space. Previously, as long as I touched the jade slip, I can see the things inside. This jade eyes can't. But when this Xiao learns the clear eyes technique and can see the things inside the jade eyes, the primordial spirit can also be seen with a touch. It is really strange. Xiaohua thought of something. It seems that the space isn't omnipotent, and the primordial spirit doesn't know everything. As Xiaohua pondered, he continued to busy himself with the tempering of foolish old man's mountain shifter. The donkey cart arrived near Jiangchao Ridge. Before it even arrived at the foot of Jiangchao Ridge, Xiao Jian cried out involuntarily, What is going on? When did my Jiangchao temple become so prosperous? His voice was trembling, filled with anticipation and extreme excitement. Xiaohua opened his eyes, only to see that the mountain path of Jiangchao Ridge as well as the main road in front of Jiangchao Ridge was packed with black masses of people. These people, without exception, were all rushing towards the Jiangchao monastery. However, although there were many people and the mountain path was not wide, they were orderly. Everyone was extremely pious as they slowly walked forward according to their own order. The mountain path was wide enough for only a few people to walk on, so there was no congestion at all. What was special was that on the side of the crowd, there were some people who came down from Jiangchao Ridge. These people who came down all had a satisfied and honored expression on their faces. Xiaohua took a look and understood something. After thinking for a while, he realized that when Xing Chen was telling Xiao Jian the details of the matter, he didn't mention Si Hang's appearance. Xiao Jian naturally didn't know that Si Hang was the Lord Sea God worshipped by the Jiangchao monastery. Moreover, Xing Chen let Xiao Jian and the others return to the Jiangchao monastery to think. Clearly, he wanted Xiao Jian to see the current situation of the Jiangchao monastery and who these hundreds and thousands of people were worshipping. Alas! Xiaohua sighed, you can't see the essence of the matter just by looking at the surface. You should go inside the monastery and take a look first. What can I see? Xiao Jian rubbed his hands excitedly, not quite understanding Xiaohua's meaning. The Jiangchao monastery is so prosperous, this disciple can't give up. Let's wait until tomorrow and see how this disciple will chase away the bald donkeys of Shaojin Temple. If they don't leave, this disciple will let the Longevity Town. Xiao Jian originally wanted to say let the people of the Longevity Town chase away the monks of Shaojin Temple, but when the words came to his mouth, he seemed to think of Si Hang and immediately shut his mouth. Xiaohua heard this and shook his head slightly. Taking a step back, he could tell the truth that he was Si Hang, but what was the use of that to the Jiangchao monastery? He couldn't stay in the Longevity Town. Today's victory would only bring disaster to the Jiangchao monastery in the future. Rather than that, so what if he lost to Si Hang? When they arrived at the foot of the Jiangchao mountain, Xiao Jian had Yuanya return the lame donkey and the donkey cart to the owner of the tea house, while he arrogantly accompanied Xiaohua to the mountain path. Ever since Yuanya saw Xiaohua's power on the stage and saw Xiaohua's arrogance that caused the stage to collapse with a single step, he had always been pensive. Every time he saw Xiaohua, his eyes would flicker with fanaticism, but every time he would remain silent and his attitude would only become more and more respectful. Good day everyone. Xiao Jian wanted to invite Xiaohua to walk in front of him, but when he saw Xiaohua shake his head slightly, he didn't expose the matter. When Xiao Jian saw the group of pious men and women lining up at the side of the mountain path, he immediately cupped his hands and greeted them with a smile. These people naturally returned the greeting with a smile. This smile made Xiao Jian even more satisfied and even more confident. He greeted them all the way to the mountain path. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Jian was about to step on the mountain path, someone spoke. Taoist, if you want to go to the Jianghu monastery to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, it's better to follow the order. This kind of delay is disrespectful to the Guanyin Bodhisattva. If the Guanyin Bodhisattva punishes you, not only will it be bad for Taoist, it will also be bad for our longevity town. Guanyin Bodhisattva? Xiao Jian was shocked and hurriedly said, if you want to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, you should go to the Shaojin temple. This Jianghu monastery is my Taoist. Just now when Xiao Hua appeared with the face of Si Hang, the entire Jianghu town was filled with Sanskrit chants. The Guanyin Bodhisattva's heart sutra resounded throughout the longevity town. Everyone who knelt down was chanting with sincerity, even the people who were avoiding disaster at the Shaojin temple were the same. Although Xiao Jian didn't kneel down and follow, he heard it all and naturally knew that this Guanyin Bodhisattva was the title the villagers of the longevity town gave to Si Hang. It's a pity that Xiao Jian claimed to be a Taoist successor and wasn't as pious as the villagers of the longevity town. Thus, he didn't get the news that the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body was in the Jianghu monastery. As for Xiao Hua, because he had some misgivings, he didn't want him to associate himself with Si Hang and thus didn't remind him. Don't blaspheme the Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva. A few robust villagers immediately showed anger on their faces. This Jianghu monastery was originally his Taoist temple. His golden body is in the Jianghu monastery. When did it become your Taoist temple? Xiao Jian's eyes widened as he hurriedly says, the one enshrined in the Jianghu monastery is Taoist Xiao, which is also the golden body of Lord Sea God. You bastard! A robust man says angrily, if you say half a word more, I will take care of you, this blasphemous thing, even if I have to risk being punished by the Bodhisattva. You dare. Xiao Jian's first reaction is to retreat, but then he thinks of Xiao Hua who is behind him. He sticks out his chest and shouts. Xiao Hua says with a smile, Taoist Xiao, why lower yourself to the same level as the people of the secular world? Although this is some Guanyin Bodhisattva's Taoist temple, it is still my Taoist sect's territory. What's there to stop me from returning to my own home? Saying that, Xiao Hua reaches out his hand and grabs Xiao Jian's shoulder. He activates the flying talisman and rushes towards the Jianghu monastery. I owe this. Seeing Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian soar into the sky, that robust man is stupefied. His legs go soft and he almost kneels on the ground. Although Xiao Hua fought with the Water Clan's commander for a long time, at that time, the villagers of the longevity town were in a panic. Not many people saw it, so who could still remember Xiao Hua? What they are grateful for in their hearts is only Si Hang, who had a great momentum at the end. It has to be said that no matter if it is the Taoist sect or the Confucian cultivators, they are far inferior to the Buddhist sect in terms of extravagance and momentum. Although Xiao Hua is not a pure Buddhist cultivator, once he used the Buddhist sect's methods, he immediately attracted so many believers. He used the heaven-leveling staff to fight for half a day, but no one knows who he is. When Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian fly over everyone's heads and land in the Jianghu monastery, the villagers who do not know the truth hurriedly kneel down. But at the same time, there are many villagers who were about to kneel down when they saw Xiao Hua. Their Taoist robes make them hurriedly stand up. Obviously, in their eyes, the Taoist sect and the Confucian cultivators cannot compare to the Buddhist sect Si Hang who just saved their lives. There are really a lot of good people in the Jianghu monastery, but whether they are alone or in groups, they all respectfully enter the main hall. After they sincerely kowtow, they close their eyes and make a wish. Finally, they stand up and walk to the side of the main hall. There is a small table and an open booklet. After these people write something in the booklet, they more or less take out copper or silver from their bosom and put it in the merit box on the table. Then they respectfully leave the main hall and slowly walk out of the Jianghu monastery. Next to the table, behind the merit box, stands a young man. It is Louis. Louis has a smile on his face like a spring breeze. He smiles at these good people. But from time to time he looks at the monastery door with a kind of anxiety. When Xiao Hua landed from the sky, Louis can no longer hold it in. He hurriedly rushes out of the main hall and says anxiously, Immortal Master, where is Xiao Yun? Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian's landing naturally disturbs the people who are offering incense and praying. Everyone stops and looks at Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua does not pay attention to them and says to Lu Yi in a low voice, Xiao Yun has already been taken away by her family. We will talk about the details of this matter later. Don't ask too much now. Yes, this little one understands. Hearing that Xiao Yun was taken away by her family, the stone in Lu Yi's heart finally falls. He looks at Xiao Jian, who is walking towards the main hall in a daze, and says in a low voice, "Immortal Master, I don't know why, but suddenly many people come to the monastery to worship the sea god. This little one saw that Taoist Xiao is not here, so I acted on my own." Chapter 32-24. And there's no need to say anything more. Xiao Hua admires Lu Yi's cleverness and says in a low voice, "You did well." Hearing Xiao Hua's praise, Lu Yi's face finally shows a smile from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Jian staggered to the top of the hall and stood there. He stared at the sea god's golden body. After a while he said sorrowfully, "Sigh, Lord Sea God. Are you a Taoist disciple or a Buddhist disciple? If your family is a Buddhist disciple, why don't you just get a bald head? Why do you still have hair? Now, Taoist sect is not Taoist sect, Buddhist sect is not Buddhist sect. Let me worship you for so many years." Speaking to her, he turns to the old woman who is preparing to kneel and asks, "This big sister, this Jianghu temple has always worshipped the golden body of the sea god. When did it become the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect?" Taoist Xiao. The old woman clearly knows Xiao Jian. Seeing Xiao Jian's dejected look, she says, "You may not know, but just now, when the fish monsters in Liao River wanted to pour the water of Liao River into our Jiangqing town, the Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared. Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared and collected all the water in Liao River. She even chased away all the fish monsters. He saved everyone in our longevity town. That Guanyin Bodhisattva's face is exactly the same as the sea god. Many people in the town saw it. I heard it from others and quickly came to thank the Bodhisattva for his great kindness, so that he can bless our longevity town every year." See. Hearing this, Xiao Jian takes in a breath of cold air and unconsciously turns to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua helplessly nods, indicating that these words are true. Seeing Xiao Hua nod, Xiao Jian immediately understands the meaning behind Xing Chen's retreat. Since the sea god is the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, even if he wins tomorrow's debate and can stay in longevity town, he can't stay in Jianghu temple anymore. Since he can't stay in Jianghu temple, where can he go? And even if Shaojin temple loses, the Buddhist sect is no longer in Shaojin temple, he can still come to Jianghu temple. Right now the Jianghu temple was even more popular than the Shaojin temple. Who knew if there would be a Dejin temple in the future? Forget it. After seeing through Xing Chen's sinister intention, Xiao Jian's mouth twitched slightly. Flinging his sleeves, he let out a sigh and walked out of the palace. Coming to the front of Xiao Hua, he bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, our Jianghu temple has been defeated." He was able to save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. So what if he was defeated? Xiao Hua said faintly. These words were meant for Xiao Jian to hear, but they were also his own thoughts. "That's right. Senior, you're right." Xiao Jian nodded. "If I can protect Longevity Town from being drowned by the Liao River, I am willing to be expelled from Longevity Town." And Xiao Hua nodded. "Exactly. Senior, please wait a moment." Xiao Jian smiled and said, "Disciple will pack up and leave Longevity Town with Senior." All right. Xiao Hua didn't want Xiao Jian to leave with him, but looking at Xiao Jian's somewhat lonely appearance, he felt a bit guilty and nodded in agreement. Xiao Jian walked into the east room. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he walked out with a bitter smile and said to Xiao Hua in a low voice, "Senior, can you help me?" "Of course." Xiao Hua walked into the east room and came out again in a moment. He smiled and said, "Is there anything else you want to take?" "Of course." Xiao Jian pointed at the pots, bowls, ladles, basins and water tanks on the stove and said angrily, "These were all bought by this disciple. I can't leave any of them to those bald donkeys." Haha. Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily. He walked in front of these things and with a wave of his hand he put them all into his storage bag. Seeing Xiao Hua's methods, everyone was stunned and looked at Xiao Hua with reverence. "Master." Yuanya jumped down from the banyan tree. Obviously he couldn't go up the mountain path and could only climb from the side. Seeing that the things in the courtyard were gone, he asked curiously, "Are we moving to Shaojin Temple?" "Bullshit. Xiao Jian couldn't help but scold, I am moving to Yunlin Temple. When did that old bald donkey lose Yunlin Temple to us? Yuanya was stunned. Immortal Master, Lu Yi, who had been looking at Xiao Hua and didn't know what to say, finally made up his mind. He took the opportunity to kowtow in front of Xiao Hua and said, I know that I am of a despicable background and my actions are also despicable. I don't ask for anything. I only ask to be a servant in front of Immortal Master and serve Immortal Master's daily life. Xiao Hua smiled. He pointed at the main hall and said, Weren't you doing well there just now? In the future, when Shaojin Temple takes over Jiangchao Temple, there will still be people guarding it. Wouldn't it be better for you to be a guard? Immortal Master, please don't mock me. Lu Yi said embarrassedly, previously I thought that these villagers came to our Jiangchao Temple to thank Taoist Xiao. Wasn't I collecting money for Immortal Master? Since they want to give it to Shaojin Temple, what does it have to do with me? I even fought with Shaojin Temple's Jianhong before. If I enter a Buddhist sect, won't I be bullied to death by them? Besides. At this point, Lu Yi was a little hesitant. He lowered his voice and said, I've caused so many troubles and I'm at the edge of the Liao River. If someone or an evil spirit comes to make trouble for me, who can I reason with? Immortal Master, please pity me. Following Immortal Master, I can also have a way to survive. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He looked at this exceptionally clever youth with some astonishment. He didn't mention the relationship between the Water Clan and Xiao Yun. Lu Yi was able to deduce the truth from just a few words. It was really beyond his expectations. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Lu Yi immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, Immortal Master, please save me, get up. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He knew that he was new here and didn't know anything about hidden immortal continent. Having such a clever follower would definitely be useful. He nodded and agreed. Many thanks, Immortal Master. Lu Yi was overjoyed. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground and rushed to the main hall. Xiao Hua saw Lu Yi run to the front of the merit box. He couldn't help but ask anxiously, What are you doing? Immortal Master, this is Jiangchao Temple's thing. If Shaojin Temple doesn't come, this thing is ours. Lu Yi's hand was already on the merit box. Put it down. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his mouth, Xiao Jian roared, This is what the benevolent masters consecrated to Guanyin Bodhisattva, not Taoist Xiao. If we take it, we will dirty our hands. Even if we leave Immortal Town, we can't let Shaojin Temple's bald donkeys point at our backs and curse us. Yes. Seeing Xiao Hua slightly shake his head, Lu Yi reluctantly put down the merit box. He seemed to regret that he didn't take some in advance. Damn it, if we don't belong to the same family, this kid is the same as me. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and also felt helpless. Master. Without waiting for Lu Yi to come out of the main hall, another person kneeled down beside Xiao Hua. If it wasn't Yuanya, who else could it be? What are you doing now? Xiao Hua originally had a bitter smile, but now he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Disciple also wants to follow Master. Yuanya honestly replied. Xiao Hua was displeased and coldly said, Now that your master is in trouble, why don't you follow your master to protect him? Why are you following me? With your character, how can this Xiao take a liking to you? Master. Yuanya's expression changed greatly. He carefully said, Disciple. Disciple didn't say that I won't protect Master. But if Master leaves, where will Disciple go to find Master? Disciple really wants to follow Master to cultivate. When did this Xiao become your master? Looking at Yuanya, who didn't have a trace of a heart, Xiao Hua indifferently said. Yes, Disciple won't call you master in the future. Yuanya immediately replied. This Xiao goes east, your master goes west, where are you going? Xiao Hua continued to ask. Disciple. Yuanya was stunned. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, Disciple doesn't know. Lu Yi, who was at the side, had already walked to the side. He was only anxious for Yuanya. He already knew that Xiao Hua was benevolent. As long as Yuanya said that he would follow his master to the west, and then expressed his determination to cultivate, perhaps Xiao Hua would leave behind a method to find him. Although it wasn't possible now, it might not be impossible in the future. Although Yuanya's answer was a bit better than Xiao Hua's answer, it was easy for people to associate him with indecisiveness and hesitation. Senior, let's go down the mountain first. Xiao Jian looked at the people who didn't even want to go to the main hall and only looked at them. He felt very bored and asked Xiao Hua in a low voice. Let's go, let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and walked out of the Jianghu temple. Going up the mountain was difficult, but going down was easy. The people who had just left had already left, and those who had not yet left were still within the temple of River and Tide. Xiao Hua brought the three of them and calmly walked down the mountain path, and no one stopped them. Originally, there were some people who looked down on Taoism, but after witnessing Xiao Hua's art of flying the heavens, they naturally did not dare to roll their eyes. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua was a bit stunned. His appearance in the Longevity Town was abrupt. He was inadvertently fished up by Xiao Jian and Yuanya from Liao River. He didn't have any origin. If he wanted to go to paradise, then naturally he wanted to go to paradise. But where is Elysium? Xiao Hua stopped. Everyone stopped as well. Looking to the left, it was the direction to Longevity Town. Xiao Hua smiled and didn't think too much about it. He turned and walked to the right. Who cares where the right led to as long as it didn't lead to Longevity Town? However, after walking for a while, Xiao Hua looked back and saw that Xiao Jian was walking right behind him. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Daoist Xiao, where are you going?" Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. This junior also doesn't know where to go. Let's leave this Longevity Town first. And Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, then looked at Lu Yi and said, "Do you have any silver in your pouch? Go to the town and find a carriage or something." Chapter 32-25. Oh. Lu Yi stared blankly, then immediately understood. He hurriedly said carefully, "Good, Immortal Master knows that this little one has used all the silver on me to treat Xiao Yun's illness. I didn't leave any behind. Junior has some here." Hearing this, Xiao Jian took out a few pieces of silver and handed them to Lu Yi. "Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you to find a slightly bigger carriage." Yes, Lu Yi took the silver and quickly ran towards the town. Although the people of Longevity Town would definitely be very flustered after surviving a calamity, with Lu Yi's intelligence, Xiao Hua didn't feel that this would be difficult. "Senior, let's go and wait." Xiao Jian seemed to be unwilling to stay in Jianghu Ridge for a moment longer, and said to Xiao Hua very respectfully and anxiously. Xiao Hua didn't reply and slowly walked along the main road. Xiao Jian followed beside him, while Yuanya drooped his head and weakly followed behind the two. After silently walking for half a cup of tea's time, seeing that there were still many people walking towards Jianghu Monastery, Xiao Jian couldn't help but spit on the ground and fiercely said, "Damn it, I've worked so hard in Jianghu Monastery for so many years, but I've been biased towards this group of bald donkeys. Just treat it as a gift from me to my son." Then Xiao Jian saw that Xiao Hua was calmly walking in front without any trace of anger. He quickly walked a few steps and said with a smile, "Senior, you're my Taoist senior, naturally you wouldn't care about this. However, Junior has been here for many years, and has already treated this place as my home. Now that I'm suddenly leaving, I'm really reluctant." Fighting with the heavens and earth isn't as fun as fighting with the monks of Shaojin Temple? Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Jian wanted to talk to him, so he simply opened his mouth and mocked him. Hearing this, Xiao Jian unconsciously rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, "Senior is right, I've fought with these bald donkeys for so many years, I'm indeed reluctant." Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't reply. He understood what Xiao Jian was thinking, and wanted to see how Xiao Jian would open his mouth. "Senior." After a moment of silence, Xiao Jian said again, "May I know where Senior is going after leaving Longevity Town?" "The Buddhist sect's paradise." Xiao Hua looked into the distance and said indifferently, "What, Senior? Senior wants to go to the nest of those bald donkeys?" Xiao Jian's face turned pale with fright as he hurriedly said, "I heard that the Pure Land is filled with baldies. You are a senior of my Taoist sect, an enemy of the Buddhist sect. If you go there, will you still be alive? Of course, this junior is not doubting your cultivation, it's just that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Do you know where Elysium is?" Xiao Hua turned his head and asked Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian shook his head honestly and said, "Junior only knows that the Western Paradise is in the south. When we reach the border of the hidden immortal continent, we just have to cross the eastern and southern seas to reach there. However, as far as I know, the distance from the Longevity Town to the eastern sea is hundreds of thousands of miles. The eastern sea and the southern sea are millions of miles wide. There are many demon beasts in the sea, and they are 100 times more powerful than the water clan we saw today. Senior, if you want to reach the ultimate land of bliss, it will be very difficult." "Sai, that's right. When Xiao Hua heard this, he nodded inwardly. Xiao Jian was right. If he didn't recover his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to head to the Western Paradise with his current strength. Right now, the most important thing for Jihao to do was to purify all the earth crystal Yao milk in his body. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes brightened as if he thought of something. He turned his head and asked Xiao Jian, "Daoist Xiao, where do you want to go?" Actually, Xiao Jian clenched his teeth. He turned his head and looked at Yuanya, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said, "I won't hide it from Senior. What you said before was extremely right. Junior doesn't have the power to protect himself. Back then, I saved Yuanya so that he could protect me. However, after being with Yuanya for so many years, Junior has long regarded Yuanya as my own nephew. Junior doesn't have any ability. If he wants to follow Senior to cultivate, Junior is also extremely willing. However, Senior also said that if Senior goes east, Junior goes west. Yuanya doesn't know how to choose. However, if Senior goes east and Junior also goes east, doesn't that mean Yuanya doesn't have to choose?" Haha, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He shook his head and said, "I can go to the ultimate land of bliss. Can you go too?" "Yes, Junior naturally can't go," Xiao Jian said respectfully. "However, if Senior goes to the hidden immortal continent and Junior follows Senior, won't Yuanya also be able to ask Senior for advice? Since Senior can take Lu Gu as a servant, why can't you take Yuanya as a servant? Although Lu Gu is clever, he doesn't have a good background after all. He thinks too much in his heart. He can't be compared to Ya's simplicity and seriousness." Xiao Jian, Xiao Hua smiled. "Actually, you don't have to go east. You just need to let Yuanya follow me. Why go through so much trouble?" Hee hee. Xiao Jian smiled and said, "Following Senior, not only will I have Yuanya's protection, I will also have Senior's grace. If Junior doesn't follow Senior, then I would be crazy." Hee hee. Xiao Hua's mouth twitched. He actually became this guy's bodyguard. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked, "Oh right, Xiao Jian, do you still remember Lu Town that I asked you about this morning?" "Lu Town?" Xiao Jian was slightly stunned and immediately nodded. "Yes, Junior remembers." "Could it be, Senior wants to go to Lu Town?" "That's right." Xiao Hua nodded. "Others don't know about my origin, but you and Yuanya are very clear about it. How about this, Yuanya?" "Yes." Just when he heard Xiao Jian say that he wanted to follow Xiao Hua, Yuanya's eyes lit up as if he was alive. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's call, he hurriedly answered. "If you help me find Lu Town, I can consider teaching you some spells," Xiao Hua said indifferently. Hearing this, Yuanya was really ecstatic. Almost without thinking, he knelt on the ground and shouted, "Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely help Master find Lu Town. When did I say that I want to accept you as my disciple?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I just want to teach you some spells. A teacher for a day is a father for life." Yuanya said excitedly, "This is the first sentence that Master taught Disciple. Disciple has not dared to forget it for so many years. A teacher for a day is a father for life, alas." Xiao Hua's heart was suddenly touched. In his mind, he instantly thought of the words he said before his death in order to use the blood curse to entangle Shan Xingzi and Daoist Du. Disciple said, "Wrong?" Seeing Xiao Hua's gloomy expression, Yuanya's heart suddenly tightened and he hurriedly asked, No. Xiao Hua's expression was very amiable. He looked at Xiao Jian and said to Yuanya, "Tell me, how are you going to help me find Lu Town?" This. Yuanya's face turned red. If he had to fight and kill someone, it would be an easy matter. But to find Lu Town, he really didn't know how to do it. Xiao Jian looked at Yuanya's embarrassed expression and smiled. After a moment he smiled and said to Yuanya, "Yeah, in fact, this matter is very easy. You only need to buy a map of the hidden immortal continent. Of course, this map must be extremely complete. All the towns and villages in the continent must be recorded. As long as you search one state at a time, one country at a time, you will definitely find Lu Town that Senior wants to find." Oh. Not to mention Yuanya, even Xiao Hua was stunned. Xiao Hua had never thought of using a map. Disciple understands. "Thank you, Master." Yuanya was overjoyed. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Disciple will help Master find the map first." Hee all right. This old man's words always count. Xiao Hua smiled. "No matter what method you use, it's fine. Thank you, Master." Yuanya almost thought that Xiao Hua was giving him a huge opportunity. "Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua asked again, "Are you sure that there is a map of the hidden immortal continent?" "Of course." Xiao Jian smiled and said, "When every country was founded, they would draw a map of their territory. Every town and village would be recorded in it. These maps would inevitably be leaked out. When people with intentions took them, they would gather them and naturally form a map of the hidden immortal continent. Not only the hidden immortal continent, but also the Western Paradise and Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Senior can rest assured about this." "So that's how it is." Xiao Hua secretly nodded. "In addition, if Senior really wants to go to the Western Paradise, then you should also find a map of the Western Paradise." Xiao Jian naturally didn't think that Xiao Hua would really go to the Western Paradise, but he still reminded him. "Master, the map of the hidden immortal continent." Suddenly Yuanya realized and shouted, "How big is that? How can a piece of paper draw it?" Xiao Jian smiled, looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Ordinary people naturally can't, but us Taoists and Confucians have ways to do it. Jade eyes, Buddhist archives and beast skins can all record a lot of things." Hearing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised. He had heard Chu Muhuan mention about the Buddhist archives and beast skins in the Western Ocean, but he had never seen them before. Now it is the hidden immortal continent, and this is a small longevity town. Xiao Jian actually knows about these things. Seems like Xiao Jian's story is really thought-provoking. Suppressing his curiosity, Xiao Hua opened his mouth again and said, "Then where should I find the map of the hidden immortal continent?" Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua somewhat strangely, as if he was very puzzled by Xiao Hua not knowing where to find the map. Moreover, he also felt that Xiao Hua didn't seem to know anything about the hidden immortal continent. "There's nothing strange about it." Xiao Hua noticed Xiao Jian's gaze and said indifferently, "I was originally a rogue cultivator who lived in seclusion. Later on, I met an enemy and was injured by the enemy's magic treasure, so I hid in the origin stone to hide. Now that I have woken up, I don't know how many years have passed. Things remain the same but people have changed. There are too many things that I don't know." Yes, this junior knows. This was the first time Xiao Hua told Xiao Jian about his origin. Although it was still vague, seeing that Xiao Jian didn't dare to ask more, he hurriedly replied, "If Senior wants to find the map, the closest place to here is the Copper Pillar State." "Oh, the Copper Pillar State that you and the Cloak Gang's leader talked about that day?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You have a good idea. Even if I can't find the map, you can still trade your origin stones there, right?" Chapter 32-26. I've made a fool of myself. Xiao Jian said with a smile, "I didn't know you were looking for a map. These primordial stones are of good quality and can be exchanged for a lot of things in Copper Pillar State. You should know that. I don't have any cultivation and these primordial stones are useless in my hands. They're even a disaster. I've long wanted to exchange these primordial stones for some elixirs and see if they can restore my cultivation." When he said the last sentence, Xiao Jian really couldn't conceal the probing in his heart. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still had a smile on his face as if he didn't hear his last sentence. Instead he said, "That's good. Since we're all going to Copper Pillar State, let's go together." "Yes." Xiao Jian was slightly disappointed, but he still said, "Thanks to you I can safely reach Copper Pillar State." At this moment Xiao Hua slightly raised his head and looked at the road behind him. He snorted and ordered Yuanya, "Yuanya, go and pick up Louis. If anyone tries to stop you, don't hold back." "Yes, I understand." Yuanya immediately turned his head and looked into the distance, but there were still a few people on the road. Where was Louis? However, Yuanya still obediently agreed, but his expression was one of excitement, almost as if he was about to jump out of the room. "I'll give this to you." Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the magic wand. "I'll give it to you in the future." "Really?" Yuanya was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He took the magic wand and rushed into the distance like a galloping horse. "Senior." Xiao Jian's divine sense couldn't go too far, so he asked tentatively, "Did Brother Lu encounter the disciples of the Cloak Gang?" Xiao Hua sneered, "Who else could it be? These people are really like ghosts that won't go away. They don't forget to do evil in this time of disaster." When Xiao Jian heard this he was a little anxious and whispered, "Senior, there's nothing to say about Ye's skills. It's easy for him to deal with a dozen Cloak Gang disciples, but if there are too many people, Xiao Hua said confidently. Don't worry. Yuanya's aptitude is good. Since I've already agreed, how can I let him die? Actually, he doesn't need to go. Oh. Xiao Jian raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, does Senior want you to get closer to Brother Lu? And this old man indeed has this idea. Xiao Hua smiled, but the origin of this matter isn't as profound as you think. When this old man instructed Yuanya just now, Lu Yi did not have any help. By the time this old man finished speaking, someone had already gone to help Lu Yi. He, Junior is thinking too much, Junior is thinking too much. Xiao Jian was a little embarrassed. He stood to the side and shaded his eyes with his hands as he looked into the distance. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jian and no longer spoke. He treated Xiao Jian differently from Yuanya. Although Yuanya looked like an untamed wild leopard, his heart was very pure. Xiao Hua quite liked him. However, Xiao Jian was different. Not only was he very shrewd, but he was also very guarded and probed a lot. In particular, he seemed to be wearing a mask on his face. He changed it whenever he wanted, which made Xiao Hua feel really uncomfortable. The reason why Xiao Hua kept making things difficult for Yuanya was that he did not want to get involved with Xiao Jian. However, Xiao Jian did not open his mouth to talk about the past, and the matter of him secretly probing Xiao Hua just now made Xiao Hua a little wary. He had just stepped into the hidden immortal continent, and for no reason he attracted a lot of karma. Especially when the origin of this karma might not be legitimate. Sure enough, after half an incense's time, some dust rose on the road. In the air, a few sword lights fell. It was Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng. When the two of them landed, Mo Jianli bowed and said, Senior Xiao, why did you leave in such a hurry? If Junfeng did not mention it just now, I felt that you would leave without saying goodbye. This junior would not be able to catch up with you even if he wanted to. That's right, Senior. Zhu Junfeng also said sincerely, the result of the bet between Shaojin Temple and River Tide Temple has not been decided yet. Why did you admit defeat so easily? Xiao Hua helped the two of them up and said with a smile, actually, this old man does not care. No matter the result, this old man will leave Longevity Town. However, just now, this old man and Xiao Jian went back to River Tide Temple. Just like what Xingqian said, now that River Tide Temple is worshipping Guanyin Bodhisattva, it has completely become a Buddhist temple. What's the point of us guarding that temple? Xiao Jian wanted to leave, so this old man also left. Actually, Senior played a very important role in this great calamity. Mo Jianli still wanted to persuade, but Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, don't mention it again. It doesn't matter who the credit belongs to, the important thing is that Longevity Town was not destroyed because of this great calamity. The villagers of Longevity Town can be grateful to Guanyin Bodhisattva or Lord Sea God, it is okay. Sigh, Senior is really open-minded. Mo Jianli sighed, if everyone was like Senior, how could there be so many disputes in this world? There are many people who are more open-minded than this old man. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, just like today's Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect. According to what you said, he took the water of Liao River and watched the water tribe retreat. He turned around and left, leaving only the word Ci Hang of salvation. Isn't he more open-minded than this old man? Indeed. Zhu Junfeng also gave a thumbs up. This ancestor Ci Hang is 100 times more comfortable than Xingqian and the others. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed and pointed at Xiao Jian, then what about Monk Mingyu compared to Xiao Jian? He. Zhu Junfeng laughed and did not say much. Fellow Taoist Mo, you didn't come here just to see me off, right? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the approaching dust on the road. It was a carriage with a few scholars on horseback and asked. Mo Jinli glanced at Zhu Junfeng and smiled bitterly. To be honest, Junior was still talking to Junfeng on the way back to the academy. Although Senior is a Tao cultivator, you have the inheritance of us Confucian cultivators. You can be considered to be fated with us Confucian cultivators. Now, the relationship between Hidden Immortal Continent's Buddhist sect and us Confucian cultivators is very awkward. If Longevity Town doesn't have River Tide Temple, then we can only let Shaojin Temple develop recklessly. In the future, my Longevity Academy might not be its opponent. Junior still wants to bring Junfeng to spend more time with Senior and River Tide Temple. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed. Fellow Taoist Mo is mistaken. I don't have any relationship with Xiao Jian. I just happened to pass by here and stayed at River Tide Temple for a few days. Moreover, River Tide Temple has become a part of Shaojin Temple. If fellow Taoist Mo wants to fight against Shaojin Temple, then you should find other help. Yes, Junior understands. Mo Jianli nodded. Although Shaojin Temple is like the sun in the sky now, it is still wishful thinking if it wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with my Longevity Academy. After today, Junior will have to rush back to the sect. Presumably the sect will have orders and measures. Junior is not good at these things, so I won't be too concerned. Junior rushed over because of 3 things. Oh? What 3 things? Xiaohua was a bit surprised. He couldn't think of what these 3 things were. First, I want to ask Lu Yi about the Water Clan's princess. Mo Jianli laughed. Previously, Junior took the princess away from the water bucket. This Lu Yi tried his best to stop me. If not him, who should I ask about the Water Clan's princess? You must have already asked about this matter? Xiaohua asked. Mo Jianli nodded. Indeed. But it's the same as not asking. Of course Lu Yi is just an ordinary person. How could he know about the Water Clan's princess? He just saved a little girl out of kindness. Xiaohua laughed. This little girl is not ordinary. Mo Jianli said meaningfully. According to Mo Ming, he heard the Water Clan's words. This Water Clan is not an ordinary water clan of Liao River. It seems to be some Paradise River? Paradise River? Xiaohua frowned. He thought of the water-repelling technique in his space. It seemed to be from the West Sea when they destroyed the Water Clan of Paradise River. Paradise River? Xiao Jian, who was at the side, was shocked. Could the Dongtian River that Senior Mo mentioned be the Dongtian River of the 3 rivers? Yes, if Li Mo Ming heard it right, it should be. Mo Jianli sighed. One of the 3 rivers and 4 seas. This Water Clan's princess. Even if she's from a side branch, her background is still something we can't measure. Indeed. Xiao Jian sighed. Paradise River, Chitty River, and Saint River are known as the origins of the 4 seas. Naturally, they are not ordinary water clans. That. Xiaohua hesitated. Wasn't Paradise River destroyed by the West Sea? Hearing Xiaohua's words, Mo Jianli almost lost his voice. He said anxiously, What? Paradise River was destroyed by the West Sea? How did Senior know? This is bad. Xiaohua had just shown off and now he was in trouble. Seeing Mo Jianli so shocked, how could he not know that he had said something wrong? When Xiaohua thought about it carefully, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't that right? The words that Su Zhuoyang told him that day seemed to be a water-repelling technique from the West Sea that was passed down from the Paradise River, right? He had heard it vaguely, and now he had misinterpreted it as, the West Sea destroyed Paradise River. It was very different from the original words. If it was really as he said and Mo Jianli knew this secret, how could Su Zhuoyang and the others not know? And with the old turtle Xiancheng's caution. How could he talk about the West Sea's secret in front of them? The so-called rumors in the world. I'm afraid this is the cause. Whether it's intentional or not. Xiaohua thought helplessly and immediately covered it up. This old man heard it from someone at the EG. EG? What's EG? Mo Jianli asked curiously. Xiaohua was speechless. He really blamed himself for being too talkative. Didn't he bring Lu Yi with him just to ask more about the general knowledge of the hidden immortal continent? He hadn't even learned anything yet, and now there was another problem. What's the name of the Copper Pillar country's primordial stone trading place? Xiaohua asked helplessly. Oh, this Junior understands. Zhu Junfeng said with a smile. So Senior called the auction EG. It's really ancient. Chapter 32-27. Hee, it's the auction. Xiaohua laughed. But Mo Jianli shook his head and said, Senior, if you said that you got the news from somewhere else, I would believe you. But the auction is full of good and bad people, especially those who come to help with the news. There are many groundless rumors and are not reliable. Especially the secret of the destruction of the 3 rivers, there are many rumors. Xiaohua nodded. If that's the case, the news that I heard without spending much primeval stones shouldn't be true? Yes, for this kind of thing, Senior should just listen to it, please don't say too much. Mo Jianli said embarrassedly, I think Senior knows what to do, Junior doesn't dare to talk about it. I understand. Xiaohua smiled. What about the second thing? The second thing is Junior's little thought. Mo Jianli stretched out his hand and took out an inch-long flying sword from his sleeve. He respectfully handed it over to Xiaohua and said, Senior, this is Junior's sound-transmitting eye. Please accept it. Junior will definitely report the matter of Longevity Town to the sect. Senior helped Junior fight against the Water Tribe. Junior will think of giving Senior any rewards in the future. Of course, Senior Xiao is my teacher. Junior doesn't dare to talk about making friends. I only hope that if Senior passes by she again, Junior will come and pay Senior a visit. Hehe, this old man understands. Xiao Hua had a very good impression of Mo Jianli and immediately kept the small sword. If this old man has any problems in the future, I will definitely trouble you. Mo Jianli saw that Xiao Hua was so straightforward and was very happy. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior." What about the third thing? Xiao Hua waved his hand and asked. The third thing? Mo Jianli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, "Junfeng, you say it." Yes, Mr. Mo. Zhu Junfeng agreed, then respectfully said to Xiao Hua, "Senior Xiao, Longevity Town has suffered a great calamity today. Tomorrow the prefectural governor will definitely send someone to investigate. This matter will also have to be reported to the king of Shi Nation. In this Junior's opinion, Senior has rendered meritorious service to Longevity Town, and similarly to the Shi Nation. Why don't Senior wait for a few days? It won't be too late for you to leave after meeting the prefectural governor's envoy." Someone from the government? Xiao Hua glanced at Xiao Jian and asked curiously, "Previously, I didn't see any officials in Longevity Town. During the Great Calamity they didn't appear either. Why is it so grand after the Great Calamity? This kind of official, it's better not to meet him." Ahem. Zhu Junfeng was obviously very embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, "Senior, you may have misunderstood. Longevity Town was a small town to begin with. The county governor in charge of Longevity Town would not send too many subordinates over. Some of his own people like Li Zheng could manage the town. And this county governor is a disciple of my Chong Yun sect. Therefore, there are many matters in Longevity Town that this junior can make decisions for. Actually, wasn't the incident of the cloak gang's harassment at the Jiangchao temple previously caused by the government? It's just that you don't know about it." Xiao Hua understood the moment he heard and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Turns out that this old man made a mistake. Sorry. It's all right." Zhu Junfeng smiled apologetically. "I've already committed too many sins for not being able to eliminate this great calamity. Perhaps the county governor's envoy is here to punish me." At this point, Mo Jianli raised his head sadly and looked into the distance. He smiled bitterly and said, "Although the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town managed to escape, but the Water Clan destroyed all the rice planted along the river. This year Longevity Town will definitely not have a harvest. The county governor's envoy may punish Junfeng, but the most important thing is to provide disaster relief. If he doesn't do well, it's normal for the villagers to leave their homes." That's strange. Xiao Hua was very familiar with mulberry fields. After hearing this he asked, "The villagers in other places usually grow rice. Could it be that it's farmland or terraced fields in the mountains? How could the villagers of Changxing Town grow rice, which they rely on for a living, by the riverside? The river overflows easily. Once it's flood season, wouldn't that mean a year's worth of hard work would be wasted?" Hearing Xiao Hua's words, not only was Zhu Junfeng stunned, even Mo Jianli was stunned. They didn't expect Xiao Hua to know about this. Unfortunately, they only knew about disaster relief. As for farming, how would they know about it? "Senior." Xiao Jian opened his mouth. "I've been in Longevity Town for many years, right next to the Liao River. I know a little about this." Mo Jianli almost vomited blood. Looking at the two Taoist cultivators, he really wanted to scream in his heart. These people, are they still cultivators? What are they doing every day? They even know about such small things? Tell me about it." Xiao Hua smiled. Xiao Jian pointed at the Liao River in the distance and said, "Senior, you should know that the Liao River rises twice a year and each time, it covers the entire Longevity Town by 2 miles. After the river water falls, the mud and other things in the water will remain on the shore, and even the barren land will become fertile soil. The rice in Longevity Town also ripens twice a year. When the river falls, it's planted. When the river rises, it's harvested. However, the Water Clan attacked yesterday. The tide rose 30 days earlier than usual, so the rice on the shore hasn't been harvested yet." Haha, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Every place has its own people. I'm not from Longevity Town, so I really don't know about it." "Oh, I know a lot about it too. Zhu Junfeng said embarrassedly. In that case, the disaster that fellow immortal Zhu is worried about won't be too serious. Xiao Hua smiled and said, although there's no harvest this season, the villagers all have some food in their homes. Now that the flood is over, you can plant more rice on the shore. When the second season of rice ripens, Longevity Town will have no more hunger. Of course, the town will be a little tense during this period. When the county governor's messenger comes, you just need to get food from other places or buy it. I'm sorry? Mo Jianli said in a low voice, we only know about cultivation. We really don't know about these things. Now that I think about it, I've taken it for granted. It's best to worry about the people. It's normal to take it for granted. Xiao Hua smiled and said, it's better than taking a position without doing anything. However, since fellow immortal Zhu is so worried, why don't I help you? Xiao Hua reached out his hand and said, fellow immortal Zhu, do you have a storage bag or storage ring? Haha, there's no need to trouble senior. Zhu Juanfeng's face was slightly red. Longevity Academy still has some money. When I return, I'll immediately send some students to the neighboring town to buy food. Storage bag? Storage ring? Mo Jianli was confused again. After a while, he reached out his hand and took out a small bag from his sleeve. He asked, Senior, are you talking about a small universal bag? Small universal bag? That's right. That's it. Xiao Hua almost wanted to slap his own face. He had already thought about it and didn't want to talk about things that he didn't know. Now that he blurted out something about a storage bag and a storage ring, it made people feel strange again. Senior, what do you mean? Mo Jianli handed the small universal bag to Xiao Hua and was even more confused. Haha. Xiao Hua chuckled and didn't dare to ask any more. He released his spiritual will. Luckily, this small universal bag was the same as a storage bag. He could open it with his spiritual will. Then he pretended to take out a storage bag from his chest and waved his hand. He returned the small universal bag to Mo Jianli and said, I've been in Longevity Town for a few days. I'm fated with the people of Longevity Town. This little bit of food is my farewell gift to the people of Longevity Town. Very good. Mo Jianli was overjoyed. He reached out to take it and carefully put it away. He said respectfully, Senior is indeed worthy of being a Confucian cultivator. You care about the world and the people. Not only did you step forward in times of danger, but you also worked for the people without any fame or benefits. Although this food can't solve the problem in front of us, Senior's breadth of mind is really admirable. Xiao Hua saw that Mo Jianli didn't check the amount of food in the small universal bag. He knew that Mo Jianli was worried about his reputation. After all, which cultivator would carry a large amount of food in their storage bag that they didn't need? Therefore he didn't point it out. He looked at Lu Yi and Yuanya who had already returned. He cupped his hands and said, Fellow immortal Mo, fellow immortal Zhu, I'll see you off for 1,000 miles. In the end we have to part. I'll leave now. You all still have many trivial matters to attend to in Longevity Town. You and I will bid farewell here. If we meet again, we'll meet again. Junior respectfully sees Senior Xiao off. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng said as they saw that they couldn't keep Xiao Hua. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng didn't come here alone. Behind them, there were several disciples of the academy on horseback. When Lu Yi was chased by the Cloak Gang's disciples, it was these academy disciples who attacked and killed the Cloak Gang's disciples. Now that Zhu Junfeng saw that Xiao Hua wanted to take a carriage, he naturally gave him a few horses. Then he waved goodbye. Xiao Hua floated onto the carriage. Lu Yi drove the carriage while Xiao Jian and Yuanya rode the horses. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng only turned around and returned to Longevity Town after the four of them had gone far away. The two of them didn't manage to keep Xiao Hua. Although it was within their expectations, they still felt depressed. They thought that although Longevity Town was in a mess, the disaster had already passed. As long as the people slowly calmed down, they would be able to calm down. Therefore they didn't fly on their swords. Instead they walked on the main road with big strides. The remaining disciples also followed behind them with their horses. Seeing that the evening mist had already risen, Zhu Juanfeng's face was illuminated by a layer of orange. He looked at the floating clouds in the sky and sighed, today's scene is no different from yesterday. We only saw the sun rise and the moon set and the stars moved. However, how can the things that happened today be described with a few words? How can anyone think of today's disaster at this moment yesterday? Mo Jianli nodded slowly, Junfeng is right. What we see now is ordinary. It is the future that the people who died today hoped for. What you feel now is the past that we can't go back to in the future. Zhu Junfeng raised his eyebrows as if he had understood something. He almost turned his head to look at the figures of Xiao Hua and the others who had already disappeared. He said, perhaps only someone like Senior Xiao, who turns around and leaves, leaving behind the same worries, can truly understand. Chapter 32:28. Troubles are created by people. No one can avoid them. Mo Jinli shook his head slightly. Senior Zhao's cultivation is powerful, but he has his troubles too. He has his past that he has never run away from. His cultivation is his, Xiao Jian's cultivation is Xiao Jian's. Our cultivation can only be ours. Aha, Mr. Mo. Zhu Junfeng laughed and cupped his hands. I've learned. Everyone's cultivation path is different in this world. The Buddhist sect has its Buddhist sect, the Confucian sect has its Confucian sect, and his Taoist sect has its Taoist sect. The Buddhist sect talks about delivering all living beings from torment. The Confucian sect talks about transcending the mortal world. We pursue righteousness, self-cultivation, family governance, and world peace. What about Senior Zhao's Taoist sect? It seems to be to clear one's heart, condense one's nature, and merge with the Tao. Mo Jinli didn't quite understand and whispered. Perhaps, Zhu Junfeng nodded. They don't care about the common people, but I can't. They can all leave freely, but this Zhu cannot just wash my hands of this matter. Just come, let this Zhu see what kind of great power the Buddhist sect has, able to chase away my Longevity Academy from Longevity Town. Junfeng. Mo Jinli knew what Zhu Junfeng was thinking. He shook his head and said, we're just doing our best to help the world. This is cultivation and saving people. If it's purely a battle between the immortals and Buddhas, it's not good. Although it's hard to cross all obstacles, it's hard to find gold after blowing sand. Although the Buddhist sect's appearance is bewitching, only we Confucian sect can help the common people. Junfeng, you're the last true gold. There's no need to complain. Ah, Mr. Mo is right. Zhu Junfeng seemed to understand. He smiled and said, I've been thinking too much. It's still early to think about the future. I'm sure the sect knows about what happened in Changxing Town and will have a solution. I'm just thinking about how to make the people in Changxing Town feel at ease. Indeed, Mo Jinli nodded and said, now that Changxing Town is short of food, you'd better send the academy disciples to buy food elsewhere to calm the people. The county governor's emissary will probably arrive in 2 days. They'll definitely be escorting food. Zhu Junfeng explained, the king of the kingdom of Xi is wise. He was able to consider such matters. The county governor and the others will not be negligent. At this point, Zhu Junfeng said curiously, that Senior Xiao Huaxiao is also very interesting. He doesn't seem like a Taoist expert at all. He actually knows so much about farming, and he's even more of a Confucian cultivator than me. This junior is truly surprised. Indeed, Mo Jinli said thoughtfully. This senior must be a descendant of the great Confucian scholar and has cultivated in the mortal world. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, he decided to cultivate instead. Oh, you can take the food in this small Cosmo sack. I don't think there's much, but it's all Senior's goodwill. As he spoke, Mo Jinli took out a small universal bag and handed it to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng took it and said, no matter how much it is, it's a timely rain that can save some people. It's 10,000 times better than the flashy Buddhist sect. Ah. Just now, in front of Xiao Huaxiao, the 2 Confucian cultivators were naturally too embarrassed to check the contents of the small universal bag. Now that Zhu Junfeng scanned it with his divine sense, they almost cried out in surprise. What's wrong? Mo Jinli was shocked and hurriedly looked at Zhu Junfeng. Mr. Mo, you can take a look. Zhu Junfeng's expression was indescribable as he handed the small universal bag back to Mo Jinli. Looking at Zhu Junfeng's expression, Mo Jinli realized that he had been careless. When he looked at it with his divine sense, he was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. Goodness, this is what it means to have a Buddha in every home. This is what it means to have a heart for the people. Although today I saw with my own eyes that Senior Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect almost became a bodhisattva, the compassion in Senior Zhao's heart is no less than Senior Ci Hang's. The food in his bag is basically enough to save 10 longevity towns. Where did Senior Xiao get so much food? Zhu Junfeng was a little confused. I heard that Xiao Jian of the Jiangchao Temple can barely make ends meet every day. And this food seems to be different from what the longevity towns use daily. You can only ask Senior Xiao face to face. Mo Jinli smiled and patted Zhu Junfeng's shoulder. With this food, the longevity towns will be in chaos even if they want to. Your last worry is also gone. That's right, I will let them see if this food is edible. This disciple will distribute the food. Zhu Junfeng made a decision. Of course, this name should belong to the Jiangchao Temple. Jiangchao Temple? The Jiangchao Temple has already been taken over by the Shaojin Temple, right? Mo Jinli shook his head. Using the name of the Jiangchao Temple, won't the Buddhist sect benefit from it? Then, it's not suitable to use the name of the Taoist sect directly, right? Zhu Junfeng hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, then use the name of spiritual master Xiao. Before today this name was also very famous. Xiaohua's space originally had rice and millet seeds, but in these 100 years not only did Xiaohua not worry about it, even the green-robed Xiaohua did not care about the rice and millet seeds. On the other hand, that white, fat and cute little fruit was very competent. Whether it was rice or millet seeds, they were all planted in time and harvested in time. On the vast plains in the space there were a lot of food piled up. 100 years of harvest. Xiaohua was stunned when he saw it. But he did not expect that these seemingly useless food would now start the first flame of spiritual master Zhao's miracle on the hidden immortal continent. At this time, Xiaohua was naturally sitting comfortably in the carriage and chatting with Lu Yi. Lu Yi was very clever. Although he was young, his fate was full of misfortune. His mother died early, leaving only Lu Yi and his father to rely on each other. His father's character was not good. He was addicted to drinking and gambling. Especially because of the departure of his beloved wife, he blamed this crime on Lu Yi. Not to mention the love that a child wanted, he didn't even take care of him. Lu Yi had suffered a lot since he was young. It was normal for him to be hungry and not have a meal. Those beatings and insults were also common. It was more than what he ate. And when he was a little older, everywhere he went he was kicked to the street by his father and begged from house to house. In the beginning, Lu Yi was too young and didn't know how to beg. He would often return empty-handed. At that time, Lu Yi's father would kick and punch him, teaching him a harsh lesson. Lu Yi would starve and cry at night. After a long time, the smart Lu Yi gradually learned how to beg so that he would not be hungry. He even used the leftovers to feed his father. Just like that, Lu Yi followed his father through city after city, town after town, and finally arrived at Longevity Town. At this time, Lu Yi's father's body had been hollowed out by the wine. Not only could he no longer punch or kick Lu Yi, he was also paralyzed on the straw on the ground, unable to move. Thus, Lu Yi stayed in the Longevity Town and waited on his father until he passed away. Lu Yi did not have the money to prepare for his father's funeral, but he was also unwilling to let his only relative be wrapped in a straw mat and hurriedly abandoned in the wilderness. After thinking about it, he finally made a decision, which was to enter the Longevity Town's cloak gang. In the entire Longevity Town, this was the only place that could accept Lu Yi and provide him with enough money. Shaojin Temple and Longevity Academy could not accept. Do you know? Immortal Master. It was already late at night, the sky was dotted with stars, there were no people or carriages on the main road, only the sound of a few horses' hooves was particularly loud in the silence. Lu Yi's eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky, his voice also spread further and further in the night sky. When father beat this little one hated him to death. I always felt that I would be beaten to death by him, I always hoped that he would die sooner. But when he could not move, seeing his pitiful appearance, this little one could not bear it. After all, he was this little one's only relative, and also this little one's biological father. If this little one did not care, he would definitely starve to death in a day. This little one could not ignore it. However, this little one did not like him at all, wanting to return everything he had given this little one back to him. However, when this little one threw the leftovers in his face after he spoke ill of me, this little one discovered for the first time that not only was there no remorse or hatred in his eyes, there was instead a kind of gratification, a kind of peace. This little one seemed to have suddenly understood something. Father. Although his character was not good, he still loved this little one. He knew that he would not live for long, but he was also worried about this little one's future, so he began to teach this little one the ways of life from a young age, but his methods were really cruel. So, from then on, this little one began to pay attention to father's eyes, as well as the eyes of others. From these people's eyes, this little one discovered a lot of things. In particular, before father passed away, this little one saw that kind of love, that kind of yearning, that kind of reluctance in father's eyes. Although Lu Yi's voice was faint, and his tone was flat, the sound of his rapid breathing revealed the agitation in his heart. After father left, this little one mingled in the cloak gang again, and from the eyes of the gang members, this little one saw the disgust and fierceness that had never been seen in father's eyes before. This little one finally understood that although father had been harsh to this little one since young, he also had no choice. When he hit this little one, he hurt this little one in his heart. That kind of complicated look in his eyes will always be unforgettable to this little one. After father left, there was no more life in this world in this little one's eyes. Although this little one no longer needed to be beaten, this little one really missed those days of being beaten. Although this little one's body hurt, this little one's heart had someone to rely on. As long as I could see father's shadow and hear father's voice, this little one's heart would be at ease. Lu Yi continued, "It's a pity that those days have become this little one's eternal memories, and this little one can no longer return to the past." Until one day this little one saw Xiao Yun on the banks of Liao River. Seeing the panic and helplessness in Xiao Yun's eyes, this little one immediately thought of this little one's childhood. At that time, although this little one felt that life was worse than death, this little one did not panic. No matter how helpless this little one was, this little one still had someone to rely on. Xiao Yun's appearance was so pitiful. Her clothes did not cover her body, and her body was covered with dirty seaweed and many fleas. This little one knew that if this little one did not take care of her, she would definitely freeze to death in the cold winter night. So, this little one brought her back. Although this little one was not a good person, this little one could at least support her and make her a good person. Chapter 32-29. When I first met Master Immortal, I thought that Master Immortal was just an ordinary youth. From top to bottom, Master Immortal didn't have any otherworldly appearance. Taoist Xiao and the old monk Ming, you were both older than you. However, although you saw me stealing money, you didn't catch me. Although I was a little disrespectful to Master Immortal, I knew that Master Immortal didn't care. Because I didn't see any disdain or malice in your eyes. There was only a kind of peace and tranquility. It was also this kind of peace that made me feel safe for the first time after my father passed away. Even when you saved me, I only saw a kind of disdain in Master Immortal's eyes. This kind of disdain made me feel ashamed of my inferiority. I knew that Master Immortal was definitely not an ordinary person. When I heard about the miracle of the river and tide temple, I immediately had a feeling that I had to find Master Immortal. Only Master Immortal could save Xiao Yun. Only Master Immortal could get me out of the quagmire of the cloak gang. Rumble? At this point, a rumbling sound came from Lu Yi's stomach. It had been several hours since the afternoon. Xiao Hua naturally didn't feel anything, but Lu Yi and the others hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Naturally, they were already hungry. Phew. A small black shadow flew out from Yuan Ye's horse and landed on the carriage beside Lu Yi. Xiao Hua looked at it. It was Yuan Ye's usual meat bun. Lu Yi touched it, opened it, and took a big bite. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Ye, for the bun." Yuan Ye replied and didn't say anything else. His voice was actually trembling. Sigh. Xiao Hua could see clearly that Yuan Ye was biting his lips tightly. Although Lu Yi's life was bitter, he had followed his father since he was young. Yuan Ye did not know who his father and mother were. He only followed the wild animals in the forest as he grew up. His life was even more bitter than Lu Yi's. Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi's thin back. In the night it seemed a little thin. Compared to Yuan Ye's muscular waist and arms, it was a far cry. However, Lu Yi's quick-wittedness and calmness were something that Yuan Ye could not compare to. In particular, Xiao Hua had casually killed the two villains from the cloak gang in the small courtyard of the Longevity town. Xiao Hua had only instructed Lu Yi to keep it a secret, but Lu Yi seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Even when Lu Yi mentioned it to Xiao Hua a few times, he only skimmed over it, not revealing the slightest bit of information. This made Xiao Hua very satisfied. As for Xiao Yun's matter, Xiao Hua told him not to ask about it, so he didn't ask about it. If it was Xiao Hua himself, he probably would have asked the moment he left Longevity Town, right? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said, "Lu Yi, your experience is a kind of tempering for you. It's the best life gift your father has given you. It's a pity that you met this old man too late." This old man couldn't meet your father who had such foresight. However, since you met this old man now, this is your fate. Everything that you were afraid of in the past, from today onwards, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Actually, in Xiaohua's opinion, Lu Yi's father might not be as good as Lu Yi said. Even, the so-called tempering and the like were all Lu Yi's own ideas. However, was the nature of Su Liuyi's father important right now? Was the original intention of scolding Lu Yi important? Everyone had their own idols. Their father was the first person they worshipped in their life. Whether good or bad, it would have some influence on them. Since Lu Yi didn't become twisted because of his past experience, why couldn't Xiaohua become the hero in Lu Yi's heart? Hearing Xiaohua's words, Lu Yi's body trembled. He resisted an indescribable intuition. Before Xiaohua could speak, he said in a trembling voice, "Yes, Immortal Master, this little one understands. This little one serving Immortal Master is a great opportunity. In the future, I don't have to be afraid of anything in the world." Hee. Xiaohua laughed. It was easy to talk to a clever child like Lu Yi. However, he immediately said solemnly, "But, Lu Yi, you have to know that before anyone has a great divine ability, they can't be free and unfettered between heaven and earth. To have a divine ability, you have to pay a price far beyond what you think. This price is far more difficult than what you think now. What food and clothing, what bullying in front of this price, it's nothing but grass. As for the specifics, even if this old man told you now, you wouldn't know." Immortal Master. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Lu Yi turned around and kneeled on the carriage. He kowtowed and said, "This little one earnestly asks Immortal Master to teach me the heaven-piercing technique so that this little one can laugh proudly in the hidden Immortal continent and spread Immortal Master's fame." Aha, heaven-piercing technique. Xiaohua's laughter seemed very loud in the night. This old man here doesn't have any heaven-piercing technique. Lu Yi leaned on the carriage and let the carriage slowly move forward. He didn't speak. "You can get up." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Since this old man wants to accept you as a servant, I naturally have the intention to borrow your strength. Of course, this old man also won't be stingy. Cultivation techniques. I will also choose some for you. As for how well you cultivate and what your future achievements will be, it will depend on your own ability." "Many thanks, Immortal Master." Lu Yi forcibly restrained his excitement and said in a low voice, "This disciple dares not to cultivate diligently and sully Immortal Master's fame?" Hee, you can get up." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's still too early to accept you as a disciple. Let's talk about it when you have the opportunity in the future." Yes, this little one understands. Lu Yi was already prepared in his heart. Even if he joined the cloak gang, there was still a test. How could it be so easy for an expert like Xiaohua to accept a disciple? He responded and got up to continue driving the carriage. In addition, Xiaohua opened his mouth again. He wanted to tell Lu Yi about Xiaoyan's matter. He knew that Lu Yi was a person with deep feelings and would definitely want to know about Xiaoyan's whereabouts. However, when the words reached his mouth, he stopped. He was a very curious person and wanted to ask about everything he encountered. He wanted to get to the bottom of everything. Now that he met someone who could calm down his temper, why must he reveal everything? Why not wait and see? If he didn't say anything, when would Lu Yi ask? This was also a kind of test, right? Immortal Master. After waiting for a moment, Lu Yi didn't see Xiaohua continue to speak. He asked curiously, "Do you have any instructions?" "Nothing, just call this old man Xiao Daoist in the future. There's no need to call me Immortal Master." Xiaohua said with a smile, "It won't be too late to call me that when this old man becomes an immortal." See. When Lu Yi heard this, he almost choked. After a moment, he suppressed his heart that was about to jump out of his throat and carefully said, "This little one understands Xiao Daoist." Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Jian, who was standing in front of Yuanya. He understood that Xiao Jian's story might be even more than Yuanya and Lu Yi's combined. Xiaohua's feelings didn't only come from these dozen or so days, from what Xiao Jian vaguely said, as well as the appearance of those two Buddhist sect guards, even more so from when Xiao Jian received the steed from Longevity Academy's disciple, mounted it in an extremely skilled manner, the instant he raised the horsewhip, that surging expression. However, Xiao Jian's shrewdness was really too deep. He knew that Xiaohua's impression of Yuanya was not bad. Yuanya had arrogantly asked to become his disciple several times. Even though Xiaohua ignored him, he still vaguely pointed out that Yuanya had a master and he wouldn't accept Yuanya as his disciple. Yuanya couldn't tell, but how could Xiao Jian not? However, he didn't mention giving Yuanya to Xiao Hua at all. Moreover, it was clear that Xiao Jian needed Xiao Hua's help, but he also wanted to maximize his own benefits. Therefore, Xiao Hua knew what Xiao Jian was thinking, but didn't bring up this topic. He wanted to see just how Xiao Jian was going to open his mouth and bargain with him. Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Let's find a secluded and safe place. We'll rest for a bit. Yes, this junior understands. What Xiao Jian was thinking only he knew. Ever since they left Longevity Town, he didn't say much, only hurrying along. When he heard Xiao Hua's words, he hurriedly replied. Only when he raised his eyes and looked around, apart from the faint moonlight scattering down on the great path and mountain streams, the sounds of insects and wind by his ears, how could he tell where was a quiet place? However, after riding for a while, a slightly flat slope appeared on the side of the road. Xiao Jian hurriedly pointed, calling out, "Senior, what do you think about that place?" "This old man doesn't care," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "If you all think it's fine, then it's fine." Xiao Jian turned his horse around and looked at Xiao Hua's young face under the moonlight. Although this young man called himself an old man, he didn't feel anything wrong. Thinking back to his previous actions, he was actually that cold to Xiao Hua just because he suspected that Xiao Hua was sent by someone else. Xiao Hua, he was really blind. Different from Xiao Jian's thoughts, Xiao Hua didn't feel anything when Yuanya or Lu Yi called themselves an old man. After all, they were still young. However, Xiao Jian was already old. Looking at this face that was much older than him, Xiao Hua knew that he was older than him, but calling him an old man was still awkward. This junior understands. Let's rest here tonight. Xiao Jian turned his horse around and swung his horsewhip. The horse rushed out of the uneven road and rushed up the slope. By the time Lu Yi drove the carriage to the gentle slope, Xiao Jian and Yuanya had already dismounted and loosened the reins. They were eating the grass nearby while they waited respectfully. You all should do what you need to do. Xiao Hua's figure flew up from the carriage and landed on the ground in the distance. He said, "This old man has already placed everything in the carriage that can be used in the Tidal River Temple." Yes. When Yuanya heard this, he hurriedly jumped onto the carriage. Sure enough, the originally empty carriage was already filled with things. Yuanya's hands and feet were nimble. He took down the tools from the carriage, then bent down and placed his ear on the ground to listen for a moment. He then took the wooden bucket, iron pot and other things and went to another place. In that direction, Xiao Hua had already used his divine sense to see a stream flowing by. As for Lu Yi, he also obediently ran up the slope and picked up a lot of dry wood under the big tree. Xiao Jian also didn't stay idle. He took the horses from the carriage and sent them to the grassland, allowing them to eat grass. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged, and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't walk over. Chapter 32-30. Not long after, Lu Yi started a fire on the slope. Yuanya also washed the iron pot and brought back some water. After taking the food from the carriage, he started to cook over the fire. Oh! It sounded like a wolf's howl from afar. Yuanya looked up and whispered a few words to Lu Yi. Then he quickly ran towards the sound of the wolf's howl. His figure jumped on the slope at an extremely fast speed. After half an hour, Yuanya came back. There were some blood stains on his body and he carried a black thing on his shoulder. Lu Yi saw that it was actually half a wild boar. Then Yuanya took out a short knife and skillfully cut up the wild boar. He skewered it on a branch and roasted it over the fire. Seeing the wild boar meat sizzling in the firelight and the rich fragrance coming out, Lu Yi's saliva almost flowed out. He was waiting for the boar meat to be ready so that he could eat it. Lu Yi. At this moment, Xiao Hua said, "Come here." Yes, that was Xiao. Lu Yi heard and stood up without hesitation. He quickly walked over to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a fasting pill. He handed it to Lu Yi and said, "This is my Taoist fasting pill. After taking it, you won't be hungry or thirsty for 7 days. Are you willing to take it? This is an immortal pill. Taoist Xiao should keep it for yourself." Lu Yi was shocked. He thought of the rumors he heard and hurriedly waved his hand. Xiao Hua said indifferently, "I only want to ask you, are you willing to take it?" "I am willing." Lu Yi said honestly, "I used to be afraid of hunger. I even dreamed of taking this immortal pill." "Eat it." Xiao Hua flicked his finger and the fasting pill fell into Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi immediately put it in his mouth and closed his eyes. After a moment he smiled and said, "Thank you, Taoist Xiao. I'm not hungry anymore. Do you want to eat Yuan Ye's roasted meat?" "Yes." Lu Yi didn't hide it. "I have a secret technique here. It will allow you to use the essence of heaven and earth to temper your meridians and bones. It will become the foundation for you to be free in the future. Are you willing to practice it?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Lu Yi was shocked. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Then he realized that this happiness came too quickly. He hurriedly bowed down and said, "Disciple? You don't have to call yourself my disciple." Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him. "It's just a simple qi refinement technique. If you succeed in cultivating it, then this old man can accept you as his disciple. Otherwise you're still you. Even if you can enter the ranks, you can't call this old man master." "Yes, yes." Lu Yi's voice was trembling. He could tell that this cultivation method could allow him to enter the ranks. Even if he entered the ranks, he might not be able to call Xiao Hua master. Then, with Xiao Hua's cultivation, the importance of this cultivation method was self-evident. After qi refining, the world's grains and meat might not be edible anymore. Xiao Hua smelled the fragrance of meat in the distance and said, "Are you willing?" "This disciple is willing." Hearing Xiao Hua's somewhat shoddy test method, Lu Yi's expression turned respectful. Without the slightest neglect, he hurriedly replied. "Okay." As Xiao Hua spoke, he waved his hand and threw out several yellow talismans. With a flash of light, a silencing spell was cast. Then Xiao Hua said, "Come here. Close your eyes and sit in front of this old man. This old man wants to see how your aptitude is." "Yes, Immortal Master." The excited Lu Yi couldn't help but call Xiao Hua Immortal Master. Lu Yi naturally understood that Xiao Hua wanted to teach him the cultivation method. This was something he had never dreamed of. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and still waved his hand, saying, "This old man hasn't agreed to accept you as a disciple." "Don't be so excited. Yes, Taoist priest, this little one understands." Seeing Xiao Hua repeatedly deny accepting him as a disciple, Lu Yi also felt a little strange. Could it be that he was really too shoddy? Actually, it was quite funny. Xiao Hua had achieved success in his cultivation, and his cultivation was also profound, but all of his mystical powers had been developed by himself. Xiao Hongyue of Shanghua Ming had never given him any pointers, and neither had helplessness of the Imperial Thunder sect. On the contrary, it was Xiang Yang who had taught him a lot. When he was on the Dawn Rain continent, Xiao Hua also didn't accept any disciples. Whether it was giving cultivation methods to others or setting up the fortune gate, he just threw out the jade slips and other things and didn't care about them anymore. At this moment he felt really awkward to be teaching an aura refining technique to a secular person who had never practiced Taoist magic. He felt that it was inappropriate for Lu Yi to be his disciple. After all, he was already a late gold core stage cultivator. How could he accept a secular person who had no foundation in cultivation as his disciple? Moreover, it was his first disciple. However, Lu Yi's luck was very good. First, he was clever. Second, he was kind. Third, some of Xiao Hua's merit in the longevity town was related to Lu Yi. If Xiao Hua didn't give Lu Yi some benefits, there would be some karma. The most important thing was that Xiao Hua now had to find a way to refine the earth crystal Yao milk in his body. It wasn't suitable for him to fly around the hidden immortal continent. He had a lot of time to guide Lu Yi's cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua had the idea of teaching Taoist cultivation methods to Lu Yi. Seeing Lu Yi sit down cross-legged, Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and pointed at the back of Lu Yi's head. Then a strand of true essence entered Lu Yi's body. Just now, on the carriage, Xiao Hua had already taken a look at the qi refining jade slips sent by Zhang Qingxiao. Inside them, there were methods and spells to check the attributes of the body. Oh. After a moment, Xiao Hua was slightly surprised and his brows wrinkled. Xiao Hua actually couldn't check the attributes of Lu Yi's body. Could it be that something went wrong when I used it for the first time? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and slightly closed his eyes. He pondered over the method in his mind and once again pointed his finger at the back of Lu Yi's head. This method was very simple. For a cultivator like Xiao Hua, it wasn't very difficult. However, after a few breaths of time, the doubt on Xiao Hua's face became even stronger. Could it be that Lu Yi's physique is heterogeneous and unsuitable for cultivation? Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. He immediately understood the root of the problem. Then Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and several rays of brilliance entered Lu Yi's body. After Xiao Hua withdrew his magic power, ripples began to appear on the surface of Lu Yi's body. These ripples surged out layer by layer. Red, orange, yellow, green and other colors flowed out like fireworks. After half a cup of tea's time, they converged into Lu Yi's body. During this time, not a single color could last for long on the surface of Lu Yi's body. Alas, it's really like this. Xiao Hua sighed. Although he didn't have a magic tool that specialized in screening one's physique and could truly determine whether Lu Yi could cultivate, this method and spell were no different from magic tools in the hands of a late nascent soul cultivator like him, whose strength was comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator. Since this spell already showed that Lu Yi's physique was heterogeneous and none of the 5 elements were obvious, then he was a pure secular person and unsuitable to cultivate Taoist spells. Lu Yi naturally didn't know that his fate had been determined. He was still sitting cross-legged. Although his eyes were closed, his face was brimming with excitement. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed and said, "Lu Yi, get up." "Yes, Taoist Elder Xiao." Lu Yi replied and hurriedly got up. He stood there respectfully and looked at Xiao Hua with eyes full of expectation. Xiao Hua actually couldn't bear it and said, "Your physique, this old man has already seen it. It doesn't seem suitable to cultivate my sect's cultivation method. Of course, this old man will take another look." Lu Yi's face sank and an indescribable pain flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly put on a smile and said, "Taoist Elder Xiao, it's okay. This little one is just a mortal. It's normal that I don't have the fate to become an immortal. If this little one hadn't met Taoist Elder, I wouldn't have known that there was a path of cultivation and wouldn't have thought of cultivating." Xiao Hua could naturally feel the disappointment in his heart. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Xiao Hua could only smile and say, "It's all this old man's fault for being reckless. I didn't carefully examine your physique and just casually read it out for you. How about this, since you can't cultivate the Taoist sect's divine ability, this old man will help you look at the Confucian sect and Buddhist sect. They don't seem to have high requirements for physique. This little one doesn't dare to ask for too much." In just a moment, Lu Yi regained his calm and said respectfully, "This little one only asks to be able to serve Taoist Elder. It doesn't matter if I cultivate or not." "All right." Xiao Hua raised his hand and the restriction around him disappeared. He said, "Go and rest." Lu Yi got up and prepared to walk to the side of the fire to rest. When Xiao Jian and Yuanya heard Xiao Hua calling Lu Yi over, their eyes were already looking over there. Their ears also straightened. Unfortunately, other than the first few words, they didn't hear anything else. The two of them naturally knew that this was Xiao Hua's technique and couldn't help but secretly regret it. However, when they were disappointed, Lu Yi's body actually emitted a faint brilliance in the dark night, attracting their attention again. At this time, Lu Yi left Xiao Hua's side and returned to the side of the fire. Although he didn't say anything, his face was filled with depression. After all, he was still a teenager. Although he said he didn't care, how could he not have thought about it after pondering for a long time? "Brother Lu." Without waiting for Lu Yi to sit down, Yuanya handed him a piece of roasted wild boar meat and said in a low voice, "Did the immortal master teach you a supreme divine ability?" Yuanya was originally this boring. This time it was okay. He actually handed over a piece of meat before speaking. Lu Yi looked at Yuanya unhappily. He bit his lip, waved his hand and said with a forced smile, "Brother Ye, Taoist Elder gave me a medicinal pill. I'm not hungry now. You can eat this wild boar meat yourself." "An immortal pill?" Yuanya's eyes flashed with fanaticism. He looked at the roasted meat that he was drooling over just a moment ago. Now he seemed to feel that it didn't have the same fragrance as before. Then he asked again, "Brother Lu, your luck is really good. The immortal master actually gave you an immortal pill. Also then, what did the immortal master teach you? Can you tell me?" Hearing Yuanya's repeated questions, Lu Yi almost wanted to cry. It wasn't easy to encounter an immortal opportunity, but he actually couldn't cultivate. That kind of disappointment was really unbearable. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.